Merry Draftsmas, my fellow Seahawks fans. I can't even talk. I'm so freaking hyped. I don't care if we have 3 picks or 2 picks or 1 pick or 10 picks or 50 picks. It's draft day. It's the new national holiday, so let's just enjoy and watch what's going to be a wild first round play out. I am so stoked for this day. I've just been getting hyped closer and closer and closer. I do wish we had more picks, but I guess we'll just sit back and enjoy the fact that we got a little bit of Jamal Adams and deal with that on day one. Nonetheless, I think it'll be a fun opening round to just kind of watch and see what happens. We, of course, are going to be doing a live stream of all 3 days, every minute of the draft I am going to cover here. So if you want to stop in, pop out, whatever you want to do, hop on in. We're ready to go. So thank you for everybody else joining me. I don't know what you guys have as a general read of things here. I have no idea really what's going to happen in this first round outside of a couple picks. I can throw you guys up my kind of last minute mock draft that I put up, but even as I was putting it up with all of the huge rumors that are out there swirling around right now in just about every different direction, it gets hard to make a determination on picks. It just seems like a first round, you're going to see a lot of teams trading back, trading forward, trading up, rendering mocks fairly useless. I would say even more this year than perhaps any other year in recent memory. It is, again, tough to see Seahawks out of the game here with this first round. With that said, if we were picking about where we'd be picking, roughly around 23 or so, yeah, you would get a good player there, but you're certainly out of that opening first tier of players. I know many of you guys are going to want to talk a little bit about Talk to you guys a little bit about the press conference, which we'll get into with John Schneider and Coach Carroll yesterday. They finally came out behind the cave, from deep within its bellies, and finally gave us a little bit of statements regarding Russell and whatnot. There was a little bit of truth in there. There's some political shenanigans going on as well, as always in these kind of situations. So we could talk a little bit about that. Seattle did sign Robert Nkemdiche, who's been basically a first-round bust going back to his days coming out of college. We can definitely discuss him. I think another one of those South Carolina 5-star underperforming type guys. I don't know how we got a laundry list of these guys now. There's a few of them, but he is very talented. He is what you draw up as wanting at the position as far as just being freakish. Is he ready to maybe put that together here in Seattle? Maybe, maybe not. I don't have high hopes for it, but it's an interesting sign nonetheless. It's a low risk, high reward type situation. And along that similar vein, you guys will certainly be asking me about Antonio Brown. I am not going to be shedding any tears here for Antonio Brown's loss at this point. I am a man who sticks to his guns, and I try to be principled when I can, even when it's not convenient. And when you look at the contract he signed, yes, he did just sign for $3.5 million, but the incentives, I believe, as I read into it, could push it upwards of $6.1 million. My whole contention with Antonio is that I will take on this headache. I will be willing to take this risk, the locker room cancer, and that he might do some weird off-the-field stuff. But if I'm going to do that, I need to have certain metrics hit. Not a lot of years, not a lot of money, no draft capital given up in trade. And while it hits some of those markers, to me, you get into the territory of $6.1 million, and you start to get me a little hesitant at that point. I wonder if maybe I can put that money somewhere else, or maybe just trade for a receiver with a little bit of a less riskier profile to him than Antonio has. A guy that is aging at this point, and he is still a good receiver, but he is not necessarily what he was, and that's why he's being paid where he is. Either way, we'll see what's going on. Last just thought I want to have on this is that it looks like the Green Bay Packers, I feel for you. I feel for you, my people out there. It's rough. It's rough when your quarterback just comes up out of the freaking blue, right out of the freaking blue, and says, I want out, trade me. That's a tough role, ain't it? It's a tough one. Hard little pill to swallow, huh? We dealt with it for about 45 to 60 odd days in our offseason. It'll make you guys tougher. You'll be more resilient. I'm going to make a wild guess that much like how Russell ended up staying, Aaron will end up staying in this situation as well. The 49ers reportedly offered the number 3 overall pick for him, and they turned it down. The Packers did, which tells me they're going to end up just giving him a new, bright, shiny contract, pay him through the roof, tap out their cap once again, and that'll probably be the ultimate finishing to this scenario, the fact it's coming in last minute like this. And I am going to get to the chat, but it is interesting to me that the Niners are looking to trade that number 3 overall pick in the 25th hour here leading up to the draft, when you have them so firmly locked in originally on Mac Jones, and then they're waffling back to Trey Lance. Kind of speaks to the fact that maybe they were not as confident in their assessment of the player they're getting there at number 3 as they led us all to believe when they initially made that trade. All right, let's pop over to the chat. You guys are kind enough to join me today. And I do appreciate you for hopping in. Please hit that like button if you do jump in here. It does help us out because people are going to be looking for draft coverage. Let's make this place the spot. TJ, how you doing? Let's go. Gino, Mac Jones. I don't know, man. The last turn of this outside of an Aaron Rodgers trade here at the last minute was that we were going to get that the Niners front office had finally gotten to Shanahan, that they had finally speaketh some general just logic and reason to the man and said, let's do Lance instead. Okay, let's go with the talented guy. Let's go with maybe the talented guy instead. And that seems to be how this is playing out. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if they've always wanted Lance, but that it seems to be that's where the way this motion went was it was Mac Jones, and then I think they went more into looking at the tape between the two and like, gosh, doesn't have as much talent here. I mean, yeah, he processes everything well, real accurate inside of 10 yards, but Lance, man, and you guys know my Lance has been my number 2 guy behind Lawrence going through this whole process. I've gotten a lot further along board with Wilson and Fields in the process of kind of realize, okay, I can see why they're a first-round quarterback, but there is just something about Lance. And now I get to go from being ultimately in the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, thinking they're going to go for Mac. Instead, now it reverses course like you knew it would. Back to Lance. Dustin, how you doing? Mac Jones. Seahawks gaming. You heard about Rodgers. Damn, how the tables have turned. Yes, how the tables have turned. I'm so sorry, Green Bay. It must be horrible. It must be horrible. Will your quarterback be there tomorrow? I know not where. Maybe he's gone, maybe he remains. Ours is going to be here. Ours will be here for at least a bit. Shervins, what's up, man? Good to see you in here. Jabari, come on, let's go, man. Spencer, let's go, baby. Shervin's praying the Niners take Mac Jones, but 90% sure they're taking Lance. That's pretty much where I land right now, Shervins. I'm hopeful. I'm ever praying, as you said, on knees. Just Shanahan, no, you're a genius. I just want to be like in his ear right now. No, you're really that smart. You're really that smart. You don't need a talented quarterback. You don't. No. You can get your big brain's enough. Your big brain's enough. It'll get it done. Sure, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Insidious, Mac Jones, let's go. Mac Jones, let's go. I love it. A lot of Mac Jones hype. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Boom. Randall, Rodgers getting moved. No, I think that this is all, as I think has been, this is, both Russell and Rodgers, though it might annoy you at times with them, they are really sort of master classmen in the NFL annals of being able to manipulate the system and manipulate specifically kind of around the contract aspect of it. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to end up finding out that we get Russell at the end of this offseason signing a new contract. And I think with Aaron Rodgers, there's been some ongoing negotiations between him and the Packers throughout this offseason as they know he wants a new deal and he's a little bit, his bum's a little bit burned, having seen them draft Jordan Love in the first round last year. And he's going, okay, you're not going to give me past targets. You're going to draft my quarterback of the future. Then you're going to pay every last dollar billed in for my services right now if you're going to make me play through this and be Superman. And so it does appear, I think, that it'll probably twist that way eventually because this is really late hour to try to get this trade done. As well, if they go past June 1st with Aaron, the contract hit is too big as far as a trade point. So this would have to happen inside the next 30 days. And being the value you're going to need to get back from Aaron, what that would take to make that all happen, it's possible, but it's probably not likely. Adrian D, hopefully we draft Trevor Lawrence or Penny Sewell. I'll take Penny Sewell, man. I think he's been pushed down in this draft process later on through the process by some as they ding him for essentially being 2-3 years younger than Rashawn Slater. And everybody not a lot of people falling in love with Rashawn Slater. Jason McEward, draft is here. Yes, Seattle Seahawks do have a first-round pick. Jamal Adams is our pick, and I love it. Fierce, intense leader in our secondary. Well put, Jason. Well put, and absolutely where I stand on it. I have no problem being out of this draft as far as in the first round goes. When I watched more tape this year than I watched last year. Hopefully next year I'll watch even more tape than I watched this year. But the thing that stood out to me is that it was really hard to kind of assess some of these games. There were some games where there's a lot of energy out there and it looks like a normal college football game. There's some games where it's like a little going through the motions, and you have the opt-outs, and it just sends everything into a flux as far as making determinations on a player. And especially trying to make a determination on a player at the top of the first round. These second tier guys are already kind of in their own little group up to about pick 55, 60. Now you've got to try to delineate further between them when you're picking there in the 20s. It's going to lead to probably some wild picks here in the first round, I would imagine, but that's what's going to make this fun too. Dustin says there's no reason to believe Pat McAfee than all the other people on TV who say it will be Mac or Fields. No, I'll go with it's got to be Mac or Fields in my opinion. TJ says Brooks' reaction still funny. I went back and was cutting it up the other night, TJ, and I was like, I was so emotional in the video to my reaction of Brooks, way overly so, by the way. I should not have. I still stand by my assessment of the player, but I definitely overreacted to that just probably a little bit. But yeah, I was not I was an angry elf that day. I was an angry elf. Bleed blue and green, let it begin. Let it begin. Devin Martzall, Mac Jones, or is it, you guys gotten some good word here that it is for sure going to be Mac? I was hearing late hour, quite the opposite. So that'd be awesome. Fat Daddy Stack stocked. Good to see you, brah. Good to see you, Fat Daddy. Good to see everybody. We got some long names out of the chat back in the chat, and I'm loving it. Master Chief, the day is here. It is here. Randall, it's like a telethon. Oh, this is going to be a big-time telethon. We're going to be bringing out the children. We're going to be showing the little shaved heads. Like, you too can donate to these little children. It's called Brandon's Fund. Punk5291, that thumbnail makes me stupid happy. I'm glad you like Punk. I tried to put it's a special day for me this year, so I got to put a special thumbnail out when it's that kind of day. So, Landon McEdwards, yeah, yo, let's go Mac Jones. Oh, you guys got me on the map. I hope this is Mac Jones. You're gonna watch me. If it's Mac Jones, you guys, I'm gonna be celebrating. I'm gonna be dancing. I will not be able to contain my jubilation. I will be in an ecstatic state, ecstasy. I can't wait. Please let it be that and not Trey Lance. It's talk about two opposite ends of the reaction spectrum for me here with who the Niners could pick. I'm either going to be scared to hell or I'm going to be living large. It's one of the two. There is no in between on that pick. Go Hawk says, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Houston M, haven't seen this new set before now. Looks good, my guy. Oh, thanks, Houston. Always on the move. Always trying to grow this out, make it look a little better, a little bit by bit. Nathaniel, how many picks are we going to end up with, you think? I'm saying 7. Hard to turn our picks into a lot more picks right now because you need early picks to turn those later picks into more. It's hard when you get into the 4th round, trading back to the 5th round to pick up 2-3 picks. So it's really that second pick back to the 3rd and maybe one other trade you can make within the course of your other picks. That's to me going to get you about 5. 5 is where I land at for us right now. Adrian D says, I was listening to the Pete Carroll and John Schneider conference yesterday, and Pete said, I can't wait to see our first round pick from last year play as an official starter this year. What does this mean for KJ? I don't think it means much for KJ. I think they made it pretty clear that they thought that KJ was going to be moved on this offseason, being somewhere else would pay him, and that hasn't happened. I still didn't feel like I came away from that press conference with a ton of confidence feeling that they were looking to bring KJ back into the fold. It was almost a little bit like, well, we will be talking to him. We'll talk to him, but we're expecting some team after the draft will probably come and then offer him some money after they don't get a linebacker. I kind of read into that. Taylor, they're just going to try to get value out of Taylor. And if you got a chance to get him on the field with 2 other of your better pass rushers on early downs and base, you'll do that. But you're still going to work him in as a rotational rusher as well. Jason, Darrell Taylor had a good year. We could have 2 picks since he didn't play last year. Word has it he's been working extremely hard. I hope so. He's not going to have anything given to him on this team. There's a lot of very competent pass rushers on this team right now, and even a guy from his class, Alden Robinson, who's already been in the NFL, already got his feet wet, already going to be able to maybe advance a little bit further along in his technique, where Darrell's going to come off the boat a little bit rough on that one. But with that said, he's got a great quick get off, and heck, this was him playing with a broken leg that year that they saw this tape on him, but it essentially... He has a great get-off and excellent bend. And those two things you combo together, you pair those things. You'll hear me talk about a lot of this with some of the pass rushers in this draft. When we see them picked, can you pair pass rushing moves together? Can you put them together? Can you chain these moves together? Can you have a quick get off and then get down and low to your bend and run that arc and get around the corner? And that's something that he's going to be very good at right out the box. And the thing I've always pointed out to with this Darrell Taylor pick is, let's take away just the injury situation for just a quick, tiny little bit of a moment here. When they trade up in the second round, when they move up and go for a DK Metcalf or a Tyler Lockett or for a Jaron Reed, it doesn't tend to be for a guy that misses. Maybe he won't be a star, but he will be a productive football player for you on the field. That seems to be that when they lock in on a guy second round like that, it seems to be fairly safe in that respect. I would think the same. I would think the same thing here. TJ Wilburn, Zach Wilson to the Jets. Yep. I'm making prediction on my scroller. I will be adding to the scroller throughout the draft cast here. But these are the two guys I think are pretty locked in here, going number 1, number 2 out the gate. So I figured save myself some typing in advance. I run on efficiency. Seahawks Gaming says, I'm excited to see Pete said they might sign players that are going to get cut in June. It's part of, I've called this offseason period the great cutting, because you will see it. I know it hasn't had a lot of builds so far. There's been some guys cut. A lot of teams have gotten very inventive about kicking the can down the road with their cap situation, as dire as it may have been to start the offseason. I would still expect, once they get more locked into the guys they get in this draft that they feel good about and that they then have on the roster still already a guy for that position, but they can cut to save some money, there'll be another big, huge wave post-draft of those guys then flooding onto the market and available. One good reason it is that Seattle's got $7 million in cap space. Another good reason is they can always convert Russell Wilson's base money to bonus, save another $10 million. So they're sitting on a little bit of a nest egg at any one point in time that if they want to hatch it, they can. If the right kind of player, Fletcher Cox, what if the Eagles draft Levi out of University of Washington? And okay, let's get out Cox, now let's start rebuilding this thing through. I'm just saying. Brendan Eichrick says, just remember that I'm here before you are pulling 500 viewers tomorrow. I remember I know all my OGs, Brendan. I know all my OGs in here. I know you. I got respect and love for you. You know that. Green Mobster, 49ers are close to a trade for Rodgers. Don't shoot the messenger. Oh, dear God, no. No. You're messing with me, Green. I'm just gonna play it like you're messing with me right now. That's what the NFC West needs, is some Aaron Rodgers. I feel like the quarterbacks are light, the teams are light. We just need to get a little more. We need to get a little more heavier as a division, a little more competitive. That'd be good. And yeah, how about an MVP? Can we add an MVP? We got number 1 overall picks stacked across the board. Let's add an MVP too. Why not? Bring them all aboard. Let's bring the whole NFL aboard. Let's turn another 28 teams into just our minor leagues. Brandon Eichrick laughing my ass off. Boo-hoo Packers fans, cry me a river. Brandon Goodell, what's up? We're here today for the NFL draft. I can't do a Goodell. Goodell, you can't do an impersonation of, because he's so milquetoast that he just doesn't have you can't tap into anything that he does on it. That's good. It's a good draft. We're very happy about it. He's just, you can't even do the boring. It's not just dull. Darren Bales, hey, Seahawks fan, good luck with your picks this year. Good luck to you too, Darren. Best of luck to you. I think, Darren, you're Rams. I'm making a guess. I think you're Rams, Darren. Don't hold my feet to the fire for not. But best luck to you guys, too. We all got some work to do in this draft, and we all don't have the most to work with to get it done. TJ says, all right, I'm going to go back to work. TJ, I'm going to be here all the next 3 days. All 3 days. Seahawks Gaming, we need corners to drop. Corners are going to drop. We need them to drop later in the draft, but there's going to be corners throughout this draft. There's a couple of pundits I've seen that are in agreement with me on this, especially considering it through the lens of zone cornerbacks that would fit Seattle's scheme. You've not seen a draft like this, I don't think, in Carroll or Schneider's time, of corners that are this big, this zone-centric ever before. And that's really going to fit in nicely, I think, with this team. John Robinson says, what do you think about Robert Kondichi? And he pops in and he starts off the dono game strong with a $5 dono. Thank you, John. I appreciate you, brother. I liked Robert Kondichi. I liked Robert Kondichi coming out. He's a big guy, a little bit like Malik McDowell. Let's just throw out the Malik. It's in a lot of different ways, okay? Both guys off the field, questionable. On the field, I don't think with Malik there was an effort concern with him, but I would say there is maybe a little bit of an effort worry with Kondichi. So maybe if you can get Robert into more of a rotational role and get him down to running 10, 15, pass rushes a game from the inside, maybe he has a little bit still to tap into. I do think he came out as a pretty young player. Um, the Cardinals haven't been sensational necessarily about developing defensive linemen there for the last few years. So there is upside to this move. It's one of those moves you always like in the offseason if you're going to do the vet minimum deal. All upside, no downside, cut him at any time. So if on a guy like this, there's not character concerns in that he's got something pending in this offseason or there's something bad to him that he's done. It's just about, I think it's more work ethic with him related as far as the scuttlebutt. But he would be a 3-tech. He'd be a monster 3-tech if he could pull it off. He'd be a bigger 3-tech. He ain't your undersized Donald type or your Geno Atkins type. He's more of your 6'3", 6'4", hulking, but also very quick and fast type. So if he can tap into it, he's got the talent. That's why he went in the first round of the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals, too, played in a scheme where it might not have been. I think they've done a lot of 3-4 there with him and in the blitz style stuff. He might be better more in the 4-3 defense as well. I just kind of thought of that, but that's also something that we probably shouldn't sell short on. Maxwell Stern, if the 49ers trade for Aaron Rodgers, it will ruin my life. It's going to put a somber beat to the opening of this draft coverage. You can believe that, Maxwell. Jason says, please, no Aaron Rodgers to the 49ers. Actually, no. I'm gonna do it. No. Oh my God. They said no. They turned him down. Packers turned him down. I saw it as a story before the draft cast. That's the way it is. That's the official word. This is way too last minute for them to make this trade right now. This is Rodgers been manipulating stuff. He's trying to twist arms. He wants a little bit more coin. He's just shaking the Packer organization upside down and seeing what falls out of their pockets. I'm going to just go ahead and maintain that stance for the time being until I see, dear God. Sorry, sip there. Didn't mean to. Nathaniel Parks, if the Patriots take quarterback, does that mean the evil empire is back? Well, no, I mean, Mac Jones would be the guy that from it's the cliche thing right now to put sort of Mac Jones with the Patriots if he does fall. It's just a natural fit. They'll go for their next Brady type. I don't know that that's necessarily the case with Belichick right now. And I think that he's going to left with Cam Newton coming back next year, who played relatively okay for them, I guess, from their assessment of things. I've long thought that Belichick would want to go to more of the mobile quarterback who can do some of the read option stuff as his next quarterback of the future, because he's a guy that does look forward as a coach, despite being one of those older coaches. He's not to me, a guy that's locked into this old-minded set of I can't adapt or do new things. And I think that he's seen the new breed come through of Lamar Jackson types, and he gets a reasonable facsimile of that in Cam Newton and goes, I'll roll with this and then use the first-round pick on something else like the linebacker, who am I trying to think of? There's a linebacker a lot of people haven't fitted out with. They said like the next Dante Hightower. It's going to come to me in a second. But that's more likely what I think they end up going to, is where he just tries to rebuild his defense back up. He's like Carroll in respect. He always wants his super defense in place if he can. Micah YT, how you doing, Micah? Hey. John Robinson, I figured out the donation thing. I'm just going to do it on the computer. Laughing out loud. Good. Well, John, I also did some troubleshooting on this. So I went through and tried to re-clear everything out, cleared caches out, re-downloaded, re-uploaded, all that other stuff. And we are going to have today. I got a couple of things here. I got a few little tricks in here on the trade on stuff before we do this. So we're 2 minutes away here from, I think, the start of the draft. Let me get down here. Anthony Bain coming in with a $5 donation. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate you guys coming in strong right now. If they gave the dono, thanks. And good to see you in here, Anthony. It's been a bit. Kelvin Joseph is a must, and thank God for Kimdichie. We can now get rid of LJ and Penny for a third rounder. Laughing out loud. Yeah, you could definitely package those two guys in. Kimdichie's more of a defensive tackle. He's not really going to be able to play defensive end unless you're looking at 5-tech. Seattle has a history of taking 5-techs and moving them to the outside. So we've certainly seen that before. Let me get so last year this was my notebook of people that I scouted. Didn't get through a ton, got through okay. Get a little close. You can see there's a few there. And then this year, we're a little deeper here on the book. So I got through a lot of names this year. I looked at so many players, you guys. I can't even believe it. I went cross-eyed at times looking at some of these guys. But Kelvin Joseph was one of the guys I looked at, and you donated, so the least I can freaking do is give you my breakdown on him. Joseph, there we go. So the rap on Kelvin Joseph is he's talented, but he leans on talent rather than refinement. So he's a guy that flashes all over the field with everything you could ask a corner to do, from break on the ball to sink his hips to high pointing the ball with some ball skills to playing with a sense of sort of some of that ferocity we like to see in our cornerback position. He's 6'1", so he's got the Seahawks quintessential size, played in a zone-based scheme. I think somebody is going to fall in love with him, to your point on that, Anthony, where I don't know if he's going to last till the second round. It's about taking the risk on the character aspect of it too, I think, with him, where there's a little bit of character concerns with him off the field. He's got everything you want that, but that character thing is a big harbinger for him. That's the big thing that holds him right now over a barrel a little bit. But if we got Kelvin Joseph, Anthony, if in number 2 in the second round, he falls to that point, Seattle's definitely taking risk on character guys in the past. This would be the most talented cornerback the Seattle Seahawks have drafted since Richard Sherman. So he would provide that. So he sometimes, the thing that jumped out to me is he sometimes ran the route better than the wide receiver. His instincts, and this is again what you love seeing in zone. He sees the recognition, looks at the quarterback, recognizes the route combination, runs the route prior to the receiver running it because he knows right where he's going to go, and then he's there to make a play on the ball. This is the exceptional type technique you want to see from the zone corners with a Seattle-based scheme. He had an interception on Alabama where he was carrying Javonte Smith up the field on this sort of deep post route to the end corner, and it was just perfect technique. He's got him just right on his back hip the whole way, running step for step with a guy in Devontae Smith who was running away from everybody out on the football. He's got that great football type speed, and he was able to shield him the whole way, then turn back around for the ball at the last second, intercept Mac Jones on the play. He's just great in zone, reacts well to everything. He's a little inconsistent in the run game. I'm not going to ding him a ton on that because it's just less of a worry, I think, and especially not as big an issue necessarily in our defense. You like tacklers, but he brings everything else into play. Definitely going to be a 4-4 guy type. Nothing not to like with him, Anthony. So nothing not to like with him if we end up with him. And you could see a penny trade in this draft. And LJ definitely is on. I think you saw with Carroll and Schneider's press conference yesterday. No doubt about it. They definitely pointed to the fact competition is back, and you better win your job. You're not going to be handed anything just because you're a high pick. And I think that was directed directly right down the line at LJ Collier. I just don't know if there's a lot that he can necessarily do about it. UE2K, it's definitely a tough pill to swallow, but avoidable if teams would act like they're all in on their franchise quarterback instead of this is how we do it crap. Both the Seahawks and Packers have done. You're going to have a very good baseline going forward, UE, to your point on this. And when we look at this in 5 years and 10 years, respect back on both of these players' careers and the way that both of these organizations decided to work around their cost and work around having a franchise quarterback, and whether or not they made those right errors, and if the judgment should have been turned in different directions with both of these two teams. Because I think in both you can certainly make that argument as we stand right now that things could have been done better, and I think it's not hard to make that argument because it's probably right. That there is time with both of them. To your point, though, E2K, there's time with the Packers right now. You go get a wide receiver right now. Go strong at it. What's holding you back right now from finally just going all in? The guy's got a year or two left as a quarterback in this league, so why not just double down on him? I thought the same thing with them with Brett Favre. This was a team that passed on bringing on Randy Moss to pair with Brett Favre. This is where organizations overthink themselves, and they just get too smart for their own good. And it's to the point where a layman can watch it and go, you guys are being idiots. Seattle seemed to recognize this offseason. Hopefully they're starting to reverse course, and doesn't look like the Packers are going to do. Maxwell Stern, Seahawks almost drafted Kittle. Yep, that hurts. Yeah, saw that story also. Seattle was almost there to draft him, and the Niners went in and plucked him. Brutal. Anthony Bain says Aaron Rodgers of the 49ers is death to the division. That defense with Rodgers is a wrap. Laughing out loud. Hard not to feel like it would be a game changer. You had an MVP who's played your defense pretty tough throughout the past. I mean, he's had some pretty good games against our Seahawks. We've got him a couple times when we were way more talented and better as a defense. He's definitely have a good feel for the cover 3 stuff. Tobias Larson, yo, Brandon, this is it. We're back here. We back, Tobias. Good to see you, buddy. Remember last year, had a blast, and we are at it again. Gonna stay for the whole night, my boy. Hey, I salute you, sir, and thank you so much. Appreciate you. John, I don't trust anything coming out in the media about the 49ers pick, and how did Fields get out of the picture? Fields must be the scuttlebutt off the field. That's the only thing I can wonder with him, because his tape shows you everything you want to really see in a prospect for being a high first-round pick prospect, and that these other quarterbacks that are vaulting over him, as we've gone through the process of this offseason, has been a little bit odd. Has been a little bit odd, So I don't know what to say on that one. It's yeah. He's a good player, but maybe off the field, the work ethic stuff is the stuff that's been whispered about. The term you heard was that he was the last in the building, first out. Never what you want to hear with a quarterback. You need work ethic beyond all else with a quarterback. When you don't see it, you're going to get a lot of teams at that point real touchy about going after and making that risk for that quarterback. But he's everything you want in the modern quarterback. Makes all the throws, has the mobility that you want in the modern guy. I'm a little bit confused by why he's not right up there with the other guys. I did have Lawrence and Lance ahead, but just because I like them better, not because I didn't like him. Darren Bales, I don't remember, did Pete talk about how excited he is to be running a new offense? Yes, he did. He said that he said this offseason it's been different than they've ever done in their installation, and it sounds like Waldron's taking control of that. Does it still sound like they're going to still keep and hold on to prior stuff that they once did, as they did with Schottenheimer, where it's, okay, Shoddy, you're coming in with your playbook. You're going to inherit some of this. Hopefully they bring on more of Waldron's playbook, and I would have to think they are if they're asking him to take those horns on and be instructing the players as deeply as they're saying he is. But it does sound like Pete, it's a new thing to Pete. It's different than what they've done before. That's what I kind of glommed off the press conference in that respect. He doesn't give you a lot of details, but at least that. Adrian D. Rodgers had 3 teams he would like to go to: San Francisco, Las Vegas, and Denver. Now he is fully going towards only 2 teams: Las Vegas and Denver. Oh. Whew, dodged a bullet on that one. He's from that Bay Area too. He'd be all inspired, and I've been loving this Niner team since I was 5. It would not be good. Not be good. But hey, he can go to Denver. Get him out of the conference. This best case scenario. Either way, best case scenario with both of those 2 teams. Would the Packers make that move, though? And the Raiders, what do the Raiders have? Raiders don't have really enough, do they? I don't think the Raiders have enough. All right, I'm going to try to catch up on the chat here because I want to be live for the picks. Anthony says Rodgers and Russell were pissed about Brady getting to build his Pro Bowl team and win a Super Bowl. Brady literally gets any player he wants. He wanted Fournette, he got it. He wanted AB, he got it. Yep, and doesn't lose anything this offseason, does he, Anthony? He goes out and wins, and then they keep it to that point, too. It did. I mean, the Brady effect has been different than the Brady effect has ever been different. The Brady effect used to be of quarterbacks playing into being an old age. Now the Brady is effect on your quarterback is twisting the minds of your franchise quarterbacks. And not wrongly. I mean, they're not wrong. They're seeing it play out and being proven to being successful, allowing a quarterback to have some reins and some control there. So this is again where organizations have to start opening their mind up a little bit to this process, or be out on your quarterback. That's what I've maintained. You can't maintain some middle ground here or try to slice it halfway down the middle. You've got to decide you're either going to be all on board on supporting a guy or you're not, and make a choice, the S or get off the pot type thing. Micah, in the 3rd pick of the 2021 draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Mac Jones. I love it, dude. Tobias, Drew was the man in last year's draft, had all the picks in before everyone else from his famous source. Which cat are we going to rub tomorrow for luck? I'll be rubbing Orange Cat this year. I rubbed Black Cat last year, and it was not I should have known. You don't rub black cats before draft picks, so you guys can throw that blame on me. You can put the blame. Put that Brooks evil on me. I'll eat it. Lakia Francisco, go Hawks. Darren Barrios says, Kendici's a bust. His last team said his work ethic not up to par for pro. Yep. And we're not taking any risk, not paying him any money. He's on a veteran minimum deal. He can cut any time. He's a camp body. So we don't have to take anything really away from it beyond if he can tap into that talent, great. Lakia Francisco, Seahawks need a wide receiver 3. You're darn right they do. Darn tootin'. They definitely need a 3rd receiver, and I'd expect them to come out of this draft with a wide receiver somewhere along those lines, Lakia. But I also expect probably now with Brown off the board, they might make a trade as well. Thomas Cox, a future Hall of Fame quarterback for a guy that couldn't really play. It's not really going to happen. Yeah, probably not. And Nathaniel, who falls the most that we could snag on day 3? You could see a guy like Paulson Acebo could fall because he didn't play last year. Israel Mukumu falls wrongly. David Moore maybe from Grambling because his tape is not whatever. Rondale Williams. I'm going with a lot of corners, but that's because this draft really deep with corners. Alaric Jackson will probably fall into that fifth, sixth, and I think he could be a pretty solid tackle in this league. Butler from Washington, Bynum from California, another couple pair of cornerbacks. Running back wise, if Trey Sermon were to fall in the fifth, I'd be interested in him. I think he'll be drafted way higher. I'll think of a couple other guys if I can. Something there. MS Rook, hopefully the 49ers take Kyle Trask. That would be that would be even better than Mac. I'd agree there. Anthony, 49ers trading the 2021 3-2 future first for Aaron Rodgers. Are they, Anthony? Oh my God. Arzo says the 49ers get Aaron Rodgers, I quit. I might shut my channel down too if they get him. I'm going to be like, I'm just going to go ahead and tap out until this NFC West comes back down to earth in about 10 years. Y2KH, did you already discuss the signing of Robert Kondichi? A little bit. He's a pure 3 technique, but he's a bigger 3 technique, Y2KH. He came out of college, freakish talent. Just got to retap back into that talent, but he's a work ethic guy, character concern guy. So doesn't have the best work ethic, has some character concerns. That stuff's going to have to come together. He's a big question mark. Nothing guaranteed with him. They're not paying him a lot of money. Cut him at any time, but he will be in camp and he'll be competing. And if you're going to bring a camp body in, why not bring an uber talented guy in who's maybe on his last chance? That's a good situation to maybe tap into finally getting a guy with the light bulb come on. And some guys, the light bulb comes on later, especially those guys who come out very, very young in the draft. B-Ross says that the 49ers grab Trey Lance, I'll be slightly afraid. If it's Mac Jones, I'm going to be laughing my ass off. B-Ross, same. John Robinson says, got my coffee, ready to go. Let's effing go. Let's go, John. Let's go. Seahawks Gaming, did you know Mac Jones' real name is McCorkle Jones? I did. And it will be McCorkle Jones forevermore after the 49ers draft him today. Anthony Bain, trade Diggs. Maybe. Could be. He's coming in the last year of his deal, and you've got Marquise Blair there who could slip in at any point in time. Thomas Cox says, I can't believe Rodgers could be traded. I'm still not buying on that it's going to happen necessarily, Thomas. As we saw with the Russell Wilson stuff, these unprecedented trades are like the Titanic trying to move out in the open ocean. You know, it's a very slow process to get that stern going towards the bow. And so I don't think that it's as easy as just one. He comes out today in the meeting and says, I want to be traded, and they pull it off because it happens to be right before the draft. John Robinson says, I'm mad they didn't pick up Antonio. I'm a little bit disoriented, but $6 million is a tough cost. That's a hard cost to swallow for him, especially with the risk of he could blow up at any point in time. Saying, fine, I'm retired. Randall says, Niners don't have the capital to trade for Rodgers. No, they don't. Unless the Packers would have to be in on the number 3 pick and then probably move off of Love and be more higher on number 3 than Love. I don't know. It just wouldn't make any sense. This too last minute just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Darren, did you know the Seahawks have only picked 4 starters from 3rd on in the last 5 years? That's with 40 plus picks. By far the most starters came from the 2nd round. So why would you trade back? I wouldn't personally trade back, Darren. I'm a fan of picking where I stand, but I sit as trying to be an analyst of this team and tell you guys what I think is going to happen. And John Schneider is a guy that loves to trade back. That's just kind of his thing. He doesn't like to really trade up very much. If you look how many times he's traded back versus trading up, he's about 9-1 on his trade back to trade up. So it's just the way he does it. He's come in this draft with 3 picks, which is the least amount of picks he's ever had. I don't think he's going to sit on that. And your only value right now is that 2nd rounder to trade back and really get more picks from it, unless you want to sacrifice future draft capital. Thomas Cox says, sounds like an AFC West team gets Aaron Rodgers. That'd be good. I'd be okay with that. Go to Denver. Go over to Denver. Nathaniel, I'm saying we swap our 2nd for a 3rd and 5, plus we trade our 4th and a 5th and a 7th. Then we trade a future New York Jet for a 5th and a 6th. Could happen, Nathaniel. I mean, look, Schneider's, if anybody's a wizard with the draft, it's Schneider and turning nothing into something. You can turn 3 picks into 6, 7, and then he's the guy to do it. I don't know how he does it and gets a team bewitched to do that, but maybe. Jason says AB signed with the Bucks. I'd love to grab a solid wide receiver 3, a solid starting caliber cornerback, and I'd be very pleased with this draft. Not asking for Lawrence, Pitts, and Waddle, 2 players who can help our Hawks. Agreed. I like both those. I like all that, Jason. I'm on board with both. Those are 2 positions. I think corner, yes, receiver, and I think a lineman are kind of the 3 that I would say the 3 most likely positions we end up with in this draft. Azos, Broncos are close to trading for Rodgers. Ooh. Oh my goodness, how the worm turns. How the worm turns. If you would have said bad, I bet there's a lot of Packer fans laughing at us 2 months ago that are crying right now. Micah, YT, who do you think they should select in their first pick? The Seahawks, I like Creed Humphrey. I'm still on the Creed Humphrey train here. Creed Humphrey, Landon Dickerson, even Quinn Miners. You take any of those three that might be available, and I'd be a happy man. Why, dude, why? What's up? What's up? Azos, new Rube. Yep. Always developing, always new. Always trying to get something. Don't want you guys getting bored with the old look. Got to keep it spicy. Mark Slayer just reported on 103.43 The Fan that a deal for the Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers is as close to a done deal as can get. Breaking news. Folks, we have breaking news. Breaking news. Shervin dropping the 9 here. Mark Slayer is reporting. This is the former guard who has won Super Bowls with the Broncos saying, and an analyst saying, you can take it to the bank. Aaron Rodgers is due to be traded to the Denver Broncos, our AFC West opponent of old. And this conference just got a little bit easier. Now, all we need is the Niners to draft Mac Jones, and our plan is complete. Alrighty. Broncos have a lot to say that wouldn't surprise me, but they just traded for Teddy and will pay him $4 million. Yeah, they can get out from Teddy if they didn't know this trade was going to be available. Aaron's worth it, I'm sure. He's worth it. Adrian D, I'm just laughing on why the Rams made a draft house in Malibu and they don't even have a first-round pick. The Rams are all about flash. It's in L.A. They got to be all L.A. about it. Seahawks Gaming says Caleb Farley might fall to us, and if he does, I will take him all day long. Seahawks Gaming, I'll take him all day long if he does. I'll take that risk on that back, and let's roll. He's legitimately the perfect Seahawk cornerback in how you build of any of the cornerbacks in this draft. Even beyond J.C. Horn if we throw out the injury thing. Seahawks just released a draft clue. Oh, God, those things they always feel like BS to me. I never feel like they're ever giving us a real clue. And then in retrospect, we always twist the clue back around to make it work. 5 minutes to go. Let's go. Raining Tacos, thank you for your $10 donation. Hey, I appreciate you guys coming and throwing the dono game off the jump here. He says, can't get enough of the Hawk Talk. Love the energy. Got to support my brother. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. He says, great takes as per usual. And go Hawks. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, man. I see a lot of faces in here, in and out. Man, it's so good to see everybody in here, though. Kyle Moki coming in with a $5 dono. Thank you, Kyle. He says, Fields apparently had an issue at Georgia about getting benched for Fromm. That's why he went to Ohio State. Could be the reason he is out of the picture. And thank you for the $5 donation, Kyle. Kyle and Raining Tacos. You guys are awesome. John Robinson, everybody. Yes, and I'm going to try to kind of click down to get to the live because I want to be live on this. So if I'm behind the chat at times today, just repost your question if I happen to miss it. We're going to have a lot of people in the chat. We're up to 92 already, and it's gonna burst here, I'm sure. Yes, the thing is I don't hold that. The weird thing to me is why do you hold Fields accountable for that at Georgia when you didn't hold Burrow accountable for that with Ohio State? Because Burrow left Ohio State when Haskins beat him out for the starter job. But people let Burrow be the number 1 overall pick. So I don't know if that in itself could have been the reason. It could be a contributing factor, but I don't think teams are going to hold these quarterbacks as accountable for making those choices. They understand situations are different everywhere, and the portal has been opened up in college to allow these players to move around a little bit more smoothly and easier. It's John Smith. Are we seriously talking about Aaron Rodgers' ability to quarterback a team because of his work ethic? No. I don't know. I was talking about Fields. I was talking about Justin Fields, John. John says Rodgers isn't going to San Francisco. Laughing out loud, they gave away their first, most likely Denver, followed by Las Vegas Raiders. Boy, this has been a day that's turned. I did not see this one coming. I did not see that one coming. I knew he was going to be pissed, but he went nuclear option. He slammed that big red button. Hawks are the Aces. Thoughts I heard about Hawks. I heard that Cam possibly wanting to coach. Your thoughts? I'd love it. I think Cam Chancellor would be a great coach. He was really that leader of that LOB, and I think that he'd be a great nobody better to teach this defense who ran it as well as he did. So yeah. Kyle says, ha ha ha, what a joke PFF is coming to. Chris Smith, new watcher, my choice for coverage tonight. I mean, why not? Hey, thanks, Chris. Well, hopefully I can earn your watch and make this entertaining and fun, and we're going to try to keep it lively. So thank you for making me. Thank you all for making me your choice. I didn't think we have even this many people in right out the jump, but we're booming. Business is booming. All right, let's get down a little bit on the chat. And again, if I miss your comment, just repost it again because I'm going to try to stay live so we can stay with the coverage here a little bit today. So the bullets are going to be flying fast. Just be patient with me. MS Rook says Aaron Rodgers tweeted out, "It's a beautiful day in Denver." Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Now, he can troll. He can troll with the best of them, that Raj can. But, ooh, you smell that? That's the Tampa Bay. That's all you got. Tampa Bay and your old-ass quarterback is the only thing standing in our way now. Only thing standing in our way. Just to open up for us, conference. Just open right up. Blast those French doors wide open for us. Please, mon ami. Please, mon ami. Je n'en dis. But the boy. Where we at? Joshua William Arrow. Who do you think is better, Fields or Lance? I like me Lance, but it's more about the potential. Fields is right now better than Lance where they are right now, but I think Lance's long-term future, and especially if I'm running our type of Coach Carroll offense, I'm going to lean that direction. I just didn't fall in love with Fields. I liked him, just didn't fall in love with him. And that's where I think a lot of evaluators have kind of landed with him. Nathaniel says, I haven't banned any accounts. That's good, Nathaniel. Hopefully everybody keeps it clean and lean today. Food Gamer, should we get a cornerback or an O-line first? If Mayfield or Creed fall to us, we trade for picks or we get one of those players, and if we stay, who should we get? Creed Humphrey is the guy that I've become infatuated with throughout this process. I'm not going to break off of that right now at this point. I like him. As I was saying before, I've got kind of 3 linemen there that I would target that I think are true kind of difference maker linemen versus later on in the draft. You could get some starters, but there'll be league average guys. I think the other positions, you could get some guys who maybe kind of can be difference maker, like, ooh, that receiver could maybe be something at the next level in the 4th, 5th, 6th round, maybe, because the receiver crew is kind of stacked up in there. So I'm more in favor of turning that way. Same thing true with the cornerback, where the cornerbacks are so deep here that I can 4th, 5th, 6th round, Israel Mukamua, Ronald Williams. Like I mentioned a couple names there, Butler, Bynum. I mean, you go down the list of guys in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. There's just so many in there, which means that to me, you can wait. You go for what's more of the position of there being more of a dearth of. Randall says drafts on ABC, live draft coverage with crappy music. Man, they should be bringing it with the draft coverage. Like I said, this is becoming a national holiday for a lot of folks. Adrian E. says Aaron Rodgers in Denver. Deal for Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers reportedly as close to done as it gets. Ooh, love it, love it. And now all the Niners got to do is draft Jones, dude. We haven't not even fired a shot, and we've won the war. I love it. Love it. John Smith, Mac Jones is a big fraud. Dude gets DUIs and gets carried by the Alabama super team. Facts, John. Facts. I've been waiting for this celebration for weeks, John. I just wish I had gotten a bottle of champagne. It's just I did some dramatic cork pop. Maxwell, if Sante dropped to 56 and Creed was there, who are you picking? I'm going Creed because I can get a cornerback later on. Maxwell, I don't know if I can get the same type of talent at center later on. As well as Asante, though he fits schematic-wise, he's like 5'10", so he is a couple inches shorter than normally they want to look for, especially if they look at him as an outside guy. Though I like him. Darren says Rams have a first-round pick. His name is Jay Ramsey, superstar quarterback. Okay, fair enough. I can't say Rodgers is ours if you guys can't say yours, so I've turnabout's fair play. We can all feel happy with what we got, Darren. John, what's Trevor Lawrence's neck routine? I want it. He does that old Mike Tyson routine, if you ever watch it, John. One of the more freakier things you ever watch of Tyson. He's on the floor, and he's rolling his neck around while he's lifting his body up and just putting all of his body weight on his neck. My neck would snap in half, and you'd pick me up off the floor as a dead body, but he somehow just effortlessly just snapping his neck around. James Tomlinson. Thank you for the $5 dono, man. I appreciate you. You guys are coming in strong with the dono game today. Thank you so much, folks. And James, appreciate you, buddy. Says your show rocks. Well, you rock, my guy. And I salute you, sir. Salute you and appreciate you. Wow. Anthony, wow, really, Jacksonville? What did Jacksonville? My bad. And remember, I'm not watching draft coverage. You guys are going to have to fill me in on any weird details. Jason, Cam Chancellor has always been my pick to coach the defense. That would definitely bring us a top D. Players would bring more energy and effort, guaranteed. Hard to go quiet. Hard to make business decisions when you're looking over at the 6'4" hulking mass over there, just staring into your soul. Right? I'd love it. I'd love it. And he's been already, reportedly he's worked with Marquise Blair. He's been doing some of this stuff. He's already kind of, wet his beak a little bit with this stuff. John Smith, Creed, hum overrated? Maybe. I like him a lot, and I watched a lot of film on him, John, and I likes what I saw. Anthony, we should take a corner first after a trade, and then maybe we get Miners in the round 4. No, Anthony, Miners is not lasting through the second round. I don't know if he's going to last to our pick. He's vaulting up boards. So if he got to the third round, he wouldn't make it past the third 100%. Rodgers to Denver. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I guess Green Bay got what they wanted. They drafted their quarterback last year to kind of push him out of town. They got what they wanted. I hope our Hawks don't do the same kind of thing. I hope he just comes off an MVP season and you push him out of town. It's lunacy. And I'm not even a Rodgers fan. I just think that's just weird. Anthony Bain, Adams is a top 3 safety. I think he is, and I don't think that we saw his best play last year. I think he's a guy you don't put in a box. You don't say he's a box safety. You don't say he's a strong safety. He's a football player and one of the best defenders in the sport when he's allowed to just kind of go out there and do his thing. He'll look a lot better in coverage this year, I think, when he's not being asked to cover wide receivers all the time, or a good amount of the time as he was last year. Fish 2, I rewatched your reaction to the Jordan Brooks pick. It was very hilarious. Yeah, I get a little emotional on my reactions. This year I'm going to keep an even steel. Hand's going to be steady. I'm not going to freak out. I'm not going to do what you all think I'm going to do, which is freak out. I'm not going to do it this year. I'm going to keep a level head. But yeah, I was not happy with the Jordan Brooks pick last year. And a lot of this comes down to, again, just Jordan Brooks is a fine pick in the first round if it's 1985, if it's 1995. Hell, if it's 2005, Jordan Brooks is probably an outstanding first-round pick at the place where they picked him. But we're not in those eras anymore. We're not in that age. You're in 2021 now. And a run-stuffing first linebacker with limitations in coverage should kind of have a draft floor of where he's going to be picked at, and it should be far beyond the first round, in my opinion. I like Brooks. He's a thumper. He'll be a good player in this defense. I think when he eventually slides to middle linebacker, he'll be at his best. Also, part of the problem I had with him was that his best position is middle linebacker. He's not really a will. He can do some will linebacker things, but he's a middle linebacker. So you draft a guy in the first round to wait 2 years to get his best potential, and he struggles in coverage, and he's a run-stuffing linebacker whose value has been demystified here in the modern era. I still struggle with that one, Fish at night. I still twist and turn, but I mean, I would have gotten that pick wrong. My other pick I would either gone with Yeater or Isaiah Wilson there. And hell, if I'd gone Isaiah, I would have been in worse shape. So what do I know? Randall says Jamal's a more well-rounded player than Ramsey. Oh, Randall, you gaslighting? You gaslighting my brother? Hey, you could say that. I think people are going to get stuck a little bit on Jamal's coverage skills with that, Randall, but I think that they're getting stuck on it on just the prior year's tape, which he was beat up all to hell. Flag Sabbath, what's happening? Darren Bales, he probably top safety, just saying Ramsey is better at covering peeps is all. Yeah. And it's hard to, I like Ramsey. Ramsey, great player. Probably is the best corner, if not the best, 1 or 2. So no argument there, Darren. I like me some Ramsey. I think he's a good player. And I think he's gotten better with his time with the Rams than he was with Jacksonville. They're also probably using him better with his skill set, but he has been better there than he was at Jacksonville. He's pretty good in Jacksonville. Randall McDaniel, Dwayne Brown is better at blocking people than Aaron Donald. Master Chief says the pick is finally in. Jesus. Master, they take as much time as they can, man. They're like, they're going to draw this out. It's an entertainment event. This is why I'm not watching it, because it'd just be a commercial fest. Like, I'll just look at the picks as they come in, and we'll call it a day on that one. All right, so, and the Jags take the pick. So here we go, guys. Here's another little thing. I hope you guys like this little thing. Here we go. So you guys got to hear that? It's my little, did it pop up? Where is that? Let me do it again. That's our little draft. We do the little ESPN draft thing when we do this. So that's our little indicator. But we got, with the very first selection, the Jacksonville Jaguars take Trevor Lawrence, Clemson. Trevor Lawrence is a big guy to do a breakdown. Well, smart. We all knew this one was coming for a while, didn't we? Great pick by Jacksonville. People have pick Trevor Lawrence's game apart over the last year. I don't understand completely why necessarily. Yes, I understand that there's a few things you can pick, but he has a lot of tape to pick apart. When those quarterbacks get those extra years on them, this is a little bit like what happened with Justin Herbert, where Justin, had he not played that last season and opted out the year before, he's the number one overall pick probably. And then you get another year of tape and people start picking it apart and they start deciding that it is this or it is that. And I think that it's just you overanalyze stuff on tape a little bit. Like I think teams go the opposite way too, or not teams, but some of these pundits have in the other direction where they're vaulting guys up higher and say, oh, Wilson's better than Lawrence. If you watch his wild throws, it's just his wild throws are amazing. Okay, we'll see. But I'm gonna ride with Lawrence. I have been riding for a while with him in that respect, and I'm gonna stay in that boat because I think he's that good. I think he's that good. So we're gonna see Zach Wilson go here at number 2. And then we get the final moment to find out. So I'm going to be in and out of the chat. So bear with me on this, guys, if we're in and out. But we're going to keep an eye on this stuff and try to just keep a close eye here. Michael Parker says Chris Sims mock draft Justin Fields at 32 to Tampa Bay. Yeah, I can't see Justin Fields falling that far. If he falls out of the top 10, it's going to be barely out of the top 10. I don't see him falling past 15 at the most as far as the fall. Somebody's going to see it as too much value there. Somebody is. Jason says, Norton on our sideline, always no fire in him. Salah, when the 49ers, always fire. Cam would be right in the middle of the fire. Pete, give him a chance. Second, third, fourth Super Bowl? Question mark. Maybe someday. I don't know, though. This would probably need Cam Norton to probably retire at this point because I just don't think Carroll at this point is going to hold much fire to Norton if he hasn't up until this point. I mean, Norton, first half of the year, was on pace for his defense to give up a record amount of yardage in the air in NFL history. Carroll, first and foremost, isn't worried about yardage errors in the yard, but he is worried about the big plays down the field, those big chunk plays throwing the ball, and that was all over the field. There wasn't anything really pushed on with Norton with that. That always led me to believe a little bit that maybe perhaps Carroll looks at it as like, this is much my defense at this point as it is the defensive coordinator, and that's why I brought you in, Norton, was to kind of be my yes man, to be my guy that will do what I ask you to do and just call it a day. So, some of this may not matter when it looks to who we bring as a defensive coordinator at this point, because I think Carroll now in his winter season as a coach, a couple of years left, is going to want to be like Frank Sinatra and do it his way as he goes out. Randall says Lawrence is a better prospect than Luck. If athleticism is even the fact Lawrence won so many big games, I give him the nod, on par with Elway. Yeah, and I think it's tough to parse all three of those guys, Randall, because you're really talking about parsing pretty similar guys in the assessments when they come out. I've maintained those are generational talent quarterbacks, and I think that they're few and far between that come through like that have that kind of ability. But I think he is that kind of guy, and I think that he didn't have as much to work with this last year in Clemson as he had prior, which meant he had to kind of get a lot more done with less, which then this is part of, I think, why people maybe, pick at his film a little bit more than I think you should. Put him around some talented guys at the next level, and I think Jacksonville's doing the right thing there. They're poised to be in the right, position to take advantage of him and let him start out fast. It's going to be a good situation for him, and I think he's going to hit the ground running. I'd like to see them now get him either a lineman or a playmaker with their next second-round pick, but that's Jacksonville with Meyer. I mean, he came out of retirement because this was just that perfect right spot to come land at, and sort of hit. So everything you could want in the modern quarterback, he can do read option stuff. He's big, he's mobile, he can move like a guy like Josh Allen. He's maybe not got quite the big arm as Allen, but he's more accurate than Allen was coming out. I think he can make every throw in the book, throws with touch, throws with accuracy, throws with anticipation. Shows good control at the line of scrimmage. It's certainly something he's got to continue to improve at, just like going through multiple reads, but that's pretty much always a thing with quarterbacks coming out of college. Most of them tend to be one-read guys, or they'll go through a couple reads every once in a while in the course of the game. But other than that, hard to pick apart his game and say, I hate this or don't like this. This is bad. Where y'all think Sarah Fuller will be picked? Is that the place kicker? Is that the place kicker? I don't know. She might be a UDFA. I think she's a UDFA on that one. All right, here we go. Let's get the sound in. Bang. All right, so with the second pick in the NFL draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson, BYU. All right, well, Mr. I'm vaulting up boards. If you were to start the season last year at the beginning of the year in college football and say, where's Zach Wilson go? Is he a top 35 player? Probably not. Now he suddenly vaults up in this 1 year of a truncated year, of a year where BYU goes out and plays lesser competition, and a year where they've got grown men stacked all over that offensive line that are about 24, 25 years old because they all go on missions. And he's not touched. Big improviser. He can make every kind of throw. There probably hasn't been an Aaron Rodgers-like guy that's come out since Aaron Rodgers and this guy. I mean, Aaron Rodgers didn't even look like Aaron Rodgers in college. He really changed his whole form coming out to what he did in the pros. But his new form, that slingshot approach that he has, where he gets torque on his body to generate velocity and that clean spiral that he gets out of his hand, Zach Wilson's got that in spades. And he can do it throwing off platform, throwing it off the back foot. He makes every throw you could want in the book. I think the guy's slight as hell. I wonder, if he's going to hold up, but we'll see. All right, well, let's get on Zach Wilson back to that later, because right now we got the most important thing right now on the board here of this first round for us. Who are the San Francisco 49ers going to select? They are on the clock right now, folks. They are on the clock. I don't know. At last minute, it's been pushing to Trey Lance. Last minute. I really want to celebrate, though. So just San Francisco, can you mess this up? Just do what Shanahan. You're smart. You're a genius. You have genius level IQ. Your dad was super smart. You got burned with Cutler. You got burned with Griffin. First round picks, high picks. Because why? Because you win for the big talent. You win for the wow factor. Come on now. Go to Mac. Go over to Mac, buddy. Come on now. Come on. Let's do this. No trade with Green Bay. No, they're not going to trade Green Bay. We've determined he's going to go to the mid. Aaron Rodgers wants to go be Rocky Mountain High. So he can go do that and do his Jeopardy from the top of a mountain. We know this is going to be Mac Jones. Everybody put your power and feeling and emotion into Mac Jones. Just think it into existence. This is the secret stuff right here, man. This is visualizing, man. This is like making it happen, man. This is like, come on, Mac Jones. Please, my God, make it. Don't be Lance. God, I don't want to see Lance. I please don't do Lance. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. And thank you for mentioning that, Brian. If you are watching and you're liking, smash on that like button, please. Helps us out. It makes all those people out there looking for cool draft coverage. They get to see me. They're looking at something they don't like right now. They could be seeing me. UE2K says Mond will be the 7th taken. 6 will be Kid from Stanford. A lot of heat behind David Mills, UE2K. A lot of heat behind him right now. It does seem like there are going to be 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round. It does appear that that's going to be the case. Though with the Broncos getting Rodgers, that might change things. That might change things. That might change things. Maybe. All right. Now things get interesting, says Brian. That's right. It gets very interesting. Unbound my main account, John Smith. Okay, give me a second to do it, John. I'll get you unbound in a second. I'll just do it now. Come on, 49ers. Work with me. All right, 312. You're out of purgatory. Be nice. Come on, who is it? Come on, mac and cheese. Come on, bread crumbles. Come on, McCorkle. Please let us play a guy named McCorkle for the next 5 to 10 years. Please let us play a guy named McCorkle. And if he selects him now after he's given up all that draft capital, even if the guy sucks, he's going to be married to him. Even if he's horrible, he's going to be like, I can't get off of him. He'll be like that. I wish I could quit you. Be like that. Randall says, I hate the Niners with every piece of my soul. I think mine's at about 100% on that one as well. I respect their fans, but I don't know, kind of. But as a team, I loathe them. I love them. Their wine and cheese attitude. I'm a proper fan. I'll sit here and watch my games silently on my hands. What are they doing, guys? What are they doing? Anthony Bain says, I like Jalen Darden as number 3 wide receiver. Jalen's fun to watch. Fun to watch. Him and Kadarius Toney are your big juking wide receivers in this draft. Get the ball in their hands, and they're gonna make a guy miss every time. The first guy's gonna miss. Now, when they run routes, that's also true. They love to work in their jukes, and so they do about 15 moves in their routes to get open, and it's very entertaining. But some of the traditional route running stuff, you wonder with on them if they're going to be able to pull it off. But Darden is absolutely he's a lightning bug. I mean, just a lightning bug out there. UE2K says Brokeback Frisco. That's right. It'll become Brokeback Frisco. I'm going to do a video just on that. It's going to be Shanahan and Mac Jones' face close to each other. The pick is in. The pick is in. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy, please, Jones. Please, Mr. Jones. Please be Jones. Please be Jones. McCorkle. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Don't mess this up. Don't mess this up, Shanny. Shanny Hanny, come on. Shanny Hanny, come on. Come on. Mr. McCorkle. You know you want him. Don't listen to your general managers. What do they know? You've got a safety as a general manager right now, Mike. Why listen to him? Why? He's gonna lead you astray. Just go with your heart. Go with your heart. Just go with that McCorkle. Hold that McCorkle close. Just hold it so close. Oh, please let this happen. I do not want to see Trey Lance. He could run that offense absolutely just. Here we go. Come on. 2 thumbs up, says Kyle. Everybody's with the finger crossed. Here we go. Lance. Shit. Okay. Well, that's okay. That's oh, hell. Oh, God. God, they came so close to messing it up. With the 3rd pick in the 2021 draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance. Oh, hell. God bless it. Bless it. Okay, well, there's still smart organizations in the NFC West. The time is not yet. The downfall of the Niners was very much premature. Fortunately, they wanted Mac though. They did. You know it. You and I know it. Goodness, that sucks. That is just not making me happy. That's a little brutal on that one. Man. All right, so I fell in love with Trey Lance in this process really early on. The reason being was that he was a guy that, to me, he played within this offense that was well scripted, and he gets knocked at. And for all the reasons people want to knock him within the Dakota offense is the reason that I would praise him within the Seahawks offense. Because you bring him in, and Coach Carroll says, I'm going to bring a new rookie quarterback in. I'm going to have him run a very small amount of plays. And I look at it through the Seahawks lens, of course, with this, but you could apply this to San Francisco as well. I bring in the young quarterback. I allot him 20 throws a game. I script it all up. He knows exactly where he's going to go with the ball. The game's going to be made very easy on him. And I'm going to let him roll with that and trust my defense, trust my special teams unit, trust everything else on the team. This is what the Niners are going to do with him. Jimmy Garoppolo is a guy who had, 8 attempts in the conference championship and then followed that up in the Super Bowl with something silly and this is off the top of my head, 13 attempts in the Super Bowl. They've been down this road with a quarterback. So now you get a quarterback who can do the things Garoppolo does within, okay, I can throw it 13 times a game. And he adds all the mobility aspect that has been missing from the 49ers offense with, frankly, any of the quarterbacks that they put in there, even the backups. So they've not had a guy like this mobile-wise going back to Kaepernick. I made the comparison actually to Kaepernick and Lance, and not in a bad way, where Kaepernick had a lot of fundamental things that were not great in his game. Long delivery that allowed cornerbacks to jump routes, an inability to throw with very much touch. Everything had to come with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball associated with it. This kid's got an ability to do those other things he couldn't do. His delivery is a little long, but not as long as Kaepernick. And he's a lot more able to throw those different type of throws, intermediate balls, and he can throw with some touch over the top, and he's got a huge arm. It looks a lot like Russell Wilson's deep ball where it just explodes out of his hand when it goes deep. Tough. Kyle Moki says 318 career passes. He's going to be a project. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's the key on this. The question or the key is he ready this next year to take a step forward? Now, they still have Garoppolo, so they maybe can look at this as, we'll work him as a package guy this year, and he'll be our starter going forward down the future. But it gives them that flexibility to make that choice for them at that point, and they found a good, talented quarterback of the future who's young and on a cheap rookie deal, and they can get out from Garoppolo's contract right now for very cheap. If they were to ride with him as a rookie next year, the one thing I will say, I at least feel confident that he's going to be a little bit of a project at least next year. He can get better by year 2, year 3, the same kind of leap we saw in Josh Allen kind of take, but I do think he is. I do think he's going to. God, this sucks. God, why did they have to grab my dream? Jesus. Okay, guys, we got to shrug this one off. I'm shrugging this one off, but this one hurts me because I like this guy. Like I said, he's my number 2 quarterback on the board on our division rival, our nemesis. Our nemesis. Just got a good one. Congrats, San Francisco. Feel happy about it, man. The only question is he going to date? Volver987, I'm not up to date. Why is that bad? Lance is just a more scarier prospect. Certainly got a bigger bust factor than Mac Jones. Mac Jones was going to give you a higher floor and ability to maybe come in and play earlier and play at a quicker level and a decent level maybe even. But with this guy, you are getting the ceiling through the stratosphere with this guy, in my opinion. He's not as uber talented as Trevor Lawrence, but he's right in that realm of where he could be a guy to me that's like very similar to a Deshaun Watson type, where he's not a like player like Deshaun. Way more velocity on his throws. Deshaun's probably a little more accurate and a little bit more able to run a little bit more of a wider offense with a lot more wrinkles to it. But he's not going to have to do that with San Francisco. That's the thing. He's going to the right team to minimize his deficiencies and to allow him to really shine there. And it's just scary. Wheeler, they hyped up Jones pretty good. Well, I think, and I dug pretty deep into this, I think what happened in this draft process is that they traded up, and initially, if the draft was the day they traded up, they would have taken Mac Jones on that day. Then you had Mike Shanahan going out to his pro day and the whole meme of Mike Shanahan watching Mac Jones overthrowing a receiver running against thin air on deep balls, and it was like everybody was laughing at him. And I think the front office and some of the scouts of the 49ers came back into Shanahan's ear and they said, why don't you take another look back at Trey Lance here before you just ultimately determine you're going to go get your next Kirk Cousins? Why don't we try to actually go get the next really, truly talented guy who can take your offense to another level and not just get by, not just be another guy? And I think that they finally got in his ear and they worked him, and he probably saw enough of the tape with what I saw on tape with him, was like, okay, I'm going to ask him to work in script. And God, he's got the mobility, and Mac doesn't really have the mobility like this guy does. And he's probably, like I mentioned with Belichick earlier, I think a lot of these coaches are going to become more and more enamored by the thought process of a mobile quarterback because they know how hard it is to prepare for and how much of a difference it can have on the game. Especially if the guy can throw too, if he can do both. Darren Bale says that means Jimmy G is starting this year. I still think there's a chance that this could be traded. Jimmy G be's traded because I could see Shanahan believes Lance can run scripted 18 to 20 plays a game, and he's just going to run the hell out of the ball next year. And if that's the case, he'll just call it a day with that because they did go get a center, Alex Mack, who can't pass protect really much anymore, but can now run block. Trent Williams is there. They've got a line that can run block pretty well still now. You could go that route, but they need some draft capital too. You wait a year on Jimmy, you might not be getting anything for him. I think he probably still gets moved at this point. UE2K, Lynch finally talked Shanahan out of his Jones love. Oh, he must have been working him hard, man. Because it was there, man. It was there. RG3 would have been a very good fit. Would have been very good if not gotten hurt. I don't know about that, Brian. I don't know about that. I think the limitations he has as a passer are a little bit of what you see in a guy like Lamar Jackson, where that delivery just isn't smooth to always really deliver accurate passes on all the balls. They can throw like maybe a deep ball. There's a couple balls that look good on certain type of routes, but throw in and throw out, I don't know that he can consistently do it. But again, he was very fast as a runner. I mean, he was the original read option kind of guy. And if he was able to run that a little bit more, but then I'd come back to again saying, but his slight build's a little bit why he probably ends up getting injured and dinged up, is that you ask a guy like that with a slight build to run around like that with reckless abandon, he is eventually going to get himself injured. It's hard to ask a quarterback to do that at that size. And a lot of the reasons, Brian, why they did adapt in that first year and RG3 did have that good first year was not because he adapted to Shanahan's system. That was because Shanahan adapted to RG3 because they realized quickly early on the limitations he had as a passer. That's what kind of begot that whole thing that went through on that. B-Russ, if only... John Smith says, not going to lie, as soon as the draft started, I lost all my hype for some reason. I'm sorry to hear that. John Robertson says, nice call, Brandon. I don't think that they would take Mac giving up all that capital. No, I mean, it is what it is. I had here in my mock, which I'll post through here. We'll see how accurate I did. So far, I'm 100% on my mock, guys. Look at this. I had Trey Lance posted because the last minute scuttlebutt was that it was going to be Mac going. So far, I'm 3 for 3. Obviously, it's an easy 3 for 3 once you get Lance right. So we'll see how I go. I got Kyle Pitts going next. We'll see how that goes. Pitts to Atlanta. Okay, so with the 4th pick in the NFL draft, the Atlanta Falcons take Kyle Pitts, University of Florida. Well, I got another one right. I hope you guys are hearing the ESPN jingle. I was trying to post this, so let me know if you guys don't hear it. But no shocker here. No shocker here, right, folks? I mean, well, not a shock. It was a shocker. Some people saw this, somebody else going. I saw this happening because really what this broke down to for me was the Atlanta Falcons this year have shown you this offseason that they're in a position of wanting to be in a go-for-it-now approach. And so what that means is that they want to put the best fielded team they can put out there next year. And I think that within that, you look at the players available where they're selecting right now, and the player that's going to really most upgrade them for next year in a, I don't know, it's even a position, it's not really a position of need. But this is the guy that could most upgrade their team when you look at the hype that he really gets and where people really land on him, where they believe he's going to be this difference maker at the position. Some say he'd be the best wide receiver if he was the wide receiver in this draft. I don't know if that's the case or not, but you can't deny his film. The guy is, as far as a pass catcher goes, the best contested catcher that we've seen in probably since Mike Evans came out in the draft. He can go up there and take it away from everybody, and he can do it almost at will. Fade routes, deep routes, you can be draped on the guy. He is going to come in and dominate. He's legitimately 6'6". I think he gets a little bit more of a pass on his blocking than he should. Yes, he's a willing blocker, but he's not driving anybody off the ball. He does have his share of time on film. You watch him get blown back a bit. But it makes sense that why Atlanta would go with this direction. Who else, where are they going to go? Were they going to go for a linebacker? Nah. You could say pass rusher, but this is too early for pass rusher. You say cornerback, but it's a little too early for cornerback. The value was with Pitts here. And this is why I had it, as you'll see here on my side, is on my mock draft with Pitts. I've got Penei Sewell going next to the Cincinnati Bengals. But, I think it's a good pick by Atlanta if you're going for it. You look at that division next year, Carolina is no certain thing. They're a young, developing team. New Orleans Saints should take a step back, losing Breeze and losing some parts and pieces that have been pretty key to them. And then you look at Tampa Bay, they're one Tom Brady an injury away from being in a precarious situation. And Atlanta may look at that and go, hey, if injury situation finally breaks right for us for the first time in years, if we get another guy that can come out there and have the Julio Jones-like impact on the football field in his first year, while we have Julio, while we've got Calvin Ridley and Hunter Hayden Hurst, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. Quarterback was never going to be the selection here because of the fact that they absolutely we're going to hold on to, they've decided this offseason that next year it's going to cost $40 million if they try to get rid of Matt Ryan next year. That's in year 2. So you have 2 more years of Matt Ryan no matter what. Anthony Bain says that, laughing out loud, Atlanta's going to score 40 points a game. Well, it's going to be a tough cover, man. It's going to be a tough cover going against Atlanta. John Smith, I unbanned your account, so you should be freed up to come back on your 312 account. Brian says, don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Take the best player available on your board. I agree. I think it makes this deal for them to do this, Atlanta. I can get behind this move. I sign off on it 100% from their standpoint. It makes a ton of sense. Okay. I'm going to get some more coffee. I will be right back, folks. Bear with me. All righty. Here we go. If I can keep killing it on this mock. Why says Cincinnati needs to draft Sewell, generational left tackle. Absolutely, he is. And I think that's what they're going to do. That's my prediction. And I think it would be the smart choice for them. Start building, get that kid protected, man. That injury he sustained last year, I always say this with these guys, that they always want to get the cart before the horse, these NFL teams. They go get the franchise quarterback, but then their offensive line's in shambles. They get the ever-loving hell kicked out of the kid, and then they want to blame the kid when he's not exceptional for them. That's not the way it works. You've got to do your job as a general manager to assemble an offensive line. It doesn't have to be superstars across the board, but by God, man, at least get the left tackle. By God, get a center who can handle protections. Do at least some of the base things. And Cincinnati didn't really do that. Yeah, they got the one tackle a year ago, but that was really the only real valuable part in their offensive line. What, Cordy Glenn? They gotta work it out. Randall McDaniel says, the tight end ever gone? Number 4, high draft tight ends don't always pan out. It's only happened a couple times in history, as I understand it. So one of the guys was Mr. Ditka, Mike Ditka, the best tight end up in the San Francisco 49er era ever been that the San Francisco people have ever seen. But Mike Ditka did, and he had that kind of career. There was one other guy they mentioned, so there's only been 3, and I can't remember the guy that was taken. Microphone check. All right, back. It happens from time to time, folks. Sorry. But I'll be on the chat here quick quick with stuff. So once we are audio out, I'll see you guys posting it. So does Miami draft Sewell or go wide? Let me see who'd Bengals go with. Jamar Chase is a Bengal. Oh, nice pick by the Bengals. Very nice pick by the Bengals there. Okay. Well, solid job by them. No, I do not think Atlanta is going to go Penny Sewell here. I think that they're going to go wide receiver. So, with the 5th pick in the NFL draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase, LSU. Good pick. Good pick. I would have, again, though, you're going to get you better get yourself a tackle in the next round if you're Cincinnati, or they're just looking to get Burrow killed and they don't care about their quarterback. Jamar Chase, though, look, kid's solid. If I can type right, my goodness. This kid's my favorite wide receiver in the draft. I did like him ahead of Kyle Pitts, but I know why people like Pitts more than him. I get it. He's just a guy that, from my standpoint, I just like him. Cincinnati Bengals. It shows you everything you want to see out of a wide receiver. He's got not a lot of limitations to his game. Cincinnati. I probably spelled Cincinnati wrong, but does it matter? But he's explosive. He went out there and he dominated the SEC at 19 years old. Just mossed everybody. There's no limitations to his game. He can be a yak guy, deep guy. He can run the underneath routes, runs every route in the book, good route runner. People knock him for not getting a lot of separation. I might offer that, 19-year-old kid just kind of running by, just getting by on his base talent. He's going to get better. He's going to get faster. He's going to get quicker. He's going to develop that ability to get that kind of separation that people are kind of trying to knock him for. It's Cincinnati again, dude. I understand that even Burrow might have been in their ear saying, well, I want Jamar. I like, and Burrow threw like 1,800 yards to Jamar and like 19 touchdowns. I know why the kid will love him. I get it. But they need offensive line help. Penny Sewell is in this draft. And the Penny Sewell was 19 years old and a little bit rough with his technique. Again, falling back on being just dominant without really, he's so young, they're never going to have that great technique usually at that age. And if they do, they tend to be guys that are physically limited. So, in one respect, you don't hold it against Jamar Chase, but then it gets held against Penny Sewell just a little bit in this draft, which is a little odd to hear. I would think Miami's going with Waddle here, but we'll see. That was my mock. So my mock got my first miss. My first miss is on the board here. My next one, because I had Miami getting Jamar Chase, I would look at them taking a look at Waddle here. I would think that would make a lot of sense. And Brian Meyer says Burrow said go get him, and I think that Burrow probably drove this choice. But I do think that Cincinnati's being, again, if Burrow goes out there and gets injured like he did this last year, and it's because you don't have pass protection, and it wasn't just that injured situation. He was being beat to hell, and you're asking him to drop back in one game 60 times in a football game. Well, if you're not going to have a running game, and you can't get guys off the ball, and you're going to be one-dimensional as an offense and be a passing offense, then protect the kid. Protect him. This isn't hard with it, Shane After says, sounds like the Broncos are finalizing Aaron Rodgers' deal. No cap. Yeah, Shane, it sounds like we're very happy on this note. For this next season, things are lining up very nicely in the year of let's bring Russell Wilson back to the fold. Let's get him back to being happy. Aaron Rodgers is gone. Kind of one of your nemesis is out the gate now. That's done. You got Tom Brady and his old ass sitting there. Can he make it through another year again at his age? Unprecedented, never has happened before. We'll see. We'll see with Tom. Father Time is undefeated though. Even for goats. Even for goats. Michael Jordan wasn't the same with the Wizards. You know what I mean? YDY says Denver and New England will be looking at Fields and Jones. YDY, they got Denver's trading for Aaron Jones. So it's probably going to be the Packers here if this is going to happen. And it's probably what the Packers want if the trade is still being finalized. But I would imagine that it would be including this top 10 first-round pick because you're not going to get a very high first-round pick for Rodgers if you're talking about it being future first-round picks. Unless they're just, who knows where they're throwing at, though. Cool Breeze, sorry the sound went out there. We got it back, though, buddy. Sometimes it goes in and out with this stuff, with the deal. I don't know why, but it's just weird. It's just weird. Brian Myers, Bama wide receiver for Dolphins. Yep, I think Waddle. Smith wouldn't shock me to see Smith go here either, though. And Dolphins this is good. They need to get Tua some targets, man. They need to get him more guys to throw to. I don't think Tua is going to be the guy there, but you don't want to give him the position of not getting him enough to work with. And their tackle situation's a little bit better shape than the Dolphins. They drafted a kid last year. I know he didn't play great for them out of USC, but he was a guy who came out at 20 years old. So he's going to need a little time to develop. You knew that when you were drafting him. They knew that when they were drafting him. I think they're going to want to keep him at left tackle. So I think that this is I think this is where they're going to go with it. We'll see, though. Brian Meyer says OC reunited with Chase also. Forgot that. Oh, that makes sense. Yes, you got your offensive coordinator for LSU is now the offensive coordinator, I think it is, for Cincinnati. So this makes a lot of sense why they made this trade. And it's hard to say, well, your number one wide receiver off the board on your draft, you're belittling that over going for the tackle. But I do think Penei Sewell has got a lot of that sort of Jonathan Ogden, Orlando pace. I think he's like a combination of those two guys. I think he's legitimately that talented. And a guy that I think, again, gets knocked because people look at his tape at 19 years old and they just add a lens here. Look with the lens of him down the road 2 to 3 years from now. Simple 1970 says Bengals going to be spending a first rounder on another quarterback in 3 years. Burrow going to end up like David Carr. Big facts. Big facts, Simple. Big facts. This is where, again, people... This is where people always just assume that these guys that are professionals do this stuff right and know what they're doing and understand it, have a good feel for it. Not all of them. Not all of them. A lot of them muck up the process, and Cincinnati is one of those teams that have an issue with that. And I think this is one where I know Burrow was in your ear. I know your offensive coordinator is in your ear. This is why you have a general manager. This is why cooler heads in the room need to be unemotional about it and say, yeah, I understand you want a flashy new toy. We'll get you that in the second round. I can't get you Penei Sewell. I can't get you that talented guy in the second round, early in the second round. I can get you a good tackle, but I don't know if I can get you the guy like this that's going to keep you clean. And we already tore your ACL once. Waddle to the Dolphins. All right. Yes, I thought so. It's going to be hard for teams with Devontae Smith. He weighed in at 170 pounds. 170 pounds. There's not a lot of NFL wide receivers over the last 20 years and 178 pounds that have been able to go out there and not only produce, but just be reasonably effective. You've got about Deshaun Jackson and not a lot else. Not a lot else. And especially for those guys to hold up. Whereas with Waddle, solidly built, yes, he is a slot type guy in college. I think he can do some stuff on the outside. He just wasn't asked to do it as much. Complete yak guy. The big difference between Waddle and the comparisons that'll come into play this year with Waddle is everyone will go, what's the difference between him and Henry Ruggs? And you just took him 7, 8, 9 spots ahead of where Ruggs went. Well, Ruggs was the guy that was really, they'd run him on a drag route. He'd catch a ball. He'd go horizontal to get a little more space from a defender who's trying to get a route on him to tackle him. And then he just run right around him. And he just used that speed. Whereas Waddle is the guy who can break tackles and he can juke around you and he can break, he's going to run like a running back with the ball in his hands. He's a complete receiver. He's got ball skills in the air. There's a lot he can still do and give you. And let's face it, when it comes to the slot receiver position, it's no longer that position. It's a lot like the slot cornerback. You no longer can look at it as, well, they'll play 30 to 40% of the snaps. No, you might have this guy out there 70 to 80% of your snaps. He is a de facto starter now. And that's the way you got to look at it through that lens of. Looks like we're having a good talk on Fish. So trade Marquise Blair, a second-round pick, and trade Flowers for Julio. I don't think you got the draft space. So even if you traded Blair there, Fish, you'd have to create more cat. You'd have to do the Russell base to bonus thing and all that other stuff to make that, because he still carries a very big base salary this year, I believe Julio does. Even if you get out of that bonus. Anthony Bain says Waddle is bigger. Yeah, Waddle's a good 20 pounds heavier on the football field than Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith is very light, and he might play below that 170. He looks like a guy that's like maybe a 165 guy on the football field at times. He's tiny. It didn't hurt him on the tee. Like, he didn't get pressed to death. It didn't cost him in games. He's able to have fantastic releases. So, and that's in a college era right now where these cornerbacks are as handsy as hell. They just love riding these guys. So the fact that it didn't hurt him there at that level, he should still be able to be pretty good with it. But it's going to give teams pause. It's going to give them a pause. Let me get my deal updated here. Draft's kind of motoring along here. So we got Chase. So 6, we got Miami Dolphins. And Jalen Waddle. No surprises really yet, though, right? Nothing so far that's been crazy, I mean, everything's been pretty to type at the moment, I would say. And somebody was asking about Aaron Rodgers. It does sound like that the trade is in place for Aaron Rodgers to go to Denver. We're hearing multiple people here on the chat. I haven't had a chance to look deep into it because I just was going live just before. But this stuff got a lot of traction and a lot of momentum here today. He went from 0 to 100 quick. This is real quick. But yeah, it looks like he's heading to Denver, and that's huge for us, our Seahawks. That's huge for us. I mean, that opens up the conference in a huge way now. Oh, Cool Breeze, I missed your comment. Let me get you, Cool. I'm sorry, I'm gonna miss some because I'm trying to stay on the chat for where the picks come in today. So if I get behind a little on the pad, but just repost your question if I happen to miss it, and I'll try to answer everybody off today if I can. There we go, Cool Breeze. Cool said, "Oh yeah, I got you, Cool." So you asked about the press conference. And I like the press conference. I don't just take a lot from it. It sounds like they're somewhat embracing some of the new scheme, but they're going to keep some plays still off the old offense that they've had with Russell because it's what he does good and all that, which I don't know what to think about that necessarily. Brian Meyer says, Sewell for Lions or Devontae? They should go for Sewell if they want to tear kneecaps off by their teeth, like their coach says they do. No, they did. Smart pick by Detroit. Yep. Good job by Detroit. There you go with the. So we got. Let's get that. Are you guys hearing my little ESPN sound effect there? By the way, nobody's commented on it in the chat, so I don't know if it's not coming through. So good pick here by Detroit. You just need guys. Honestly, the best thing for them would have been really to trade back here, and that's what a lot of people have been advocating for them to do at this selection. But when you're talking about taking this kind of player, this type of, to me, generational tackle that doesn't come along in every single draft. You might get one every 3 or 4 years type that's a Hall of Fame potential kind of guy in him. And I think that this guy is that. Just a good pick by them. Didn't overthink it. You'd like to trade back, but if you got a Hall of Fame potential type you're getting because you didn't trade back, hard to knock that. This is a step in the right direction for them. They can address the wide receiver in the second round and start building the club up around through that on the other way with it. So that's completely fine on that one. Volver 987, so long. Yeah, it's a long draft. It's a slow mover. Anthony Bain says, "Oh damn, Miami wide receivers are going to get hurt. Will Fuller and Waddle. Good luck." Not a lot of beef, right? They're going to be relying on. They do have Parker there though. They got him too. They got an interesting mix of guys there. I mean, it's not bad. The line needs to get a little bit better. Volver 987. How long till we pick? We don't pick today. We pick tomorrow. So you're gonna have to wait about roughly 26 hours. Yeah, Darren got it. Darren nailed it with 26. There you go, Darren. Thomas Cox, protection for Goff. Yeah, you need to keep Goff clean. The thing that I maintain with Goff and Wentz with both of them is I think a lot of their initial success out the gate came because these two players had a great offensive line for them kind of almost off the rip. And the second that those offensive lines started to dial back a little bit was when you saw their play start to go down. I think that he's going to do better having a guy like Sewell there. They've got already a decent tackle there as well, so I don't know who moves over to right between those two, but you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing, Detroit. You want to rip off kneecaps. This is the guy that can tear them off and feed them to the guy across from him. Love Penny Sewell, my favorite tackle in this draft. Brian Meyer says, sweet tie on Mel. Is Kuiper rocking some swag today? Tommy Eden says the Panthers are going to take Mac Jones, maybe. Hoo-wee. Shane Hafner says A-Rod just wanted to be closer to Hollyweird so he could be close to his celebrity fiancée wife and then the Jeopardy studio. Laughing out loud. It's all about winning, right, Shane? It's all about winning. Now, I want to go from the Super Bowl contending team to Denver's got a good roster, I guess. I mean, he's got some things. He's got some stuff to work with there. But it's not going to be offensive-centric around him. You're a defensive-minded coach he's going to. I think that probably drove a lot of that, Shane. I mean, we saw weird with Russell Wilson's list of teams. Las Vegas, Chicago, It's just kind of an odd one, but these guys march to their own beat. Why? So now is the Denver pick, did they trade the pick or is it a trade? I don't know. We've gotten confirmation on what's happened because I don't think it's official as of yet. Oh, shoot. Sorry, hold on. Let me close my door. Sorry about that. Crystal Lucero, what is that noise? What noise? Oh, that's the ESPN draft noise. I heard the ESPN sound. Keep it. Yeah, that's my every time there's a pick, I'm gonna do the ESPN. I'm gonna probably just be pounding this hall for the next 3 days. I just like the sound. Glad you can hear it, Jason. Thanks for letting me know on that. Brian Myers trade up next. I don't have a good feel for what's going to happen here on the next pick. I don't at all. This is one where it's like this is, and we don't know what the deal is right now on the trade, if the trade's been made official or not. So yeah, you got the Panthers here. Do they take Mac Jones? Goodness. Oh, I would not like that pick for them. Shane Hafner, do you trade 56 overall if you're Schneider? It's really dependent on me if I can get one of those top offensive linemen by trading back 10, 11 picks. And I know I can. I need to have kind of certainty. If there's a risk I can't, then I sit and just pick. But if I know I can get one of those kind of top guys I really like, and I value them all relatively about the same to get an extra fifth, then yeah, I trade back Shane at that point. I think that's the way that's a good way to go. Randall says Detroit picks number 1 in 2022, and they take the quarterback from North Carolina. He's one of the top guys on the board. I know people are saying, too, it's going to be a weak draft for quarterbacks next year, but I think that some of this process still has to play out for another year. There's guys that vault up, look no further than Zach Wilson going to the Jets number 2 overall, a guy that wasn't a top 35 prospect to start the year. There'll be guys that do vault up, but there's a couple of interesting quarterbacks. There's a couple of interesting ones out there. Micah Parker says Denver takes Micah Parsons. Is that who they took? Jason McEwert says Seahawks got their pick. Jamal Adams, number 1 pick, 2021. Don't complain. I ain't complaining. I'm good with it. Why? People don't understand. Sewell has a high chance to be Walt Pace Ogden type, one of the greatest ever. He does. Right in that Joe Thomas, I'd throw in there in that plane too. He's just got that. It's a kind of mold that you just sort of, when you see it, you know it. And with Penei Sewell, I see it. And what's weird is it's again post-draft process, or the draft process, where a guy goes from where everybody kind of understands it from the jump, and then they go through it, and then they see Rashawn Slater being the technician he is, and they go, oh, Slater's so much of a better player. Yeah, Slater's also like 2-3 years older than he is. He's had time to work on his game, and he doesn't have the physical gifts that he's going to work with that Sewell has. It's just kind of a weird way people have assessed the guy a bit, I think. Kind of strange. Panthers have 1 minute, nothing yet. Ooh. Well, they're probably trying to make that same piece the Niners were making with Mac Jones. Are you really sure, man? I mean, are you sure? Dude, no. Are you sure? This is a tough spot for the Panthers. There's not a guy when you look at the available list that's absolutely like, oh yeah, that'd be the guy to go with. You know, this has got to be tough for them, and they're probably trying to trade back. D-Mac, hello D-Mac, how you doing, buddy? Jamar Chase going to your Cincinnati Bengals. Randall McDaniel says Sewell's a better prospect than that gas mask bomb kid. Yeah, Laramie Tunsil. He is a better prospect than Tunsil. Tunsil's never really pushed past being a top 5 left tackle in the league. It's kind of his top end. He's a good left tackle, but he isn't he ain't a Trent Williams type. Anthony Bain says the trade ain't official between Denver and Green Bay. Talks have stopped. Ooh. Excitement today. My goodness. Okay, well, Aaron isn't gone quite yet. Damn it. That's okay. That's all right. We'll see. It's hard to, that's why I was maintaining about this. I thought originally he goes back to Green Bay at the end of the day, because trying to pull off this kind of trade last minute like this, there's a lot of moving parts A lot of moving parts. Does he want a new contract? Can we give him? Do you have the draft capital to give up? Is there going to be a player included in this deal? There's a lot of a lot of stuff that to get it all done in like just this last hour right now is a little bit tough to pull off. Darren Bales, 3 years. Sam Heward Huskies. I'd love to see Seattle get a Heward back in town. You know, I thought Brock was going to be good for Seattle back in the day. Just injuries couldn't hold up. But Sam looks like that guy, man. He looks like that. He's going to be that next. He might be better than all the Heward so far. Might be the best one of the bunch. Tommy says, honestly, it's never really a weak quarterback class. Remember, half these guys didn't have a full season. It's true. It's true, especially the way the NFL values quarterbacks now, Tommy. They're not looked at in the same way as they were before with the high bust rate, or you have to let them sit for a year. The expectation is these guys come in and they're able to play, and because they play in pretty advanced offenses, even going back to high school, they're more ready to play right as they walk in the door. There's one more time to those guys around the ball. So it was a fantastic pick. Yeah, Detroit, that was a fantastic pick. Good job by them. Thomas Cox says Horn is a Panther. JC Horn to the Panthers. Brian Myers says first real surprise. Yeah, that is a little bit of a surprise. Interesting. No, I don't want that there. I want that there. There we go. Well, JC Horn, I will say this, and D-Mac's in here. He's our resident cornerback expert. I liked him better than any other cornerback outside of Caleb Farley. I like Farley's tape just a little bit better, but with that said, Horn was right there with him. Physically, he can do anything you want at the position. He is absolutely fantastic at press specifically. I mean, he can press people to death. Some people worry a little bit about him losing a little bit of his effectiveness at the pro level because of how handsy he was at the college level, but nobody got to him. He played against the toughest of tough type competition. He was out there every time and forced staff to deal with those guys. You couldn't just throw away from JC Horn because Israel Mukumu was on the other side, so you had two really talented guys out there. That meant everybody's going to get tested at least a little bit. He got tested a little bit on his share, and he held up over time. I think he'll do fine. He's going to a relatively good scheme there with Carolina to fit him. To be honest with you, I liked him a little bit more of a Seattle-type scheme. But with that said, they'll have him up there playing press all the time, and it'll work out just fine. He can run with anybody. He's got fluid hips. Love JC Horn's game. I'm fine with that pick from their standpoint of it. I think that if people are going to say that's a little bit of a reach, which it may be, you had a couple of guys there like Devontae Smith. They lost a receiver this offseason. That would have been interesting for them to look at. Vera Tucker was there. Rashawn Slater was there. Those guys also could have been maybe an interesting pick to go with there, but they're going to try to create a super defense over with Carolina. Atlanta's going to create the super offense in that division. Carolina wants to create the super defense. They went defensive line heavy last year in the draft. They went and got a safety that's playing really good for them as well a little later on in the draft. Now they're doing this so they're definitely trying to build it back up to that Panther defense of a few years ago. Very talented, but unfortunately I don't know what they're going to do offensively. Just run McCaffrey 300 times a year and call it a day. Anthony Bain says Emperor Bill watching really close right now. Dude about to make a call for a quarterback. That was the prediction pre-draft by a lot of pundits, was that the Patriots had some kind of deal in play with one of these teams. I guess, should it be that Mac Jones falls? And as I was saying before, that's a little bit of the cliche thing you'd say here where it's like, oh, Mac Jones will be the next Tom Brady. So obviously the Patriots will draft him. Maybe they are truly enamored by him, or Fields. It's hard to say. Maybe he just likes Fields doing it. He realizes this kid's going to drop when he shouldn't. Fish says Horn's a solid pick. He must have fit their scheme because they just skipped on Surtain. I think Carolina, and honestly, I haven't looked deeply into Carolina's defense, so I'm just speaking on my butt here. But I think that they do a little more man stuff, and they like that press stuff, so that he can come up and do a little bit more of that. Whereas with Surtain, he's a little more of an off coverage guy. He could do some press stuff too, but he's not quite the mauler at the line of scrimmage that J.C. Horn is. And Surtain's going to need to probably go to more of a zone-centric, off-ball kind of thing. I think it's probably going to fit him best. Maxwell Stern says Saints should trade up here and get Fields. That makes sense for the Saints. When you get your quarterback in the future, I wonder what the cost would be because they are picking near the end of the first round. It's a little bit deep. So they'd have to give up quite a bit. I don't know if it's just 3 first-round picks would get it done. But they are a team with enough talent where they think, hey, we get a quarterback who can jump in and go. We can still compete here. Darren Bale says Broncos traded for Teddy Bridgewater. They did, but they only gave up a 6th-round pick, and they could move off from him if they get Rodgers. I don't think that they knew Rodgers would be available necessarily when they made that pick. Certified J says, bruh, Jamal wasn't worth all that. All he does is blitz. Well, Certified J, this is where we come down to in our assessment of Jamal Adams. Do we assess Jamal Adams on the last year, or do we assess Jamal throughout what his career's been, not only at the pro level, but the college level? Because it's a tale of two halves there. And when you look at last year, Certified J, the thing that we all can admit as we stand here and look, he was beat to hell last year. Broken fingers, pulled groin, both shoulders, elbow. He was fighting through quite a bit, as well as Seattle had to learn how to use him at the very last minute. They didn't have all off season or a training camp or preseason to know what to do with him. He was brought in at the last minute, and then they just tried to make it work. So it's no wonder that you weren't able to maybe get the most out of him. To bail off of him now, though, to just run from him now at this point, or to not understand his value at this point, is to take that one sample size of 1 year of an outlier of a career where he has been a very good player in all aspects of the game. Coverage, run stuffing, and yes, as you said, also as a blitzer. He is not just only a blitzer, though. And he wasn't just only a blitzer last year. He was an upper-level run defender as well. So he brought those two components last year, good blitzer and an upper-level run defender. If he can add back in the coverage aspect of it, that trade is going to look well worth it. Certified J, when is our pick? Certified J, we pick 53 overall in the 2nd round. So we will not be picking tonight, unfortunately. We will be picking tomorrow. Why do I? Number that stunned me. My number that stunned me was my total of number of players who entered the draft this year. Last year's player was 1,900. This year it's just 650. Just amazing. One of the reasons John Schneider used this year's pick for Adams. Why do I? I think that's an important comment. So let me put this again here. The number that stunned me was that the total number of players who entered the draft this year was only 650 versus 1,900 players last year. The NCAA is allowing opt-outs to come back into the play next year. So this means that, say nothing of underclassmen, just people that would have been due to go in the draft being basic seniors get to have a chance to come back and play because of the opt-out aspect of things. But now what you see with that 650 is that means you are 1/3 of the amount of players basically entering into the draft, 1/3 of what the pool would be. This is why when you say, well, why undervalue the first round? Why undervalue picks within this draft in general? That is one reason there alone. That number right there, that stark number, 1,900 on a normal given year, this year 650. Solid comment, why do I? Patriot, Tommy Eden. Patriots don't have to move to get Mac Jones or Fields. One will be there. I think they can be patient. They can be patient here. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for them to just sit back and chill. Fish, the Hawks Nest. Did you watch film on Des Fitzpatrick? I love him, and he has great size at 6'2", and has good route running and reliable hounds. I would have him in the 4th round. I am, you know what? I totally messed that one up, dude. It's on my notepad right now. After the first thing after the stream today, because I promised you, I think, twice. And I didn't do it. That's on me, man. I'm sorry. So I will watch him tonight to be prepared for our potential drafting of him tomorrow, and I'll give you a breakdown first thing tomorrow. So sorry I didn't get a chance to check him out. I totally meant to, but I missed it on that one. It's my bad. But I want to see him, so I want to check him out. Brian Smith, maybe, but they need defense. Anyone like cornerback Trill Williams? Ask C Knox 82. Like his highlight video, but curious how he is on the other plays. He's solid. Both him and Melo Fonwu there on the Syracuse defense are very good. Seahawks Knox. He could play pretty much 3 different positions, I think. You could have him go from outside corner to slot corner to even a little bit of safety. So he provide you some positional flexibility. I think he might be a little more limited in his top end to what Melo Fonwu gives you as far as their upper end goes. but is a guy who I think can solidly come in and play some pretty good corner for you, and a guy you're probably going to be able to get in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. That's good value. A guy that can maybe push for some starter, and he's just a dog out there. He's got an ability to rip. He's got a real nice ability to rip the ball free on fumbles. Got a couple of fumble causes on, I think, your highlight videos you're referencing. But a fun player to watch. He's got that dog in him that Seahawks like in their corners. He would be a fit for us. Definitely like him. Mark Habercorn. I always think the draft is like a crapshoot or a box of chocolates. You never really know what you're going to get. You never really know what you're going to get. Effetti was a perfect example. I think there's a very large element to that, Mark. I mean, that's the analytics tell us, is that you need more picks because it is such a crapshoot. And I think I agree with it to a degree. I think some of it has to do with just teams don't often think of things with a real fluent process. It gets real modeled up, and they get kind of just overthinking things, and stuff gets spun through, and so it gets more complicated than it really needs to be. And let's face it, I think a lot of teams do a lot of things that we're told that they never do, which is picking for need. Every team tells you they're going in the draft with looking at the best player available, but I don't think that that's what the majority of teams truly do. But I think that's where the best level of success comes in for the teams that draft better. Those teams that just draft for the best player rather than drafting to need. Patrick Surtain to the Denver Broncos. Okay, here we go. The Denver Broncos, with their first-round pick, have selected Patrick Surtain, Alabama. All right. Corners are going. Corners are going off the board. So this could be a pick as well where, let's face it, this could be a pick where Denver is moving this to the Green Bay Packers if there is a trade of Aaron Rodgers. So this could be that. And like I was telling you guys about, my resident cornerback expert, D-Mac, neither of us liked Patrick Surtain's tape. And this has been one of those guys that I didn't understand myself of why people kind of liked him so much. I don't think he's going to be a bust at the pros. But when you're talking about selecting high in this draft, it's a little bit of what I felt with Jeff Okudah last year. Number 3 overall, top 10 pick for this guy. I mean, maybe a first rounder, but there's other cornerbacks that get me more excited in this draft than Surtain does. I think he's a guy that's got real rough feet. His back pedal is not smooth. He has a little bit of hard times at times turning and flipping his hips. It certainly makes sense for what they want to do with some of their off-ball stuff with their corners there with Denver. I mean, that would be a fit, as well as it would be a fit with Green Bay as well. So both of those are okay. But if I look at Denver and I think about someone else mentioned their needs, like Rashawn Slater there, shore up the right tackle position maybe, a guy who could also play guard for you. I mean, you get the same thing with a guy like Vera Tucker. Their wide receivers are good. They probably could use some edge, but it's probably a little bit early for edge. That's the problem with these edge defenders this year, is that they're more of, you want to pick in the teens kind of place of things. And hard to take a linebacker here, right? Hard to maybe take a Micah Parsons here or a JOK. But yeah. Shane Hafter, did you already cover your thoughts? Did you ever cover your thoughts on the Kendichi deal? I think he has a good chance at starting considering his competition at defensive tackle. I did, but I don't mind doing it again here, Shane. I'll give a quick breakdown. He's the most talented defensive tackle we right now have on our roster the second that he walks in the door. He also probably has the worst work ethic, or has, at least that's the word on him, is that he has the worst work ethic in that room at that point. And it's some character questions with him. He's got all the talent. They've known that since day one. Probably the talent to have been a top 10 pick, that he fell into the later half of the first round because of those character questions, and they've remained throughout his pro career. Do they suddenly turn now? Well, if there's anybody to get that out of him, it's Coach Carroll. If there's anybody to get that kind of player motivated, it's Coach Carroll. I tend to think he's probably just a camp body at this point, Shane, and there's probably not a high likelihood that he ends up making the roster. Jace says, I'm here. 49ers didn't get Mac. I know, Jace. And they got the scary quarterback too. That's the part that sucks on top of it. Why do Wise says back-to-back cornerbacks gone. You have to be pissed if you're Dallas, laughing out loud. Yeah, they seem like they were set to, I mean, even I had him in the mock with Surtain in my mock for a while now. They had to be targeting him. They're definitely going to be scrambling now to try to figure out what they do. Man, they need tight end, edge, cornerback. Yeah, they're in a tough situation. This is a little early for edge. It's a little early for safety. Do they go back to the wide receiver boat and they'll go like, we're going to trade Gallup this offseason, so we'll just go for Devontae Smith? Wouldn't that be incredible if they went back to wide receiver again? And their fans would probably applaud it. Randall says, watch Dallas draft wide receiver. Great minds think alike, Randall. Why do I, please gods, have Dallas draft Smith? I just want to see that. We're all on board with this, I think. Eagles trade with the Cowboys? What? What? Are dogs and cats living together now? What is going on? The Eagles and the Cowboys? No. Oh my God. Oh my God. What did they do? What did they do? What did you do, Philly? Weird the Cowboys traded there within their division. Yeah, they lost their 2 cornerbacks off the board. And like I was saying, their needs there is not for their guy. It makes sense for them to trade back at that point because they're probably reaching on a guy to pick what they want to, what they, theoretically are looking to pick. So that makes sense. It makes sense from them. Philly, Devontae Smith, that's who you're trading up for? Is that what this is then? Philly's trading up to get Devontae? I don't know if I like that. Gets 12 overall and a 3 via Dallas. What did Philly trade to Dallas? Randall says taking wide receivers in round 1 back-to-back years is the dumbest move. Build the lines. Who was the last elite wide receiver to be on a Super Bowl winning team? Agreed. I think lines. I lean to the line more than that too, Randall. That's where I'm mine. I'd rather you build your line first, get receivers then in there, but you certainly don't need 3, 4, 5 of them. And I think they knew that too, acknowledging that. They're looking, I think, probably to get an edge guy, be it a Phillips or Onway or a Kitty Pay. They're probably looking in that spot. UE2K says, no problem. Still great players left. Dallas should take Parsons or Slater. Yeah, I think they should go with, I think Rashawn Slater makes a lot of sense for them there because he slots in at guard early on and Tyron Smith's there. And then you move him out to left tackle once Tyron moves on because Tyron can't have but another year or 2 to go. That would be the old Cowboy way when they were building that line to get that best team that topped out. If you want to reinvigorate, that would do it. I think they're going to go a different direction and probably try to do it with the defense, though. I'm guessing Dan Quinn's there, and he's a defensive line guy, and he's probably going to be screaming in their ear to go draft an edge guy. Probably Jalen Phillips is a guy that they're probably looking at, I would imagine. But I think Slater would be the smart pick. I can't see Parsons, though, E2K, because they still have Van Der Esch there. They've got Jalen Smith there. What's Parsons going to play? The Sam for them in that defense? Or are you going to move Van Der Esch to the Sam when he's a real pure will? I can't see him taking Parsons there. Tommy Eden, it's whoever they thought New York Giants would take. Randall, we can argue about Evans oft injured if so, he's the outlier. Evans. Philly traded a 3rd-round pick to move up for 4 or 5 spots. Okay, Philly. Philly's weird though. That I can't wrap my head around. Are they in a position right now? They're rebuilding, retooling, reloading. They had all that. They were the number 2 team heading into this offseason with $65 million over the cap. They cleared some of that stuff down. You got Wentz out of there. You took the biggest dead money hit at the time. It still is the biggest dead money hit in NFL history, meaning your cap's down about $29 million this year that you paid to Wentz. But yet they still seem to be going for it. And certainly here we go. And so, with the 10th overall pick after trading up with the Dallas Cowboys, giving up a 3rd-round pick and trading their 1st-round pick to get up into the number 10 overall, they select Devontae Smith, Alabama. Well, this is a guy that, again, we're talking about 170 pounds, 6 foot tall, but 170 pounds. Is that a guy that can, get it done at that height? And not been done, as I mentioned before, since a guy like Deshaun Jackson, who's been highly injured throughout his career, and to think that this guy's going to be able to play through at that weight. I was talking to my buddy last night. He says, well, what if he just gained 15 to 20 pounds? What if he'll put that weight on? Well, it's one thing to say you're going to put that weight on. It's another thing that when you put that weight on, then you lose maybe a tenth of second off your 40 time. You know, you aren't able to be the same player you once were, and I think that there's a potential there where that does affect you that way. Um, he has a lot in his game that reminds me, and it's not that I think he's going to be this, but there's a lot in his game that reminds me of Jerry Rice with his effortless ability to just eat up field, especially when he gets into that third and fourth gear. Where what you need with him, when I look at Devontae Smith, is you need a guy at quarterback, and I don't know that Jalen Hurts has got this, but it's you need a guy at quarterback who essentially, when he sees if he's even, if you've heard the term, if he's even, he's leaving, meaning that if a receiver when he's running a route is right with a cornerback and he's going on a deep route, that means he's got him beat. Don't look for him to be a step or two beyond him. He's already beat him. With Devontae Smith, it's beyond that. It's you need to throw the ball when he's a step in front of that cornerback on that go route, and the corner's maybe an off coverage and in his back pedal, because he's going to eat that. He's going to eat up that space. He's going to get beyond that guy, and he will be he'll be open. It's one of those things. There's the thing with Jerry Rice where he wasn't fast, but he tricked you with great football speed, and you'd think he's running a certain way, and then suddenly he's by you when you just weren't expecting it. Devontae's got that to his game. He doesn't have Jerry's size, strength. He's missing those kind of components to his game. Hands necessarily. He's got good hands, but not Jerry hands. But that effortless ability to eat up, just almost like doesn't look like he's even running hard, but just he's right up the football field. It'll be a good pick for them. I like him better than the receiver they took last year. I still think that receiver last year, though, Jalen Reagor, is going to turn it around a little bit and be better in year 2 for them. But they definitely don't have they got Arcega-Whiteside and those two guys as their receivers. So they're outside of Arcega-Whiteside, they're going for the small, littler kind of cats there in Philadelphia. Another pick again. I think Randall says dumb pick for Philly. Kind of hard to wrap my head around it with them again. Don't be caught as a team in betwixt and in between. You're going for it or you're rebuilding. You're not doing this. We want to do some of this and some of that. You guys really think Jalen Hurts in that division in this conference is going to take you anywhere in the foreseeable future? I don't see it. I don't see it. UE2K says Philly has to justify trading Wentz and not drafting a quarterback this year, so they're going to load that O up. It looks like it, Huey. It looks like it. And maybe there's some of this, to your point, Howie Roseman, who's been the general manager there, has been the guy that oversaw the mess that became. He's the guy that drafted Wentz. He's the guy that, decided to pay him that money early. And so he has to kind of own a little bit of this burnt cake that he has. And so that's going to lead you into more of a desperate state because he's probably got himself a little bit of a warm seat underneath him, doesn't he? It's probably not all is necessarily great in Philly town coming off of a Super Bowl just a couple of years ago. So he probably can't afford to go back into what they should do, which is to reset the button, get this thing back to zero a little bit, get their cap situation back to right, get some of the older players moving on. Instead, they are going to, I guess, go for it. So we'll see how it works out for them. But I don't think I would have gone this route if I was the Eagles. I think I would have tried to reload at that point. Of course, they are in a division it's a very winnable division. And then once you win the division, anything can happen in the playoffs. So I can understand that justification. Brian says, I need more Mel and less Louis. Tony LG, he'll be great. I think Devontae's he's got a high floor to him. I don't know if he'll be a game-changing type receiver out there, but he should be a very good receiver for you. Ooh, the Giants trade with the Bears. Ooh, the Bears are coming up for their quarterback. They're going to take Fields. Yeah. All right, so we got the Bears. The Bears trade with the Giants. Giants get 20 and a fifth, plus a first and a 2 in 2022. Great trade by the Giants. Absolutely fantastic trade by the Giants. I love that deal. Anthony Bain, Fields to Chicago is a death sentence. Well, I mean, Chicago, Aaron Rodgers leaves that division today and they pick up Fields. This was a pretty good day for the Bears. And let's face it, I mean, Fields is the best prospect now they've brought in. 20, 30 years there. I mean, this guy's more talented than Trubisky was. He has more of a pedigree than Trubisky had coming out as a one-year wonder. So whether or not I'm high on Fields or not, he is a first-round quarterback, and they're getting now finally in Chicago a guy that it can be the guy, whereas they always seem to just try to make do. You always end up with a bunch of neckbeard dudes that are, Kyle Orton types that are just can't throw past 7 yards, but they're real smart and they're good leaders and hella gritty. Shane Hafner says NFL cornerbacks are going to be manhandling Devontae Smith. Could be. Hard. That's why I think you haven't seen a wide history of 170 pound cornerbacks having success in the NFL, or wide receivers, not cornerbacks. For that reason, is because press coverage is a thing, and it's fighting off that press coverage in 5 yards and getting off of it when you're a slight guy, and that guy's way stronger than you, and there's not a lot you can do about it. It's a real thing. I will say this with Devontae Smith. None of that showed up on his college tape. He was not manhandled at any point in time in his college tape. He went up against those tough guys like your J.C. Horn types, like your Kelvin Joseph types, and most of the time he got the better of them. So I think like you do, Shane, it will probably show up. It just hadn't shown up as of yet. Anthony Bain, they comped Smith to Allen Iverson. What a weird comparison. What a weird comparison. Yeah, no. I can see where they're going with it, but no. Yeah. Tommy Eden, I don't like that pick. Hurts doesn't throw with great anticipation. No, I understand. And I haven't watched a lot of Hurts, but that's what I might feel is Jalen Hurts as well. Is he wants to see it open, and you get that a lot of the mobile guys where they'll move out the pocket to give themselves an extra long time to make sure the receivers actually got some separation on the route. But you can't do that. The go routes are that's his money ball for Devontae Smith. That go route is the money ball for him. Maxwell says Chicago just cursed Justin. Hopefully not. I'm just glad to see them put their resources into investing in a quarterback and really realizing they need to do it. I know they did it with Trubisky, but that was passing on Deshaun Watson, passing on Patrick Mahomes. You know, that thing is just that's a shadow hanging over them. Bears got Field. Did they? Raining Tacos. Chicago has a legit defense, a decent running back, and it sort of looks like us in 12-13 if McCorkle or Fields are mentally Wilson-type guys. I think our wide receiver core was much deeper than their core is. Our offensive line at that time is much better than what their offensive line is right now. They lost some talent. Akeem Nicks is off that defense. They lost Kyle Fuller off that defense. I don't know if it's going to be as good, I guess is what I'm saying, defensively as what they've been prior, moving on here into the thing. I'm not super freaked out by Chicago. I don't think there is as up-and-coming a team, I think, as some other folks think. They do have a good run. The running back's good. I like that kid they got as wide receivers kind of coming up, and he's good. Obviously, Allen Robinson is legit. They're going to be tough. They'll be tougher with Fields than they've been recently. I'll say that. And if there's no Rodgers in that division, they certainly can compete for that division. So we got confirmation then. It looks like Fields goes to check. So it looks like Justin Fields. All right. With the 11th selection in the NFL draft, the Chicago Bears, after trading up with the New York Giants, take Justin Fields, Ohio State. I like the pick for Chicago. I like the move for Chicago. You weren't going to be in a position probably anytime soon to make a selection for a quarterback anytime soon. And again, much like we talked about with Howie Roseman with Philadelphia, you have a guy in Ryan Pace there with Chicago, their general manager, who is certainly on the hot seat right now. And as I was talking about a second ago, that decision to pass on Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes has definitely not been a good look for him over recent years as Trubisky has gotten worse and worse and those players have gotten better and better. Will Fields work for them? I don't know. But I like this pick for his Fields much better than Mac Jones. Mac Jones trying to throw into the Windy City ball. He does arm strength questionable. That's not a good fit for him. Fields can throw through those conditions. He's got the arm to do it. He's a mobile guy, so he can move around and do those type of things. I think their offensive coordinator will do a lot of things to make the game easy on him out the gate, and he'll be able to do things processing-wise that Trubisky struggled in and couldn't do as well. But I like it. Solid pick. Raining Taco says McCorkle to the Pats. That seems like the natural fit, Raining, but it almost feels like I almost feel like I'm just being confirmation bias and making that prediction because it just seems so straightforward that they would do that type of move that's like, but maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it's, but maybe. maybe. I still think that I'm going to lean back on thinking the Patriots aren't going to take him and that they're going to go with, if I can remember that linebacker's name. I think they go with the linebacker, Tevin Collins, I think is his name, is the guy they go with. Fields can be a Dak level, no doubt, says Randall. That's a great comparison, Randall. Great comparison. And I could see the same kind of upside with Fields. Chicago needs to do, like Dallas had with Dak when he walked in the door. Dallas needs to figure out that offensive line a little bit better so they don't have the kid under duress. But that offensive coordinator is also really inventive, and he can script stuff. He's been working with Trubisky for the last few years and trying to make, chicken soup out of chickens, S. So if he can do that with that guy, he's got a lot more to work with here now in Fields right out the get-go. And Fields should be ready to roll and at least give them some decent play there. Probably going to take a little bit of time to develop with him, and we've got to see where those work ethic questions come into play with him. If he is a guy that does have some problems with the last in the building, first out the facility. I mean, that's horrible. That's almost like a death sentence on a quarterback if that is the truth of how you look at it. Look at a guy like Jamarcus Russell for an example of that. But good on Chicago. Good for them. Glad they don't have Russell Wilson. Glad it's this guy instead of Russell Wilson. I'll say that too. Randall McDaniel says Parsons is a nice player. He is. You're going for the freak show aspect of him, Randall. And I've long compared Parsons to a guy who played here with Seattle back in the day, Julian Peterson. A real just freakish abilities across the board at the linebacker position. The thing is, he's a guy that's been moved from defensive end to linebacker, and he looks a little bit like it as far as some of his natural instincts and feel for the position go. But he is absolutely lightning moving on the football field. I mean, he goes from point A to point B as quick as any linebacker in the country last year. He's a TFL waiting to happen on play in and play out. Like his game quite a bit. It'd be awesome if he fell to us in the second round. I'd love to have him as our starting will. As I think he's going to develop too. I think he's a little rough right now, but he is going to develop. UE2K says Fields throws much better than Dak did coming out. Yeah, he's got a more liver arm. His arm's a little more live than Dak was. But Dak put some pretty good film up on play too, as far as some of his throws. So it wasn't his film wasn't bad either. But yeah, I would say Fields also has better guys to throw to as well. I would say he's got a little bit more. He had a better offensive line, more receivers that he's throwing to. Thomas Cox says, I think the Pats would trade back or get best player available instead of Jones. I would think so too. I think they're riding with Cam. I think they're riding with Cam at least one more year. Whether he's the long-term answer there or not, I don't know. But I don't think the Mac Jones thing is it makes too much sense for it not to happen. Oh, the Cowboys got it, huh? Let's see. Okay. With the 12th pick in the 2021 draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Micah Parsons, Penn State. All right. Well, I guess the Cowboys are out on Leighton Vander Esch. I don't know what to make of that. They were so high on him just a couple years ago, but he's got that neck injury, I guess. And this is also, let's face it, Dan Quinn coming in as a new defensive coordinator saying, I need my guys. And I think what he likes in Micah Parsons and what I think Seattle would like in looking at Micah Parsons is you have a guy who can do two things. You're getting the 2-for-1 player. A guy who can play outside will linebacker for you on early downs and also does have potential, in my opinion, to be like a Leo edge rusher rotationally in this defense. He's got exactly across the board what you'd want out of a Leo as far as the metrics go. Length, speed, quickness. When he does rush the passer, he shows good bend. A lot of people thought if he was just going to be an edge rusher in this draft, he might have been the best edge rusher in this draft. I like the pick from that standpoint. Dallas standpoint, though, I always hate the picks where you take this where Van Der Esch is a guy who was like almost a sub Pro Bowler for you a year ago. And now you're readdressing the position that you already put a lot of draft capital into a year ago. And now what does Van Der Esch move to the Sam? And Van Der Esch is more of kind of a cover guy. Is he able to get up and set the edge there for them at the Sam linebacker role? I think they're just selling on Van Der Esch at this point, which makes that pick a miss for them as much as this pick could be good for them with Parsons. But makes a ton of sense. He does the 2-for-1 for them. His best days are ahead of him as a football player. He's not topped out at all. He's just learning the position. Very raw in a lot of respects. But if he can come along and really tap into that physical potential, he could be a bit of a monster. Randall says, I thought Nate Newton grew his hair out and made the pick on stage. Who was on stage? UE2K, Dallas converting to the 4-3, and they had a linebacker retire, so they always need good young linebackers, keeps you from paying them. Well, if I'm not mistaken, though, UE, so you've got Jalen Smith, who you just paid a ton of money to, who's not moving anywhere anytime soon. Now, he's a middle linebacker for you. I think they've tried to maybe move him outside. I'm not sure what they're doing their linebackers, but Van Der Esch was a first-round pick, but 2 years ago, wasn't he? So you picked him to be your will. When we consider these 4-3 teams, you have to think about the fact that a majority of the time they're going to be out of base. They're 65% of the time going to be in nickel or dime. So when you're talking about drafting a guy like Parsons now and you say, okay, off the jump, we're going to move Van Der Esch now to Sam, that means he's going to be down to about 30% of the snaps now, a guy that you picked in the first round. It's not good to be picking a guy in the first round who's going into his prime, and he's going to play that prime at a position where he plays 30% of the snaps. That's where my issue is with this pick mainly. It's not Parsons as the player. And the other thing I'll say is that Parsons is a little bit rough as a player. He's going to take a little bit of time to develop and get him to the top point. But I never like seeing teams double back up on picks as it's when it shows the failure of the original pick. Randall says Leighton, just an odd name. It's not a football name, right? It's not Max Strong, is it, Randall? It's not strong like that. Team Phasma, when are the Seahawks going to pick in the draft? Team Phasma, they pick tomorrow. They're 53 in the second round is when they're slated to select. Brian Myers, the Chargers shows anything but offensive line. Somebody should be fired. Agreed. And if we watch them do it again now, we've got our second team in the first round that has decided to basically put their quarterback out on an island and have the hell beat out of him for no good justification, no good reason. It's funny, ESPN's got Micah Parsons listed as an inside linebacker, and he's an outside linebacker. Like, he'll be a will. He's not an inside linebacker at all. At all. He does not have natural instincts to play the middle in our defense, which is what the Cowboys are running. Random McDaniels is the Wolf Hunter. Is that Leighton's nickname? That is a cool nickname. That's a pretty badass nickname. Like, that's not bad. That's pretty cool. The Wolf Hunter. I want that nickname. Tom Eden says, so drafting field shuts the door on the Wilson going to number one of his preferred destinations. Yeah, I think the preferred destinations were also a list based upon this year of teams and what quarterbacks they needed. And I think that list could very well change next year versus on what different teams now suddenly become available needing a quarterback. So, yeah, it does shut the door, but it doesn't shut the door long term on Russell Wilson moving on. It doesn't do that. But Chicago's definitely going to be married to Justin Fields for the foreseeable future, and you'll never see Russell Wilson in a Chicago jersey. I think we can say that at least. At least. Randall McDaniel says Chargers should take Slater or the guard from USC. Both of them provide the same kind of thing, which is you get a guy who can play great left tackle for you, or he can play phenomenal left guard for you. Left guard. Pick your poison and which one you want with both. But it's nice to get a player who gets both for you. I'd love to see the Chargers do it. It makes me excited when you see young quarterbacks given offensive lines to work with, because it just lets them develop. Doesn't get them into bad habits. Doesn't get them throwing off their back foot. Doesn't get them seeing ghosts. It gets them in a position to progress as a quarterback and continue their rise. Darren Bale says, no comps for Seahawks. Have to have good players. Leave your team. No comps for Seahawks. Have to have good players. Leave your team. Laughing out loud. I don't know what you mean by that, Darren. Sorry, I didn't quite understand. John Robinson says, can Micah Parsons rush off the edge on third downs? If not, what do you do in nickel with Parsons, Jalen, and Van Der Esch? Well, maybe you're touching on it. Yeah, that's why I compare him to Julian Peterson, because that's what Seahawks would do with Julian Peterson back in the day. He was your starting will next to Lofa, and then when you get down onto passing downs, he'd kick inside there as your edge rusher, and usually your blindside edge rusher. I would expect them to do something similar with Parsons, and then that does make sense, I guess, a little bit more, because I'm just kind of thinking of this on the fly, because now you are putting Van Der Esch at the will on passing downs, but it does mean on early downs in base, I don't think Van Der Esch can play Sam. I think it means Van Der Esch is off the field in early downs, because we've seen the difference on a Sam and a Will is two different skill sets and what you need them to do. You got guys like KJ who can do them both, but then you got guys like Cody Barton who's really just a Will, and if you put him at Sam, he's going to get really, really exposed. John Robinson says, what a steal for Chicago. Fantastic deal for Chicago to get Fields out of this draft. They were not in a position coming into this draft sitting 20th overall a couple of weeks ago to be anywhere. Like people had them selecting Kellen Mond. You're going from being charted to select a guy like Kellen Mond, which would have been a magnificent reach, to now grabbing a guy who probably should have been picked in the top 10. So I like the deal quite a bit from Chicago's standpoint. I think I have no issue with the draft capital that they gave up to get it done. It's a smart move by them to pull that one off. Smart. Brian Meyer says Slater for the Chargers. That's who I would guess would be the smart pick for them here. Slater, Darisaw, left tackle might be an option too, but yeah. John Robinson says, what if the trade is back on for Chicago for Russ with them landing Fields? Ooh, John coming in with some left field option here. Okay, John. Okay, so they flip us Fields and then we get like 3 first-round picks for Wilson. Maybe. I do think that everything that's gone in the last couple of weeks of them really showing signs of everything being sort of repaired, or at least repaired enough for this given season coming up between Coach Carroll and Wilson, that there's just no chance a trade's going to happen. It would have been one of the best cloak and dagger games that I've ever seen played if this is all to lead to a trade that we see happen now post this draft. I just can't see it myself. But it's possible. I mean, it's possible, I guess, John. Randall says, my wife was a Charger fan when we met. Her sister still is. For whatever reason, they loved Rivers. It was totally random. Well, I feel bad for them Charger fans. I lived in San Diego for a time, and brutal for those folks were in the respect of, they supported their franchise there. They had a horrible stadium they went to for years there. Their owner never really put as much as he could into the team. He always went cheap. And then they moved him to LA at the drop of the hat, the first chance they got. I don't like that they did that to that city. But Chargers are on their rise now, man. Herbert's legit. Herbert is legit. Tony Hansen. I'm going to say Hansen, Tony. Your middle name is a barn burner there to try to enunciate. I hit enter on my last question. Sorry. Anyway, I'm a cook. So your long-ass video sessions are right up my alley. You're the best BSer. You have excellent points. Oh, thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. Glad to get you through the workday, man. I love hearing people who got me on the background. There's just something there's something cool about that. I don't know, there's something that appeals to me about that. I've been the guy in the back laughing out loud. Well, glad to have you in the back, the front, any way you listen, man. I appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you're having a good day at work. And thank you for listening, man. Thank you for listening. Love it. There's something cool about it. Somebody just working, they got me in the background. I used to do when I used to listen to my podcast or listen to the radio and stuff on Saturday, Sundays. There's just something about it it's part of it. Just, I don't know, something I like about it. Something charming about it, I guess. Random McDaniel says, sleeper pick, Jones to the Vikings. Oh, I missed a whole thing here. My goodness. Okay, here we go. All right. Well, with the 13th overall selection, the San Diego Chargers have selected Rashawn Slater, Northwestern. Well, they did what they were supposed to do. So they didn't overthink it. Smart pick. This is a 3-wood down the middle of the fairway. That's all this is. It's not sexy. It's not going to get anybody up out of their chair, but it's just a smart, good pick for them. So I like this deal quite a bit from their standpoint. You're protecting your young quarterback who had a very good opening year last year. this just continues to go far as helping him out. And this guy, I love his positional flexibility. He was further along than Penny Sewell was as far as his technique goes. This is a guy that his hand placement against defensive ends, his ability to just neutralize guys off the jump. He's got famous tape against Chase Young where he absolutely dominated Chase Young in his matchup. And it's a lot through just his ability to have great feet and then hand placement. He combines those two things really well. It's one of the reasons why he can be good both at guard or at tackle, because he doesn't have a lot of weaknesses to his game. Just really refined as a player. And I think he's gonna probably hit the ground running, and he probably will be a little bit better than Penny Sewell just off the jump. Long term, Penny Sewell's got him, but at least initially, I like this pick a lot for them. Great job by the Chargers. Fantastic job by them continuing to address that offensive line for Herbert. You could go offensive line again in the second round, and I'd be happy if I was them for what they're doing there. B-Russ, well, it looks like the Pats want Mac. They can grab him. Yep, looks like he's going to be available if they do want to go that route. They just got to, all they had to do is just sit still, and they could pick him. So Patriots will probably feel pretty good about themselves if they're able to do that. Brian Meyer says Vera Tucker to the Vikings. Okay, we get a little run here of, let me check my update here. Are we getting a little run on offensive linemen? Makes a lot of sense to them here. Vikings like themselves an offensive line that can run block, and that's been one of their quiet strengths over the last few years, has been leaning on that as that defense has gotten a little bit older and some of their other stuff has gone back a bit. Defensively, they need some defensive line. This could easily be a place where you see them going with the first edge rusher. I had him mocked in my draft with Jalen Phillips. I could see him going with a Jason Owe guy as a surprise pick because he's got a lot of a physical makeup that's very similar to Danielle Hunter coming out. Very similar players in what they look like coming out. Fish 2 says Herbert looks excited for the Rashawn Slater pick. He should be. He should be. He's getting a hell of a lineman now, man. Hell of a lineman. Vikings trade to the Jets. Okay, so the Jets are moving up for somebody. Are they moving up for Vera Tucker? Are they moving up for Vera? It's not really a receiver here that makes sense. Edge rusher could be who they're going for. Edge rusher could be who the Jets are looking at. For what I was saying, Jalen Phillips. You've got Carl Lawson they brought in, who would be your 4-5 technique, right? The equivalent of what our Carlos Dunlap is. Now they need their Leo. Do they look at Jalen Phillips as an ideal Leo there? There's a couple Leo options there. Kwity Paye could be a Leo option. Like I mentioned, Owe's a little early to go here, but he does have that. He had like one of the all-time most freakish pro days you could ever have. Jason Owe did. But I think they'd go edge rusher here. Raining Tacos, Adam Schefter reports 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts their pick. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced. I wonder why. I mean, I don't doubt that it's true, Raining Tacos. Why? The Miami kid for the Jets? Which Miami kid? Oh, yeah, Phillips. Phillips is the guy that makes the most sense to me here. Phillips makes the most sense because they're going to the Seattle Seahawks defense, I believe, now. Aren't they? Are they going to the Seahawks defense? I get them all confused now. It could Vera Tucker. I think Vera Tucker or Phillips is the pick here. One of those two guys is who you probably see him go with. That'd be my guess. Rain Taco says, I think Bill Belichick can use McCorkle to his fullest, whatever that may be. Hey, it's going to fit for what they like to do offensively, and Josh McDaniels specifically would love Mac Jones because he's very accurate in that 10 to 15-yard range, so he can run all of their short spread conceptual stuff, and he can do it very well. So it makes, not only beyond being just sort of a no-brainer, this makes a nice fit because he's a reasonable comparison to like a Tom Brady and their what they bring to the field. He also brings that. He was the most accurate quarterback, I think, on the short intermediate throws in all of college football last year, which will appeal to Josh and Josh's offense and what he wants to do. Anthony Bain says, laughing out loud, if they take back Jones, I'll cry. I will cry. Doubt it, but it would be hilarious. But it's Rousseau. No, Rousseau's not going this early. This is too early for Rousseau. He had a bad pro day. And his tape is inconsistent. So it sounds like Vera Tucker is what everybody's kind of on board here, thinking it's going to be Tucker. Rainy Tacos, maybe Shanahan really likes surprises as to why they. Yeah, I mean, I just that was one of the things that I understand cloak and dagger, but when you're in the pick and the first two picks ahead of you are already slotted, where it's going to be Lawrence, it's going to be Wilson. What's the upshot to playing cloak and dagger with who you're going to pick at that number 3 slot? I mean, were they worried that like they were going to talk the Jets into taking Trey Lance at that point? And because they were and it wasn't like they were that in love with Trey Lance through the process, as they were linked to Mac Jones, and then you have the reports today they were trying to trade Aaron Rodgers. So they obviously, you can't convince me that the Niners through this whole process were sold on just one guy. I think that they probably wavered and went all over the place. But why would you hold that back from your scouts and people? You don't trust your own people in the building? It's a bit odd. It's a bit weird. Jones will be a great Patriot quarterback because he can throw and Cam can't. Yeah, you mean specifically the short throws. I mean, Cam can't make a lot of the throws anymore, but that short throw, it was the Patriots who initially about 10 years ago started implementing the spread concepts that were taking over the college stage of things. They were really the first team to get on board. You had Belichick going to Oregon and learning how to do some of the stuff there. Josh McDaniels the same. So they have a lot of that stuff in their playbook that they've taken out with bringing Cam Newton on board. And it does make sense. He does throw. He is more of an accurate passer. He gets it out quicker. He processes information quicker than Cam does. Those things would be better and maybe would appeal more to the Patriots. Randall McDaniel says it's a nice trade for the Vikings. What did the Vikings get? Darren Bale says Seahawks trade either entire draft for the 32nd pick. That'd actually be a valuable pick for us. We could trade the whole and get that pick and then trade back and get more picks than our original 3 at that point. If they did that. UE2K says the only thing the 49ers know for sure is that they hate Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah. I think they were out on him when he started dating the porn actress. I think that just crossed the line. That crossed the line. Mike Skinner, would you do a straight up trade here? Aaron Rodgers for Russ? No. Rodgers is almost 40 years old, and he's already looking at the Jeopardy job. I mean, how in is Aaron Rodgers at this point playing the quarterback position? I know he's the MVP last year and all that, but I mean, to me, he's a guy not long for the quarterbacking world. I think Russ can nearly play another 10 years. So no, Mike, I wouldn't do it. Nathaniel says the Jets get 14 and 4. Vikings get 23 and a third this year and next year. So 2 third-round picks for the Vikings went back to 23. I guess it's a kind of a win-win on that. Boy, I'll tell you what, the Jets general manager does not lose trades. He has won every single trade as far as the value goes. He's won every single one so far. I mean, I like this okay for the Vikings. You are dropping back a significant amount of steps, and you got to give a 4 back. That's a bit much for me. Quiddy Pay also makes sense as Brian Myers. Some offensive lineman in the second for Jets. He could go here too. Yeah. They need a Leo, though. I could see him going Leo. Reading Taco says, brutal. The 49ers have a cheap, possibly really good quarterback for 5 years. So gross. It is gross. Everybody in the league makes all of the teams in our division better. Just hands them these great trades. Hey, you want J.J. Watt? Yeah, sure. How about Rodney Hudson? Yeah, we'll take Rodney Hudson. And hey, Jalen Ramsey, you want Jalen Ramsey? Yeah, we'll take Jalen Ramsey. We like Jalen. Jalen's great. We'll take that. That's great. That fits right in the back pocket there. Like, stop giving them all these things, you guys. Just stop it. Give it to other teams in the NFL. I've had enough of it. I've had enough. It's Tucker. All right, here we go. With the 14th selection in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, USC. I like me some Elijah Vera Tucker quite a bit. This is one of the safer picks in the draft. Him and Rashawn Slater are probably the 2 safest linemen you could pick in this draft. Another guy, both with him and Slater, can play inside, outside, so it can go guard. You can go tackle with them on either end. They are having them come in to play guard. And if you look at that Jets offensive line, it's rounding into shape pretty nicely. They go get a center here in this draft. They've got an offensive line that on the horizon could be one of the best offensive lines in the league as we go forward. But Micah Becton over on the left side there, Veriteker's the left. They've got sort of a Walter Jones Hutchinson thing going on there on that left side. You got to be excited about that. I mean, they're going to run the football there. They're going to have a couple guys who can move some people off the line, especially over that left side. I like it overall. I know trading up, people aren't going to like that very much, but the thing that I consider with the trade up is you give up the 2/3, but you get back the fourth this year. So it's really, it's really that third at the end of the day and a little bit more that you're moving up for a significant amount of spots at this point in the first round. To go from 23 to 14 is, that can cost a first round pick in certain years. So I think it's, from the Jets standpoint, very smart. Tucker, you weren't going to find as good a clean guard later on in this draft. At 23, you weren't going to find it. He was probably going to be picked here in this next 8 or 9 picks. So I actually like this a little bit more for the New York Jets than I do the Vikings on this. It'll be interesting to see who the Vikings fall with. I'm guessing the Vikings that Jason Owe is the type I had them targeted in a mock early on with that, because of the fact that he fit the profile of Danielle Hunter. He fit the background. Hunter wasn't a guy, a lot of production coming out of college, but had all that freak showness, to long arms and fast and strong. And if you were just like, well, if he can just put it together, is what you thought. I can see the very same thing happening with Owe, but that would have been really early to pick him at 14. But solid by the Jets. Now we get to find out if the Patriots are going to go for the McCorkle. Are they feeling McCorkle or not? I'm going to say it's going to be the linebacker here. This is where we see the first linebacker taken off the board. I think he's Dante Hightower reborn. I can't remember his name. Zevin Collins, I think, is what his name is. I'm getting old. But I think that they're going to go that instead of quarterback. I don't think they're just going to waste a quarterback pick where the guy's going to be sitting on the bench, especially a guy like Mac Jones next year, who is basically ready to hit the field now. You can get him out and have him start instantaneously. That's kind of the benefit of getting him, is that you don't have to wait for him to develop. Not getting the top end of other quarterbacks by selecting him, but you don't have to wait as well. Obi-Wan says, you see that tweet that said we were going to trade up for Kittle, but the 49ers got him before us? Pain. Great pain. Very great pain, Obi-Wan. And I did see that tweet. I did see the tweet. It's always brutal when you know Seattle. But I also, rather than looking at it negatively, I look at it as a positive. Good. Seattle realized in Target there was a talented player that they should go get. Why they didn't look in maybe the fourth round is a little annoying, but I got to say this about it. Kittle didn't put on tape what he's put on at the pro level in college. There was a lot of extrapolation going on, looking at Kittle in college at Iowa and saying he's going to be this at the next level. He became that at the next level in a lot different way than he did. It's a little bit like when I was talking about Aaron Rodgers. Go watch Aaron Rodgers' college tape. It's robotic. He looks a lot like Kellen Mond right now with his delivery, this high delivery that's very robotic. And then he goes to being just this smooth delivering slingshot quarterback out there. Really changed things up. So Kittle's very similar in the way that he developed at the pro level. YDY says the Pats get Jones. Can't think of a better spot for Jones. Oh, I'm missing. I'm behind, folks. I'm way behind. So with the 15th pick in the 2021 draft, the New England Patriots take Mac McCorkle Jones out of Alabama. So the cliche is the cliche. The obvious is the obvious. We said, well, this is the no-brainer one. Well, they went the no-brainer one, so I guess they are going to have Mac Jones sit for a year with Cam Newton there, go for it next year, and then transition over to Mac the year after. New England, let's see if the Tom Brady model is a thing. Let's see if the pocket passer has truly died and we're now in the era of mobile guys, or if these pocket guys can still get it done. This is the question here. As I said, this appeals a lot to the Pats because McDaniels loves the short concepts, bubble screens to little in routes to in cutting to drags to just option routes all over the football field, which that's going to also lend well into Mac Jones and knowing, like, you don't know the route the guy's going to necessarily run. You and the receiver have to read the same thing on what you're seeing as far as the cornerback's technique and how he's leveraged. Mac can do those things. Mac can absolutely do those things, and he can be accurate after he makes his decision-making within that. Again, deep down the field, that type of stuff, he's not going to be able to pull that stuff off really as much. I think he's going to be very limited. I don't think he can throw past about 50 yards at the very most. And that's like with him having some forward momentum, getting like a step or two to jump into it a bit. But with that said, for them, it's the best fit. It's a better fit than I think even the Niners would have been for Mac Jones, because of the fact that they will lean so heavily on those short routes, and they know how to deal with a quarterback who might not have the super strongest arm, and not a lot of mobility, but they know how to work with that. They've got a big book on how to operate with that. I still think you're looking at Cam Newton as still your guy, though, moving into next year. So it is going to be probably Cam. It's I don't know if it's a lazy comp for Tom Brady to say Mac Jones is a comp for him. I mean, this is driven. If you don't think the New England Patriots are being driven in this selection by the success that they had with Tom Brady, at least a little bit, I don't know if I would agree with that. This is absolutely, his effect is lingering over this pick with Mac Jones. Because they did have, I think, as much success as they did with Tom Brady. They're not the same player. Brady's got a little bit better of a deep arm, but as far as the short stuff goes, accuracy short, the quick release, the ability to process a lot of information fast, those comparisons are apt when you put it there, I think. UGK, Jones is so you to have such a dad bod. Hell yeah. Macaroni Jones, I love it. He likes that deep dish macaroni. Cardinals are on the clock. So, yeah, we got the Arizona Cardinals now on the clock in the first round. They've got a lot of options here, a lot of different ways they could go. They were trying to trade up before this draft, I think, to try to get a wide receiver. They're trying to get Kyler Murray some targets. The wide receiver is not really where you want value-wise here. Your best value, probably where you're sitting right now, is an edge rusher or a linebacker. So they're probably trying to trade back right now, I would bet. U2K says Mac Jones has good birthing hips. Facts. That's how he generates his power on those short passes. He just flips that hip open. He does that Dak Prescott hip flip move. Fish says Mac Jones walks like a Karen. You guys. There's a lot of needless attacking of Mac Jones on this stream, and I will continue to see it happen because it's funny. Randall McDaniel says Matt Ryan comp is what NFL Network said for Mac. That was Randall's comp too. Yeah, I think it's a fair comp. It's a fair comp. Yeah. I will say I think Mac Jones' best place that he could go would be more of a dome stadium in the South, as opposed to up in the elements in the Northeast. I don't know if he's a guy who's going to be able to throw through the wind. That's another place where Brady was a great bad weather quarterback. I don't know if Mac's going to have that part of his game to throw into this as well. Birthing hips is getting the play there. That was good. I love that comment. Randall McDaniel says, I'm going by Randall McDaniel from here on out, and hopes we find Mr. Moore on our team. Yeah, Brandon McDaniel's a big-time Rondell Moore guy. I'd be excited just because he'd be such a fun player. I don't know if it'd work, but it would be a fun player, wouldn't it? It'd be a fun player. UE2K says, Jones is not sitting. Jones will win the job. Cam is busted. Could be. It's certainly a possibility, UE2K. It felt like this offseason like they were really buying into Cam with the tight end stuff, and he likes to throw tight ends more than to the sticks, and that they were diving back into really just, let's see if Cam can go one more year here. But I wouldn't be shocked in the least if Jones came in and they said, no, we want to go back to some of our Tom Brady offensive stuff and the short routes and the option routes, and nothing's going to be past 15 yards down the football field, and we're going to dink and dunk our way to winning football games again. Where, again, as we spoke about, Cam can't do that in his game. He does not have the accuracy, the mechanics. He just can't do it. Oh, here we go. With the 16th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals take Zaven Collins, Tulsa. All right, well, a solid pick by the Cardinals. This has been a late rising guy, up boards, of course. Been right behind Micah Parsons and right there with JOK as far as the top 3 linebackers out there on the board that people liked. He's a guy that a lot of people think is going to get better. He's just kind of tapping into, his potential. He can kind of do everything you want to have done in a linebacker. He's big. He can move. He can take on blocks. He's, there's not a lot that he can't kind of do. So it's, he's a good player. They needed some linebacker help there. They had the edge rushers kind of set now with J.J. Watt and Chandler Jones there, so this sort of opened the door to this. I think they probably wanted to go wide receiver, but you get stuck at that point with just this is where the value is on their board. It would look like to me as I look at this pick with the Cardinals, and frankly, I'll say this a little bit about their last year's pick as well. They do a very good job recently, it looks like, of leaning back more into playing for best player available on the board, as opposed to playing for a reach. They just went in the first round last year and took a linebacker. Now they're going again. And it's a good pick. I like it. I think this kid's going to match up really well with that kid they got last year. So I think it's a good pick by the Cardinals. There might have been a little bit better of value on there. Somebody mentioned Darashaw and stuff. There being some guys that you might want to look a little bit more closer at. But this guy's really interesting. He was a gymnast too as a young kid. I was listening the other day on people doing breakdowns on him, and gymnast, and you see that a little bit on his tape and the way he just kind of bounces around blockers and gets around things. He's just he's got a great athletic profile to go with the good size. He's just got to kind of come along with some of his feel for the game, a little bit like Parsons in that respect. To a degree, he's a little further along in his processing out there at the linebacker position, but this should be a pick that doesn't have a real high amount of potential bust rate for the Cardinals. He should at the very least be a very solid player for them. So strong by the Cardinals. They build up their defense, get a little bit stronger. They got 2 of the better young linebackers now in the division. Good on them. And so we've got a prediction here. It's going to be Darashaw to the Raiders. I think that's where I had them picking. I had them actually picking Darashaw back in the day here with this spot. So I agree. I think it's Darashaw. They've lost a lot of offensive line talent. It's got to be an offensive lineman here no matter what. So I would lean towards it probably being that as well. Darashaw makes a lot of sense. And he's got that 5-star background there that's going to appeal to Gruden, who's going to like the pedigree. Zaven Collins. Zaven. Thomas Cox says, I would do backflips if Rondell Moore comes to Seattle. Could be. Robert Pennington says, Zaven Collins is a reach. You got him as a reach. Well, this is where we come down to, like, Rob, the value of a linebacker. It's a little bit like the Jordan Brooks talk last year. What's a value of a linebacker who doesn't rush the passer, isn't a good cover guy necessarily? Where does that guy sit? Collins could become a little bit better, I think, covering. He's not horrible. He's better than Brooks was last year. I've got to give him credit for that. But I mean, we can make the argument that it's you should be picking those guys a little bit later on and valuing other positions. Where maybe a cornerback would have made a little more sense here. I think they got stuck though. They wanted wide receiver, but you've got edge rushers you're looking at. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to do that. I think they got kind of stuck into a box of where they had to go with it. Nathaniel Parks, how many linebackers does Arizona need? Simmons, Collins? Yeah, and the weird thing is with it, Nathaniel, who's going to be the middle between those two? That's the one odd part of it. But maybe they've got some inventive ways they can do it. With Simmons, it's a matter of using him like a chess piece. That was always going to be the important part with Simmons coming out of Clemson was use him. Use him. Don't put him in a position and say you've got to be an outside linebacker or middle linebacker. You got to be a safety, or just use him all over the place as a puzzle piece. And Arizona seemed to start to figure out how to do that last year as the year went on. He started out rough, but they figured it out as they went along. It is odd to draft back-to-back years, but again, if it's built with the philosophy in Arizona's standpoint that they're going for the best available player on the board, and that's why they made the selection, I'm completely on board with it. I think it's smart. I think that's the way you bestly construct your team. Raina Taco says Pats are going to be much improved in my opinion. Well, they've spent $500 million this offseason, and then they've upgraded their quarterback position. So I would hope that they are improved. That is going to be one hell of a tough division for them though now. It ain't the old days of Brady there where they're just walking through everybody at write it down 6-0 every single season. They have to work their way through. Brian Meyer says Collins is more versatile than JOK. Yeah, JOK is a little more of a one-trick pony. I never understood the thought process JOK would go in the top 20. The smart pick to me for JOK has always been the number 26 overall selection to Cleveland. That's the one that's like the no-brainer. That's one of those just makes a lot of sense for him to go there. YDY says dude's up to 270. That's really heavy for a linebacker. He's got that freakishness. He carries the weight really well, YDY. So he is big like that, but he can move. So you're hoping you get a rocked up guy that actually can do some of the coverage stuff as well. That's going to be the key with him, but he should be at the very least a good run stuffer for them. They're getting this kind of guy for the Seahawks. They're getting this kind of guy for the 49ers, teams within the division that are committed to running the football as well. Anthony Bain says Cards got a versatile linebacker core in Simmons and Collins. They don't have to come off the field. Nope. You got two guys that are interchangeable in what you ask them to do. You may not just have a pure outside, pure middle, pure Sam type thing that you'd have over their Cardinals. Maybe you just have three linebackers, in the way they play, or two linebackers in nickel situations. UE2K says never go wrong taking exceptional athletes, especially at linebacker. See ball, get ball. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you got guys that these are going to be some rangy defenders. And a lot of, let's face it too, as well, the end around, the fly sweep with these receivers that's becoming very predominant in the NFL. A lot of teams now running 5, 6, 7, 8 fly sweeps a game. You've got to have guys that can go sideline to sideline, not just up in the middle of that box. Now they got to get out to the edges there, and these are the type of linebackers who can accomplish that. Certainly is a big part of what the Niners love to do there with Deebo Samuel. Oh, here we go. Oh, Oakland, never change. With the 17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Oakland Raiders take Alex Leatherwood, Alabama. Well, I just spoke a second ago why I thought it would be Darisaw as the pick with Oakland, because of the fact that Gruden would fall in love with his 5-star talent and become enthralled by that, and that would eventually guide him through with it. Am I behind here? 15. I think I missed one. Yeah, I missed one. 13 San Diego. 14 is. Sorry, I gotta get my deal typed up here. Elijah Vera Tucker. Picks are coming in fast now. So I just talked about them being enthralled with their 5-star guys. This is what Alex Leatherwood is. It's being enthralled again with a guy that, has the pedigree of being sort of that background of a highly recruited guy going to Alabama. He's got everything that you would want if you go into a factory and you say, "Hey, build me a franchise left tackle." He looks like Tyron Smith. The problem is that it's a little bit of that old thing you go back to. Looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane. He just does not show consistently a lot of tenacity on tape. Just sort of leans on his natural God-given physical gifts, and they are plentiful gifts. This is why he's being drafted in the first round. But the fire you'd like to see, the want, the dog, the get after it, I didn't see it myself on tape. I think that this is a big reach for Las Vegas. This is our true first big reach, I think, of the first round. And again, why the Oakland Raiders continue to not be able to quite get that franchise turned around there with Gruden. Drafting, I think, is the big part of the problem for them. I'm not beyond coaching. I think it is the drafting and the guys that they've looked and targeted. I think it's been a lot of misses. All right, hold on. I'm going to be right back, folks. Use the bathroom, get a little more coffee, and then we will be right back. Thank you for watching here on this channel and show. And do please, if you happen to be watching this, slam on that like button for me, please. If you happen to be watching anew, hit the subscribe button. Doesn't cost you anything. We are on the road here to 5,000 subscribers. We're just moving right along there. So I will be right back. All right. Let's see what happened. Oh, here we go. Okay. With the 18th overall selection in the 2021 draft, the Miami Dolphins take Jalen Phillips out of Miami. Oh, a great pick. I love this pick by Miami. This is my favorite edge rusher in this draft. I think he got some medical concerns, I think, with his neck, I believe, something like that. But Dolphins had a guy who I think is going to be pretty solid for them. They got the kid out of Alabama last year on the inside of that line. Things are kind of rounded out for them. They kind of had a lot of really good guys there rather than one real difference maker on the field there for them. But this guy's got that potential to give them that. He's really a guy with kind of gets lost this offseason a little bit in talk. Everybody just kind of has sold on this pass rushing class a little bit. But this is a guy that's got, I think he's got some potential to him. Brett Carman was as high as saying that he's like a J.J. Watt brother. I'm not exactly at that point with Phillips, but I will say this: he's got a great that rip move that the Watt brothers have, to be able to pull off blocks, and he's definitely got that. Jonathan Salazar, sorry I missed your donation a little bit earlier there, everybody, but thank you for the $2 donation. I really do appreciate it. He says, do we have the least draft picks of all the teams? Yes, you have the least draft capital coming into this draft of any of the teams coming into it. That is for sure, Jonathan. So one of the reasons why I expect we're going to trade back probably tomorrow at least once to try to recoup some of that draft capital. Yeah, it looks like, Randall, the running backs are falling as we kind of thought. That would have been a spot where I wouldn't have been shocked to see them take a running back, but the value was there with Jalen Phillips, a guy you could make an argument for as a top 15, even maybe a top 12 type selection with what he gives you. I mean, he really played well for Miami last year, and again, he shows those flashes of that Watt edge play that you see and the ability to use his hands and just get around guys. He's got a couple of pass rush moves he brings into play. And again, I think with the other guys you have in this draft, Kwity Paye, good run stuffer, questionable as far as his pass rush ability. Ownaway, no production there really. You're going all on basically just this physical freakishness to him. Even a guy like Rousseau out of Miami who didn't play last year, he opted out after having 16 sacks in his previous year. And then it had horrible testing numbers after sitting out for a year. This guy doesn't have those kind of question marks in my opinion. Fish 2 says, God, that was a reach. It was a big reach for Leatherwood. I didn't even like Leatherwood, honestly, to us in the second round at 53. I would not have been happy with him in there because I think he's the guy's topped out as a football player. It's one of those typical, Alabama players who, he can get by on what he is, doesn't develop technically really, doesn't have a lot of fire, just happy to be a 5-star guy, fat and happy kind of type. It just doesn't appeal to me as a football player. I just don't think, I don't think it's there. Fish 2 says, I like this pick for Miami. Yeah, I think we'll all be pretty nod our head on this one and go, yeah, this is a good pick for Miami. It's good. This is a good selection. Jeff Rhines, wow, coming in with a fat $20 donation. Jeff, thank you for the donation, my dude. $20, coming strong. He says, glad to catch the stream today, Brandon. Thank you again for all the work on the channel. Keep being you. Cheers from Montana. Go Hawks. I'm looking forward to tomorrow wearing my jersey. A lot of Green Bay and San Francisco fans at my work. Oh, you wear it proud tomorrow, Jeff. You let them know what's up. Especially them Green Bay folks are going to be seeing Aaron Rodgers walk out the door, it sounds like, relatively soon. Maybe, potentially. But thank you for the $20 donation. You guys have been super kind today. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. You're awesome, man. And hopefully still warming up over there, man. It's been cold over here a little bit in Eastern Washington. Just starting to get some heat going here. It's getting some heat. Appreciate you, bro. UE2K, Notre Dame's linebacker is the best player still available. Yeah, he is. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Man, the draft is going fast now. All right, with the 19th selection in the 2021 draft, the Washington to be determined football team, whatever, selects Jamin Davis, Kentucky. Whoa, we got ourselves another little bit of a reach here. Jamin was put by a lot of people as behind JOK out of Notre Dame, who he was just referencing. But he's been another one of those guys who, through this process late, has been rising and rising and rising. This is a little early for me with him in the Washington football team, getting him. But they're building a super defense there. They're building. That's what they've decided. This is where we're going to go with this. They're sort of like what Carolina's doing. There's not a lot of teams in the NFL that are trying to build super defenses, but these are two of them. His tape was okay. Let me see what I had with Jamin, because I did think I did scout him. Yeah, I did. So he's a will outside linebacker, 6'4". I called him the talented developmental. So he's got a lot. This is part of why you think he should have gone further down. Yes, physical, but he's not as polished as like Collins was, who went a couple picks before that. He's big and fast, and when he arrives, he can lay a hit. He does put people. He puts people off their feet on first contact, which was pretty impressive to watch on film constantly. He's not always sure of where the play is going. He gets confused quite a bit. This is part of, again, the developmental process. He does take on blocks with a purpose, which probably really appealed to him. I mean, this is the guy that will come up and he'll take on that lineman and then disengage off really well. He's a solid tackler, but he does take poor angles quite often. He is rarely able to actually slip box. He's always going to essentially be a hammer. Every problem is kind of a nail. Every offensive lineman coming down to the second level is a nail, and he's going to try to hammer them, as opposed to sometimes you got to slip around the blocks in order to make a play. He's athletic for his size, and I also wrote that he was capable in zone. It's a good pick from them in the respect of he's okay and he's solid, but again, to pick a linebacker here who's his best benefit is really his run stopping ability with some coverage. But he kind of first and foremost to me more of a run stuffer. I don't know. This is the Leatherwood in this one. We're starting to get a run of we're getting a run of reaches maybe here a little bit. This is a little bit of coaches going for something I think is the certain deal. The we know what we're getting here as opposed to the question mark. But this is early for him. Second round, yeah, you could do this in the second round with him. But for a guy that's a developmental prospect at number 19 overall. It's part of what I've talked about, where you have the two tiers in the draft. 0 to about 15 is usually the first tier, and then 15 to about 55, 60 is your second tier. And all those players are about in that same place, and it just depends who you ask as to where they slot that given player at. But this is a reach. I agree with you guys on that. Big time reach. Jamin Davis. My goodness. People must just be worried with JOK, because the thing is that he basically, the word on the street with him is he played at 215 pounds. And that where do you put him at now at the next level? Do you trust a guy at 215 pounds at the will? He played kind of that rover role in college, which is, sort of like also called the predator kind of role, I think, in Alabama's defense. Just sort of this guy that could be different positions, different time, different places. You got to have more of a slotted position at the NFL to a degree, though we just talked about the Cardinals working this with their linebackers, where you show an ability to make them fluid. They're not just stuck to one spot, and this is what they are. But, wow. Yeah, wow. In Kentucky, it's, not the biggest program you're going and getting a guy with. Odd one by the Washington football team there, where you have Rashad Bateman, you have Terrace Marshall on the board. They need wide receiver help pretty desperately. I know they got Curtis Samuel from the Panthers, and they do have Scary Terry there, but they don't have a lot beyond that. And you really could make the argument they needed a little bit more wide receiver help. But they go linebacker there. YDY says Davis is an athlete that's very raw. Yeah, very raw in his game. Still understanding how to play the position, and not just from he's a prospect, but no, he's like really still figuring out like completely how to play the position. I mean, it's GoHawks05 says Darisaw is falling. Dang, I don't think he's going to fall that long. He'll be probably picked in the 20s. So it'll be a marginal pick. I thought he was going to go around in this area where he could go anywhere from your 16 to your 26-ish. So he's pretty much being slotted about right where you'd expect. And we've got our quarterbacks going. So the question is, we got one more quarterback still going off the board. I'd say probably yes. We'll see probably Kellen Mond at some point, though some of the quarterback needy teams now have kind of addressed it. But does New Orleans look at Kellen Mond and go, maybe? Does the Steelers look at Kellen Mond and go, hey, we can put him in a year from now when Ben retires? Darren Bales, not as many trades as they were predicting. No, Darren, there was a lot of smoke to there being a ton of trades on this draft day, and instead it's been really quiet. Just people picking where they stand. I think teams are probably asking now as much a huge amount to move up. Teams have really understood the value of trying to go and if you're going to ask me to trade back, you're going to give me a ton to do so. Even looking at that Jets trade where they went up, it was like I think they only got that deal done because the Jets weren't giving a whole lot up to do it. And the other team was just so wanting to move back. So who did the Giants go with here? Oh, surprise, surprise, surprise. Okay. With the 20th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney, Miami. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, this guy's going to be Daniel Jones' best friend. They're obviously getting him to fill in for Golden Tate, who's moved on there. Kadarius Toney's a guy after the catch as good as anybody in football. He also had kind of just 1 year of really good production there at Miami. A guy just sort of came into his own in that senior year. He is a guy that I was speaking about with Durden. They both have the same kind of thing going on where they basically take as much time as they need to run their route, and they'll do whatever they need to do in their route to get open, as opposed to running a natural route. He'll juke, stop, start, juke, turn, twist, juke, stop, turn, twist, and then they'll be ready for the quarterback to throw him the ball. And while he's doing all of that movement, the quarterback's sitting there patting the ball going, can you just get open already? Can you just get to the spot that you need to get to? If you can find a way just to get the ball in his hands, not ask him to do the traditional stuff you ask a receiver to do, Toney can be really good for you with that. If you try to force him in and fit him in to be this guy that's going to be a traditional guy, no. He's a little bit like Laviska Shenault last year. Get the ball in his hands, get him in space, he'll break tackles, he'll get you a ton of yak. With that said, again, though, this is a bit of a reach when you're going top 20 for a guy that you've got questionable route running skills with being a wide receiver. I would argue that's a little bit of one thing you don't want to have question there. I thought Toney would drop a little bit more into the second round because of the 1 year production, being a slot guy. Maybe they look at him at 6 feet tall and think he's got at least the size to play on the outside if we want him to do that. Daniel Jones certainly can move around in the pocket to buy him that extra time he needs to get open. But we're starting to see some teams run a little bit oddly here in this first round. We're seeing a little bit of, we're seeing some folks stretching a little bit here, right? I mean, these are guys that we thought would all be off the board by the time the Seattle Seahawks would pick. So nobody's gone that far as the reach aspect goes of it. But just a little bit, this is a little bit little reachy. Giants fans look pissed. Why do I? That's a crowded wide receiver room. That's true. They did just sign Kenny Golladay just got signed there. Shepard's there. Shepard's supposed to be sort of their slot guy right now too. So I guess they're maybe moving on from Shepard. James Black says trying to get DJ some weapons. He's got to produce now. Well, he's got an offense to work with now. He's got a slot specialist. He's got his outside guy in Golladay. He can just throw the ball up to in a pinch and can go get it. Hopefully Saquon Barkley can kind of come back now and actually give them some production there and tap into that top 5 selection status that he was. They've got definitely some talent now. They definitely got some talent here to make this work. Anthony Bain says Darden's better. IMO. Very well could be, Anthony. I'm open to the possibility of it. The 1 year production thing scares me with Toney. I did like him a lot. I liked him as a potential even at 53 to Seattle. But when you're talking about top 20 pick, I can't have those kind of questions on a top 20 pick necessarily. You could have traded back 10 picks if you're them here and picked up an extra third if that's all you could have gotten. And probably still gotten Toney. I don't know who in those next 10 picks is going to pick him ahead of you. Outside of you thinking I don't know who. I look at all the teams that are there. No one's going to probably take him. None of those teams need a slot guy really. I mean, maybe Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence, they would think it. I don't know. That one's an odd one. I think we see an edge rusher go next. I think the Colts. Darrisaw is a good call. Could be Darrisaw, but I think it's Darrisaw or it's probably Kwity Paye or it's Darrisaw. It's probably one of those two that they're looking at. John Smith, an honest Steelers fan. If Garshaw is available and we take him over Najee, Darrisaw. That's what you meant, John. It would be a better pick for them, John. It would be a better pick, and I'm sure you heard a lot this week, John, about the scuttlebutt being that they were going to target a running back in this draft and potentially even in that first round. So it'd be way smarter for them, having lost as much offensive line talent as they lost this offseason, to go back and address it if that is what's available. If Darrisaw goes off the board, then I'd go with Tevin Jenkins. Even if Darrisaw is gone, I'd still go offensive line if I'm the Steelers. Why says, how do you not pick more if you want a wide receiver? The only thing I can think of that they look at it with is Elijah Moore on the next level is probably not going to be able to play on the outside at his size. He's the 5'9", so you're not going to get that guy on the outside most likely. There's sort of a comp you could make with Elijah Moore for a guy like Brandon Cooks. I think Brandon Cooks is a little bit more of a high point guy at his size in college and coming out. But there's a lot of a rap on Elijah Moore that he's just going to be a slot guy. When you do the measurement with Kadarius Toney and he's 6 feet plus tall, a team could talk themselves into the potential of him being able to be an early down guy that's not just a slot guy. That right there could have been the difference in their value. Brian Meyer says Titans are pissed Toney's gone. They might be. They need to get a receiver in this draft. They lost that kid to the free agent deal there. I can't remember his name, but they lost one of their receivers this offseason, so they need to definitely address it. Thomas Cox, could Seattle trade up and get more? I know it's not likely, but it's tempting. I don't think so. Beyond just the fact you only have 3 draft picks in this draft, look to next year's draft right now. You're already down one draft. You're already down your first round pick, your most important, most valuable pick in next year's draft already. That's going to make it very hard for you to sacrifice future draft capital to move up into this particular draft. So I don't think it's likely to happen, especially for the fact that Elijah Moore probably goes somewhere between picks 25 through 32, meaning you'd have to give up quite a haul to move on up. It would cost you probably another second round pick next year's draft to do it. So now you're out at your first and your second round pick next year after already being out your 3 picks in this draft. That's a bit much. It's a bit much. UE2K is scared by all Michigan players. Coaching is so bad. I don't know what to think about them. Look great versus Rutgers and Purdue, but get blown out by Wisconsin and OSU. Well, recent years too. You got a couple of the pass rushers a few years ago, Rashawn Gary and the other kid that went to New England. They haven't done a whole lot at the NFL level, right? It's been kind of... So there hasn't been a lot of great prospects coming out of Michigan lately necessarily, especially when you look at the defensive side of the ball. Could be coaching. Could definitely be some coaching problems there. Randall McGowan says, imagine if Giants had kept Gallman to pair with those weapons. Ooh, Randall, they would have been deadly at that point. Now they'd just be sub-deadly, but they could have been deadly. They could have been killers. Straight killers with the Gallman train. There's Tony. So John Smith, I unbanned your 312. Your 312 is not banned anymore. You should be able to get in with a 312 account. Darren Bales says only 2 cornerbacks so far. Probably one of the surprising things we've seen in the first round is that as many linebackers as gone as cornerbacks. The cornerbacks I would think are way better. We'll probably start to see a cornerback run, but that run probably won't now happen until probably the beginning of the second round. Because right now, over the next few picks, I don't see a cornerback being taken, even potentially to 28 with the Saints. So, I mean, not going to see it anytime soon. Take it in. With the 21st pick in the 2021 draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye, University of Michigan. So Kwity Paye, probably the best run defending edge defender in this draft, I would say. arguably, I guess you could say. As I try to spell Indianapolis correctly. Quitty Pay. But he's good in that respect. Still coming along as an edge rusher. He's in my tape at looking at this guy. He was a disengager as far as a pass rusher. So he's not a bender guy. He's not gonna get skinny on the edge. What he's going to do is he's going to come up and want to initiate contact and deliver a really good punch off the offensive lineman. Then he disengages, and then he's got this real great short area burst to then get to the quarterback and make the sack. It's a skill. He can do it over and over again. I think some of the pass rush will develop with him over time. He certainly has that twitchiness that you need to see over on that blind side, which is where they're going to put him. I think he'll fill in for Justin Houston, who's been with the Colts recently over there. Twitchy guy in that respect. Just doesn't have a lot of the pass rush moves. He's not sort of the technician that Jalen Phillips was with his hands. He's just going to really be relying on initiate contact, disengage, then get to the quarterback. One of those modern NFL players that you could look at as far as edge rushers go, where you need to have this skill set now of being able to get off of your edge rush and then have the quickness and speed to catch up to some of these fast quarterbacks as they round around you on the edge. He's got that unique skill to do it. He's going to catch up to a lot of quarterbacks and surprise people in space. Or you think, oh, that quarterback's out the back door. He's going to have 10 yards up ahead of him, and he comes and he tracks him down because he's got that short area quickness. I think he'll develop as a pass rusher. I know why he lasted as long as he did here. But a good pick by Indianapolis. It's a pick for need a little bit. It is a pick for need, but a good pick nonetheless. Randall says Humphreys is wide receiver. Titans. Oh yeah, that's right. So it was Davis. It was Davis and Humphreys. They lost the Titans. So they'll probably go with Rashad Bateman or Terrace Marshall here. That would be a need. To me, Terrace Marshall is the one that makes a lot of sense. A reasonable, close facsimile here to what you had in Corey Davis. UE2K, don't undersell Magic Beans. Don't undersell Magic Beans, UE. If one of the top three running backs are there at 56, Harris, E.T., or Williams, are we taking them? God, well, I can't think of a universe that exists, Randall, where Coach Carroll would pass on Javonte Williams if he's available where they're picking. I can't see Najee Harris or Williams being there. Najee, I'm not as sure on, but with Williams, he's the closest thing that we've had to Marshawn Lynch since Marshawn Lynch was in this league. And I think that would really appeal to Carroll, and he would jump all over him. I can't help but think that would be the case with that. But not sure on Najee, and I don't think ETN would be a target for us. I don't think he fits the mold of what Carroll wants. Splash and Skill says Choker Boy made a commercial for the draft. Who's Choker Boy? Seahawks Gaming, thoughts on the Zaven Collins pick by the Cardinals? The guy carries 270 pounds, way better than a man that size ever should. His ability to move in short areas, rangy, speed. He's a guy that plays with violence. He's got some pieces to his game that's still developing, but pairing him with the kid that they got last year in the first round is now giving them two linebackers that are guys that could play a multitude of different positions and their speed. You can ask them to do all the blitz stuff that Cardinals like to do, and they're going to be a problem with that. Really good run stuffer as well. I like him a bit. I like him quite a bit. I think he's one of the safer players you could pick in this first round. He's a little bit like a Jalen Phillips type. You go through some of these picks like, who else would we add on here? I think even a J.C. Horn or, would be more guys that I'd say are kind of say Jamar Chase, just guys that I think I'm going to get production. Vera Tucker, Rashawn Slater, guys that I know what I'm getting, and he's that guy that I think I know what I'm getting from him as a linebacker. He's not going to have Simmons' ability last year to be this all-world linebacker at some point and just be a complete game wrecker. But as a force, as a guy that's going to make it harder for us to run the football between the tackles, he's going to be that. And I like the pick for the Cardinals from that standpoint. I also think the big thing that we take away from it with the Cardinals now taking a linebacker in back-to-back years when the league is telling us to start to devalue linebackers a little bit as opposed to other positions on the football field is that the Cardinals are truly drafting towards best player available as opposed to reaching out for a guy like Rashad Bateman there or Terrace Marshall that they might not have been as high on, which is always good for their philosophy. It's good for drafting philosophy. Chase Stern, do I think Farley will last to the second? I tend to think that one of these really good teams at the end of the first round who can take a chance on a first rounder at that point. It's not as big a reach to grab a guy or as big a risk. One of these guys I think will probably pick him at the end there. A Buffalo team or a Tampa Bay team that's got all their guys coming back and they could crop the bet on this whole draft and it would make a difference for them this next season. I think one of those guys will probably do it, Chase. If he does, I hope we would jump on him though. Unless that back is just that jacked up. Anthony Bain, if it is, it's ET or Harris, yes? I don't think we take ETN. I don't think we take ETN. He doesn't run with enough of the strength and physicality and punishment style that Coach Carroll tends to like in backs, especially if he's going to take a back that high, I don't think. I think I could see with Najee's got that to his game and Javante's really got that to his game, but I can't quite I can't see ETN being a Seahawk running back. It just doesn't, something about that doesn't fit to me. Boy Michael says, I want Farley so bad, but he's not dropping and we're not trading up. There's about a 5% chance we trade up for him. I know why you'd like him. He's a Seahawk corner through and through, and he's got more talent than you've seen, more talent than Sherman, and he's got a natural feel for what we would ask him to do, and he did it in college. He was my number one cornerback on the board before I found out about his injury. If you're just looking at pro tape, if you're just looking at the college tape, Farley is number one, in my opinion. But that back thing, I was looking at the video on it today a bit with it, and it's like they go in and I don't know, you got like extra stuff coming out between your two discs, and they got to come in with like tweezers and pull some of the stuff out so it relieves the pressure on the nerves. It's a lot of thread in the needle on that one. Coldsgate, Quiddy Isaac Fisher says Christian Darashaw's best player available as of the Quiddy pick. Yeah, I think that's fair. Top lineman, other linemen off the board. Receivers are all off the board at this point. Your top corners are basically off the board. So yeah, that makes sense. I agree with that, Isaac. I agree with that. Seahawks H&L. Miami traded their third pick to the 49ers, then traded a first-round pick to the Eagles for the sixth pick to draft a wide receiver. They just did Niners a favor. Yes. Yes, they did. Yeah. I like that trade initially when they made it with Miami, but then some of the secondary moves that you're pointing towards Seahawks H&L, it head scratching a little bit by what Miami did with some of the moves. The draft's gone okay for them in what they needed to accomplish, but yeah, they definitely helped out the Niners. They got Niners a franchise quarterback. Woo! With the 22nd pick in the 2021 NFL drafts, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley, Virginia Tech. So somebody was asking how far they drop. Well, this is how far they would drop. I had thought long that they would go with Tennessee in the slot would actually go with Asante Samuel, being that the head coach there played with Asante Samuel back in the day, and maybe there'd be some kind of weird kind of connection there between them. But they went for the real talented guy. They lost, of course, Darius Jackson and Malcolm Butler here this offseason. So this was definitely a need pick for the Titans. They better hope that Farley is ready to get on the football field because they needed this selection to not just come in and, eventually we'll get around to starting you. You need to come in here and play off the jump. And hopefully he is ready to do that. They must feel like with the medicals that he is in position to come back and roll with it. Good value pick from them. He was my number one cornerback in this whole thing. They do a little bit more of the pressure front stuff with Tennessee, which is not exactly as good a fit with Farley as it would have been if he would have gone to more of a single high type defense like we run. I think it's a little bit outside of what his best comfort zone is going to be. And again, with Tennessee, I guess they just don't need wide receivers. They're going to run Derrick Henry 4,822 times next year because they just don't seem to care about wide receivers, or maybe they just don't trust Tannehill to throw the ball down the field. A.J. Brown might have 130 catches next year. Legit. Legit 130 catches. So we got our third cornerback goes off the board now. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. Vikings, of course, traded back here. Edge rusher is who I think that they're going to target. To me, the Jason Oweh, Danielle Hunter comparison thing just sits in place here, where I think that the Minnesota's got a thing for Jason Oweh here. It'd be a risk to grab him here, but I think they are going edge rusher no matter what they do. Darren Bale says Jamal Adams is a holdout. No, I don't think he's a holdout. I don't think he's going to hold out. I think he's going to play on the next year's contract if they don't get an extension done. But I think the extension is going to be done right after the draft, Darren. They have other items to deal with here leading up to the draft, getting the Lockett extension done, being prepared, getting all the draft stuff figured out. But they'll get it done probably afterwards. Randall says it's odd Pete never tried to replicate the Reggie Bush, Joe McKnight type guy with the Hawks. He had both in college and used them correctly. Agreed, Randall. Agreed. I think a little bit of this was they're looking at the Giovanni Bernard from Cincinnati when he was released and bringing him on. Some people were thinking at that time it was to replace Rashad Penny, but I think it was to come in and bring him on as just a specific third down running back, and that they do recognize that. They tried last year, I think, with DJ Dallas to get that third down running back and thought he'd be it. He wasn't the guy. But I think that's something that they're going to start to maybe look at. Maybe. I'd hope they would at least. Maybe I'm being presumptuous. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is where we would have selected. So that's what I see you guys doing. So with the 23rd selection, the Seattle Seahawks took in the 2021 draft, Jamal Adams, future Hall of Fame strong safety. I feel pretty good about that. Solid pick. Feels good. Darren or Seahawks going to roll him $19 million. He wants to be paid. He wants to be top paid on defense. Well, let's go into the Jamal Adams thing really quickly. No, Seattle is not held under any leverage. There's the narrative out there that because you trade for a guy, the guy now has leverage for you to give him a contract. And he can then ask for the sun, moon, and stars. And people will point to the Laramie Tunsil situation coming out of Miami to the Houston Texans as being an example of that. Or the Rams trading of Jalen Ramsey and the monstrous contract that they gave him as being an example of that. What I would offer, though, with this is that Seattle has leverage in this game. Number one, you've got him on a fifth-year option. Number two, you have 2 franchise years that you can put on top of that. All three, you could get him essentially at 3 years at about $35, $36 million. No, what is it? 9, 10 million right now. Franchise would be about 12, then about 13. So, you're 35, 3 years on a $35 million deal is what you could force Jamal Adams to have to play through. And there ain't nothing he can do about it. The CBA does not make it easy for players to hold out anymore. It's not advantageous for players to hold out. It isn't. So you can say Jamal will pay you $16 million per year, or you can get a 3-year, $35 million deal. Or you can get a 4-year, $16 million on per average with $30 million guaranteed. We can get you 30 of that $35 million in your pocket today, right now. That is the leverage that Seattle does hold in this situation, and that is why I'm not worried about him holding out, nor am I worried about him wanting $19 million a year. He's not going to be paid that, Darren. That's not the amount that he's going to make. He'll make a margin, he'll make a little slice, a little smidgen more, tiny little smidgen more than what Justin Simmons just signed for with the Denver Broncos as a safety. Just a tiny bit more. Where's Dark RH? I don't know. Dark RH has been quiet lately. Huey says Cardinals know that they have to get better versus the run. Every team in their division is basically running the same run-based offense. Yeah, solid point, man. Solid point. I think that Collins pick is absolutely an understanding. Yep, we got to take care of this. We need an inside hammer here. Randall says Titans are always taking guys with injury issues. They are. And it busted them a little bit with Adoree Jackson, but it has paid off for them a little bit with Jeffrey Simmons, but that does seem to be a bit of a place where they think they can get a bit of an edge by taking a risk on certain guys like that. All right, we got another pick is in. Another pick is in. With the 23rd pick in the 2021 draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Christian Darrisaw, Virginia Tech. we got our second Virginia Techer taken here in the first round. The best tackle available on the board for the Vikings. Good value for them here. I like it. This is a team that's built that offensive line up into a strength over the last few years. Continues to build them into more of a strength with this move. Hard not to like that. Hard not to applaud Minnesota. Hard not to applaud that kind of move from their standpoint. They're going to be able to still continue to run the ball really well with this kid. He is a little bit, like I was saying, he is a little bit to me like Alex Leatherwood. I like him better than Alex Leatherwood, but he's a little bit like Alex Leatherwood in the respect of he's the 5-star guy coming out of high school who just kind of leans on his natural physical gifts. He almost makes it look easy out there at times against the opposition, like in the way that he's not even trying almost. A little bit of that Walter Jones element to him where Walter could just be out there just low-key in it, and he is just dominating dudes, just taking their soul. This guy can do that. He can do that. I would have liked to see a little more refinement from him with the talent that he has, like Leatherwood, but he's good enough. He doesn't get beat as much as Leatherwood did. He gets it done, whether it's pretty or not all the time. He gets his guy blocked. He gets movement at the line of scrimmage. Good feet, big long arms. You're not going to get around him. You're not going to cross him up and counter him to the inside. Just not a lot to like with Darrisaw's game. I'm frankly a little bit surprised to see him last into 23rd. But I did have him in that 15 to 24-ish range. So it is about appropriate value for him overall. But good on the Vikings. I like build. You take a strength and you build on a strength and to make it a super strength, one of the best units in the league. Hard not to be able to. I applaud that type of thing. I like that. Turn it into big time. Darren Bale says he raised a lot of hell on the Jets, and I just saying what I heard. He raised a lot of hell on the Jets, and I just saying what I heard him say on the radio interview. He said, "I am more than a safety, so going to have to pay more." Yeah, he could want that amount of money, Darren. It does come down to a little bit of leverage. And with the Jets, he had some leverage in that he hadn't pulled this card once already, being the I'm going to force my way out of town card, which turns you into a malcontent in the league, which, if there's a problem, this guy's going to be piping up and yapping and he's going to want his way out of town. He's going to be a problem. Okay, when you start to gain that reputation then follows you and hounds you. If he does that in a second place in his second stop in the NFL, does he really reasonably think then that third team that he's going to be traded to is then going to give him that $19 million? We're not going to compete against ourselves in paying Jamal Adams. No one's offering Jamal Adams $19 million a year, even to a team that would covet him, a team that would be maybe more of a purified fit for his skill set, being a 3-4 attacking defense. Doesn't matter. No one's going to pay him at that mark. No one's going to break the safety market and go $3 million more versus what the last guy just got paid on average per year. That doesn't happen in the league. And so he can want that, but he ain't going to be given that. And he can try to force his way out of town, but Seattle holds the leverage. No, we're not trading you. And no, we're not paying you $19 million a year. We have the leverage to hold you on a 3-year, $35 million deal if we so feel inclined. We give up a lot of draft capital to get you. That's maybe what we feel inclined to do. And he can't do much about it at that point. Force your way out of town, and then he's going to be paid at $16 million or what Seattle was going to offer him anyway. This all leads around to me. We're going to go around the circle and through the Glen and all that, but we're all going to end up arriving at the spot where he ends up signing for a hair over $16 million per year on average, and it happens probably within about a month after the draft. Oh, the Steelers are pulling a shocker off. Another pick is in. Let's go. With the 24th selection in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers take Franco Harris. Wait, no. Najee Harris, Alabama. Well, this was the rumor. The rumor leading up into the draft was that the Steelers were going to be that team to buck the trend. The Steelers were going to be that team to say, you know what, the problems over the last few years, the issues that we've had offensively, it isn't that our offensive line's gotten older. It isn't that Ben Roethlisberger has not aged like fine wine. No. What we need to do is it's Le'Veon Bell. It all went to hell when we lost Le'Veon Bell. I don't tend to agree with our Steelers on this one. I love Najee Harris as a player. I think he will be a good NFL back. But is he going to be a soothsayer? Is he going to be the guy that solves these issues and problems that have come up as their talent has started to drain from the Steel City? No, he will not be. And the fact that now he's got to go behind a little bit of a lesser offensive line, certainly think their next pick is absolutely going to be an offensive lineman. I think Dickerson is probably their next pick if I was to make a guess. But he's a good back. He's my number 2 back in this draft. I became enthralled by Javonte Williams, and he became my number 1 guy. The way I roll, just how I'm built. But Najee can do it all. He can catch out of the backfield. He can be both a finesse runner and he can run with power. That's very unusual. You usually get one or the other. But he can actually do both. Pretty safe running back pick here. A guy that's not going to be a bust. He's going to give you a good play out on the football field. The thing with them, though, is that you look at their offensive line, Villanueva moving on, Pouncey retiring, DeCastro's getting a little bit older. You wonder with them offensive line-wise if they've got it anymore to really compete. They seem to still be trying to go for it next year, certainly with this pick, and still reworking Ben and trying to get one last little squeezed bit of droplet from the Roethlisberger juice. But I'm selling low right now on the Steelers next year right now as we stand. I don't think that they're going to be as good. I think that they're starting on a little bit of a track to go downward. And I think that this is going to be a fine pick for them, but they probably could have gone a little bit maybe better direction. Obviously, offensive line would have been rough because there wasn't a lot. You got your best offensive lineman off the board, but I'd rather they have gone with a guy like Tevin Jenkins there as opposed to Najee Harris. I think that would have been a smarter pick, in my opinion. Scooby-Doo, I like Fortnite. I like Fortnite too, Scooby-Doo. You and me both. Pittsburgh makes me sick, says Tommy. As they should. Randall McDaniel, I think Tunsil has a career on par with Okung. Good, not great. I'd put that there. Similar guys always considered upper level left tackles, but never considered top in their sport. With some injury stuff that chums up every once in a while. Darren Bale says, and he also says he won't play on the 5th-year option. Maybe he's bluffing, but his words. I can understand, Darren, why Jamal Adams is pushing to try to get a contract. His dad was a very talented running back in this league in the 80s. Went out there, did not get into his next contract. They weren't getting paid a lot at that time, but never got to his contract, got injured, was never able to get back on the field and be the same way. Adams saw that career trajectory, and he said, and I know that this is pushing a lot of why he's wanting to get that contract, is that he doesn't want to have the same thing happen to him. With that said, what he can want doesn't mean that he gets to drive the situation or that he is in command or charge here. Seattle has the club control over the top of him. Seattle can determine to give him what they're going to give him, and if he wants to be paid a couple million more and he's going to hold them over the barrel, they have the leverage over him. He does not have the leverage over them. This to me is not a situation where you have to do anything. Again, what is he going to do? He holds out for the first 8 games of the year, and then you franchise him after the year? And the franchise tag on safeties is running about $10 to $11 to $12 million. What am I missing? Where is his leverage on that? I don't care what he says he wants. What is it that he's going to be able to? What is it that he's going to be able to hold Seattle to on that? I don't see it. Brian, yep, our Minnesota pick would have been the Hawks. And the Hawks probably would have very well taken Darisaw there if they didn't trade. They probably would have traded back, but Darisaw very well would have been in the selection and a good left tackle of the future for us in that spot if we'd selected. Of course, we wouldn't have Jamal Adams as well, though. We get another pick. Thank you, Jace, for mentioning that. Yes, do please smash on that like button if you happen to be watching right now. Helps me out quite a bit. There are going to be plenty of people looking for draft coverage here on YouTube. And if you hit that like button, and if you subscribe and all that, it helps me out quite a bit. I too have them taking Travis Mooring here. I had them mock to him. I think I had that in my mock. Let me see. Let's see where my mock was here. So in my mock, I had the Jaguars here taking Trayvon Moehrig. So we'll see if I'm smart. It's a big need for them. They need some help at the safety position. There's not really a wide receiver here that makes a lot of sense outside of Elijah Moore for them. That's maybe an option for them as well. Offensive line, nothing there. They could maybe look at edge rushing. Maybe. That's another option. But I think it's Travis. I think he's Travis. Randall McDaniel with a good comparison. Najee Harris to Steven Jackson. Pretty similar. Najee's probably a little quicker, a little bit more in space to break tackles. Jackson's a little bit more of a probably more of a hammer type at times. But Jackson also had a little bit of that same kind of finesse power thing going on where he could do both. We got some folks saying Travis Etienne to the Jaguars. I don't know. Darren says, do you want an unhappy player? Yeah, I'm a little sore. I think I'll sit this week, laughing out loud. I mean, it comes down to this. There's always a line, right, Darren? So there's a line of like what we're willing to make it, be happy with it, not happy, but be okay with that point. You want to sit, then you sit. We're not going to pay you $3 million past what the last player made at your position. You can talk all you want about you being positionless and you're more like a defensive end than you are a safety. But hey, a 9 sack a year defensive end doesn't make $18 million a year either. So yeah, maybe he could sit on certain games, maybe he couldn't play, but then again, that starts to hurt his value, right? Because if you don't play, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second there. I just don't see it, Darren. I think Seattle holds the cards in this. I really do. I think Adams may have not made his peace with it as of yet, but he will eventually if he's going to hold on to that 18 to 19 million per year. It's just not going to happen. And if he sits out a game or two throughout the year, then again, still, I'm fine with that. I'm getting you at such a heavily discounted rate because you're not on that new contract that fine. I get you for 13 games a year. I get an all-pro Jamal Adams, and you'll be butthurt three of the games a year. Okay. Sure. Oh, I'm late. With the 25th pick in the 2021 draft, Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne, Clemson. We got another little bit of a reach here, in my opinion. I'm not as high on Mr. Etienne as some other folks are. I don't think he runs with a tremendous amount of power. I think he is kind of a very much a finesse type back, in my opinion. He's okay. Again, taking running backs in the end of the first round, a guy like this, I want a little bit more talent, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't like this pick. I just don't like this pick. I'm not going to say, well, but it's an okay pick. It ain't an okay pick for me. I think that this is a pick that's another one. We've had a couple reaches. This is another one of those reaches. You had a need at safety, need a little bit more on pass rush. You had a running back last year. I mean, again, this just to illustrate my point about running backs. Look no further than this Jacksonville Jaguar pick. The Jacksonville Jaguars take James Robinson last year in the 7th round. He's the best running back in the rookie class last year of any of the running backs. And then you go and you literally are a team faced with the modern proposition of why it is you don't go out and pick running backs high in drafts, why you allow to pick them in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, because the talent level is so comparable. It's so close to whether it's the high round versus other positions where it's not as comparable. A high tackle taken like Darashaw here in the 1st round is not going to be the same equivalent of a guy taken in the 4th or 5th round at left tackle. That's the positional difference here. So you have a team in Jacksonville that you think would have learned this lesson going off last year and seen the productivity they got out of that running back. And that running back, by the way, who gave him that production versus a guy like Fournette, who didn't quite fill out for them, but now they're going to go back to that well again. You had more needs, in my opinion. A lot of different other ways I would have preferred that they go. Elijah Moore would have been smarter, give him more of a security blanket there. Even if you're going for a guy like Dylan Radins, is more of a reach guy, or Sam Cosmi, at least then you're building an offensive line a little bit more around Trevor Lawrence. This one to me is, I'm not big on this one. Anthony Bain, James Robinson is a Jag. I saw what you did there. I saw what you did. You go Hawks, bro. They actually took ETN. See how you guys just spoke that one into existence. You spoke that one into existence. Raining Taco says Jags fumble the pick again. Yeah. Brian Myers, James Robinson is just a guy, easily replaceable. Well, I would offer just about every running back in the NFL is just a guy. There are a few guys that are truly difference makers. I lean back, Brian, to what the analytics tell us in regards to running backs. And I've gone into this pretty deeply before, but it goes back to Pee Wee days. Go back to the old time days when you've got kids and they're on the football team and the coach goes, okay, which positions do you guys want to play? The best athletes, it's been this way for years, have always gone to the running back position because it's the flashy position. You got the ball in your hands. And when you're in Pee Wee, because nobody can throw the football, you're not running route concepts in Pee Wee ball. So the only way to get your ball in your hands is to be that running back. So what this does is it creates an initial injection of talent to running backs way back in that thing that carries on through Pee Wees into high schools, junior, all that stuff into college, where you've just got way more talent at the running back position than other positions on the field because it's so sought after early on. And this is why the talent level is very similar between those guys. I don't think James Robinson is anything special. I just think this is one of the reasons why you usually lean to picking a running back in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round, because the talent discrepancy isn't that different. It's not that Travis Etienne and James Robinson are not that different, really, as far as talent or the production they're going to give you on the football field. Both are going to be similarly reliant upon their offensive line opening holes for them. That is the importance as it pertains to the running game, in my opinion. Yeah, this one team, the next pick to me has got to be JOK to the Rams, to the Browns. Browns have had a black hole at linebacker now going back years. They've got their defensive line on point. They're getting back their corners. They get Grant Delpit back from a major injury last year as far as their safety goes. I think they signed Johnson too. Them and the Raiders signed Johnson from the Rams. This would make a lot of sense to go after JOK. A lot of sense to me to do this. Anthony Bain, ETN is a combo of Kimura and CMC. He's got Kimura's spin move and a little bit of his ability to break tackles sort of with his hip swivel. And gets the defender on his hips and sort of gives him a little bit of that hula hoop thing and can kind of turn him off. But he's not got Kimura's power, and he's not got CMC's quickness to the hole. So I don't see it necessarily with ETN being a combo of those two guys. He's not on that same kind of par as a player, in my opinion. Both of those two guys, Kimura and Christian McCaffrey, run with a little bit more power than ETN does, which is part of what makes them such special running backs, is the finesse and power aspect that they supply. A lot of what I'm pointing to in Najee Harris as well. I think ETN's a little bit more of just the softer type running back, just to a degree. Ooh, here we go. With the 26th selection in the 2021 draft, the Cleveland Browns select Greg Newsome, cornerback, Northwestern. So we've got our second Northwestern cat taken here in the first round. Cleveland is big believers in their corners, I guess. Maybe they're just out on Greedy Williams because this guy's going to now come in and probably play for Greedy at this point. Good player, loved his film, would have been a great fit for Seattle. Another one of those quarterbacks I was looking at this draft. Man, if Seattle could get themselves Greg Newsome, he is going to be fantastic. Not a lot of limitations to his game. Real fun player to watch as far as film. Long arms, just a beautiful kick step kind of technique. It's got the nice back pedal. Looks really good playing the corner position. Not a lot of things with his game that I could pick apart with this guy. Just good pick by Cleveland. I think he's probably a better player than Greedy Williams, and they're probably just out on Greedy and thinking that he's the guy for them. So, this isn't as much a reach. Newsome's a legitimately good player. This is a good pick by them. And again, if they think he's this good, that much better, and I think he is better than Greedy Williams, then it makes sense. They pair him out there with the other guy. The other cat that they have is one of the better corners in the league. I could see where they're going with this. They're going to have that pass rush that's going to get after it. Now they got the corners that can lock it down on the outside. I can see the plan in this respect. They still need linebackers. I guess Cleveland just hates linebackers. UE2 cases, Robinson was a great find, but was definitely a heavy volume running back and got hurt. ETN is a nice addition. Is CMC, was Gurley just a guy? Was Lynch just a guy? Kimura's just a guy? Was Zeke just a guy? Well, let me go to your point. Again, my point on this has always been UE2K, right? Like, my point is that you build the offensive line up and it's less reliant on having the running back, and that having the sensational running back, he's not going to be able to do that much if the line isn't very good, even if he's a little bit better than another running back across from him. For us to just instantly say Travis Etienne is CMC or Gurley in his prime or Kimura, I think that's kind of a leap. There's not a lot of those running backs that are that good. But again, just to your point on Zeke, was Zeke the same guy the second that offensive line started to fall apart? No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Not the same guy. And Kamara's not played behind a line as of yet that hasn't been upper level. They go every year and select a first round offensive lineman, the Saints do. He's got nice big holes to run through. How would he function behind an offensive line that was bottom 15 rather than top 15? Gurley the same way. Again, just to my point on this UE2K, you're kind of proving my point. Gurley, yeah, the knee was degenerative, but the second that offensive line got worse, much like how we saw Jared Goff's play fall off, so did Todd Gurley's play. Suddenly those holes out on the edges up the alleyway on those outside zone runs weren't as wide open. So it started to be like, again, I run back to this again and again, where it's less to do with you finding the narrative and the old school approaches to find the running back that's super talented, and then he's going to cover up for poor running blocking. It doesn't work that way. The analytics don't back that up. To my eye test, it doesn't back that up either. It's more often than not that running backs are, their production and how good they're going to be is really wholly reliant upon that offensive line and having a talented offensive line that can open up holes. Randall says, I think it's a luxury pick for the Jags. Last year's running backs got hurt a bit. Etienne is an ideal complementary guy, explosive. I think a cool pick for them. Could be. Again, he's going to give them production. That's for sure. But taking running backs in the first round is just something I don't do and I don't get behind really. Outside of them being just, Adrian Peterson type, where it's just, they're such physically a difference maker, it makes sense. You can get a guy very close to Travis Etienne as far as his skill set in the 4th and the 5th round. Not as good, admittedly, not as good, but very, very close. And again, it comes back to that positional value. I'm going to value a left tackle over a running back because the left tackle taken right now versus the left tackle taken that 4th and 5th round, there's a huge wide gap between them. With the running backs, I just don't believe it's as wide a gap. I think it's a little bit closer. YDY says, even with pass catching running backs, they are shown to have less value than just throwing to a wide receiver or tight end. Running backs just don't have value in the modern game. This is it's the evolution of things. I 100% agree with you, YDY. This is how the evolution of this works. Football is never a stagnant thing. It's an ever-changing thing. The game is always in movement. It's always moving from one thing to another thing, run-based to pass-based, to spread concepts, to positional set things on defense, to now it's positionalist on defense. It's just always in a move-based place. And the move it's moved towards now, and the move this has been going to for recent years, is devaluing running backs. Tommy Eden says the Browns have a pretty loaded team. They absolutely have a loaded team. They've done a very good job over recent years in adding talent. I think they've got something stupid like the most first-round picks, I think, of any roster in the NFL right now, which is in itself going to make you a game breaker. But they've also put together a really good team. They're going to run the football well. They'll throw the ball efficiently. They're going to get after the quarterback, and they're going to be able to cover on the outside. That in itself can be a recipe for winning football. King Prodigy, I know Pete would have loved Newsome. Oh, you're right, King. You're right. Yeah, he would have loved Newsome. He's an absolute would have been a fit for this defense. Just a pure fit. I loved his tape. Anthony Bain, Northwestern was a top 5 defense last year. Right, a lot to do with Newsome being there, because you throw at him and he's going to make you pay, and just such a hard read guy because he can play off coverage, but then he can break on the ball and get up on a short route, and you're never going to get over the top on him either. Brian Meyer says Ravens go wide receiver, either Elijah Moore or Terrace Marshall. That'd be the smart money, wouldn't it? That'd be the smart money, right, Brian? I think that would be definitely the smart money to go that direction with it. They need that help. Raining Tacos, Ravens just traded their right tackle. Offensive line makes sense. Moore may be the wrong guy to pair with Brown. Yeah, it could be. I mean, Hollywood Brown is more of an outside guy. I've never seen him as much on that inside take to it as much. I think he sticks out there for the most part. And they may be at a place that they're about ready to sell on Hollywood if he doesn't kind of come more along for them. But to your point, they do need, your right tackle is more of a need right now. And you are looking at Tevin Jenkins there that you could flip over to the right tackle and he'd be a nice fit. Dylan Radins is a guy you could put over there. You have a few options of guys you could select here at the offensive line that would make sense for the Ravens too. Terrace Marshall would be the guy that make more sense raining tacos, though. That's the guy that I could see there at the Ravens. John's got a Owe or Ojulari here. Oh, okay. Pick is in. With the 27th pick in the 2021 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Rashad Bateman, Minnesota. All right, well, Rashad goes off the board. Kind of a surprise here. I thought Terrace would go ahead of him. Rashad is a guy that's really hard to evaluate in this draft. Really hard. Ravens. And he is Rashad Bateman. What made him tough is that his 2019 tape was better than his 2020 tape. He got himself COVID in 2020, lost about 10 pounds, and his tape just was kind of not good. You go back to his 2019 tape, and it looked really good. It was outstanding. There was a kid drafted last year by the Buccaneers, and I thought Bateman outshined him on his tape. Certainly, he's being selected higher than where the Buccaneers took the receiver last year for him. The funny part about Rashad Bateman is a guy who has been ever shrinking since high school. The guy started out at 6'3", listed in high school, got to Minnesota, and then he was down to 6'2". Then at the pro day, they measured him up, and he was down to 6 feet tall. So he is maybe by the time he actually arrives in NFL facilities, he'll be down to about 5'10" at the current trajectory of things. But the 2019 tape was solid, first-round talent type tape. I think this would be the spot. If you're going off 2019, though, you'd still see him at the end of the first round. I didn't see him as ever a top 20 guy. I never understood that. But a really solid, excellent release off the line of scrimmage. Both him and Terrace Marshall, two of the better guys getting off that line of scrimmage, getting off press. He's a guy, again, just everything's solid about him. Nothing really spectacular about him, though. You know, there's not one given skill set he has as far as being a contested catch king or a route running maven. Just kind of everything solid right down the line. Jose, how you doing, Jose? Good to see you on in here. It's never complete till we got you in the chat here, Jose. So sorry I'm late, helping friends who are Jets fans. Who is on your big board? I have to look right now. I'll have to do some work tonight on that, Jose, to say who would be the guy up right now. I think, as somebody said, your top guys right now available, Ojulari, Onoway as edge rushers are two of the top. JOK is on the board as an outside linebacker. That's your number one there. Trayvon Moehrig would be your top safety right now on the board for me as we stand with that. Tight end, you're going to look at Fairmouth would be your top tight end right now on the board. Tackle, Tevin Jenkins, Dylan Radins would be your top guys. Creed Humphrey, Dickerson would be your centers. Don't really have a top guard on the board right now. But Terrace Marshall and Elijah Moore are your top two wide receivers. Where that'd be kind of, that's my rough list, Jose, for you. Kind of a rough list. But Seattle's definitely, with the way this draft's played out, where they will be picking, they are still in slot to have one of those top interior offensive linemen available if they want to go that route. And it does look like, even though we've had some offensive linemen taken, nobody's been really, the Leatherwood's going to push things a little bit with it, but it's been pretty balanced so far. So Seattle's still sitting in good position at 53 there to find a good player. Depends on the coach. You can never get Pete to think running backs are not important. You're right, Darren. But that's one of the things I'd offer you with Coach Carroll. That's been one of the things that's driven me crazy with him, is a little bit of his inability to be adaptive in his approach and innovative in his approach, and to think more in modern sensibilities as opposed to having his brain stuck in 1987. So I don't think it's as much as Coach Carroll doing that because he's so forward thinking as it concerns the running back position, as he's just locked into how he's always thought about the position. He says, this is what I'm talking about. Newsome is good, but it's no certainty he'll be a quality NFL corner. But we know ETN will be a quality running back. First-round picks are about certainty of contribution. Do we know, let me ask you this in regards to that, UE2K. If we look at the history of first-round running backs taken over the last 5 years, do we know for certain that those running backs are going to be a certain quantity? Is it proven 100% that that's going to absolutely be a certainty? And again, when you go for first round picks, you're going for upside. That tends to be what you're looking for. This is where you get your talent. So you never know what the corner is going to be. But if you're drafting for a talent who has potential star potential versus a running back who has star potential, what analytics tend to tell us, what the modern day NFL is telling us about winning and losing, is that the guy that's the cornerback is going to have more of the effect. He's going to be more impactful on the game than the star running back is going to be. Doesn't mean that there isn't a room for talented running backs on your football team. It's just about where you weight them from a value standpoint. And again, understanding not all positions are equal. And maybe that's just the place we disagree on with this, is that there's an operating assumption that you, outside of take kickers and punters out of it, that you have to put all these positions in kind of the same mode. There's certain positions you're going to weight heavier because they're going to be more impactful towards the game and the effect on the game. Yep, Rashad Bateman to the Ravens. Oh, yeah. It's a good pick by them. I didn't love Bateman, but it's a good pick by them. It's a need. Darren says, if so easy to replace, why still hear Seahawks have brought in 20 backs while they've been a starter? Because they're doing what I've said for them to do, Darren, which is if you're going to devalue the running back position and understand that it's hard to find difference makers early on versus what you get later on, that it's a crapshoot when going for running backs anywhere kind of in the draft overall, then what you do then is you do a numbers game. You go quantity on the approach rather than quality. And so every year you look to target the 4th, 5th, 6th round running back. Are all of them going to hit year in and year out? No. But because you're not drafting with a large draft capital towards them, you can afford to make a selection later on every year at that running back position. And you know what happens, Darren? You get a Thomas Rawls, who bursts on the scene out of the 6th round. You get a Chris Carson, who was a 7th round running back, who's been nearly a star running back since he's been here. That's what you get when you go that route. So it's even the Marshawn Lynch thing that you brought in, 2 4th round picks to get Marshawn Lynch in. It didn't cost a lot. You didn't have to spend a 2nd round pick to Marshawn or give up a 1st rounder for Marshawn. A guy who had productivity in this league, a guy who was a multiple 1,000-yard rusher at the time that you made the trade for him. It's because you can get it in other ways. You can get it utilizing later on picks. And there's going to be misses within that, Darren. There's going to be the DJ Dallas and the Travis Homers. But there's going to be the hit once every 3 or 4 years as well. And the running back that you get on the rookie contract will be good for 3 to 4 years on that rookie contract. So you can afford, built within this strategy, to miss. And I would offer that this is one of the reasons they have been doing that yearly, Darren, because they are embracing this a little bit. Oh. With the 28th pick in the 2021 draft, the New Orleans Saints take Peyton Turner. Houston. Ooh, and a little bit of a surprise here. A little bit higher than people maybe had him just a tiny bit projected to go. I'm not surprised. Some mock drafts had this going, had this guy going here. He's a really talented edge rusher. A lot of pass rush moves he offers. Sort of maybe a guy that's going to be for them probably their blindside edge rusher. He can do both. He can play on both sides of the line. Probably your eventual Cam Jordan replacement. Great bend. He can long arm guys. He showed really good strength. He took a guy like, I think, Tevin Jenkins in one of the games, a guy who just does not get overpowered, and he overpowered him. I like it from the standpoint, I think they lost some edge rushers here, and they lost some defensive linemen here this offseason, the Saints did. So it's a really solid selection from that standpoint. They had a lot of needs, so there wasn't going to be just one of our other places that they could look for. A little surprised not Terrace Marshall here, but Terrace Marshall had some questions with medical issues coming into this draft, kind of at the last minute. I wonder if that's not affecting a little bit of his draft stock. But Turner's a good defensive end. We're happy to see this guy selected here. He wouldn't have been our pick there. I don't think we would have gone defensive end. So it just pushes one more extra wide receiver, one more maybe lineman down for us. Though I don't think lineman was going to be a target for the Saints. They're pretty solid on that right now. Brian Meyer says, could JOK get some love finally? Oh, let's see. Green Bay is a possibility. They definitely are always a little weak at linebacker. I think Buffalo, with the way that they run that defensive scheme and how multi-dimensional it is, they could definitely use a chess piece like JOK there, so it's possible there. And hell, even the Ravens in a couple picks. The Ravens did go linebacker in the first round last year, and they were roundly criticized for it. And then Patrick Queen didn't have the best rookie year, so that might make them a little hesitant. But next couple of picks, he could definitely go. Rain and Tacos Jenkins was the pick. I'm ringing the bell all day on that dude. His tape is so fun to watch. Tall stack of pancakes, and Elijah isn't falling to 56. I agree. Elijah goes in the next 15 picks. Tevin Jenkins is one of my low-key favorite tackles in the draft. He mauls guys. He plays with attitude. All the things that I knocked Alex Leatherwood for not doing, this guy does. Got the wrestling background, I think, that he goes with. I like that guy quite a bit. He's going to be a good player for whoever ends up picking him. This could be even a Green Bay team here. I think they lost their right tackle this offseason. They might be taking a look here. But boy, Elijah Moore, if you are gonna hold on to Aaron Rodgers here, you'd have to think Elijah Moore or Terrace Marshall would be the pick. Moore makes a lot of sense. How about Kellen Mond here to Green Bay? Want to piss off Aaron Rodgers a little more? What about Kellen Mond? Oh, goodness. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez, thoughts on the Aaron Rodgers drama? Well, I think the end goal for what Rodgers was doing in this situation, Jose, was to get another contract. And this is all about money at the end of the day, as it concerns Aaron. He's got a reason to be a little bit pissed off with them. Not just those two first round, this first three picks of their last year's draft were they traded their third round pick to move up in the first round and get Jordan Love. So they lost a third and a first for that. And then they give a second round pickup for A.J. Dillon on top of that. I can understand why he might have been a little bit upset when the last couple of years they've seemed to be maybe a player or two away from getting over the top into the Super Bowl and getting to the promised land. He's got probably a point in that respect. But I think they're probably we'll see what they do with this pick, man. Oh, okay. Okay, Green Bay. Okay, Green Bay. With the 29th pick in the 2021 draft, the Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, Georgia. Well, Green Bay's endless fascination with cornerbacks continue, doesn't it? Just like they love themselves cornerbacks there. I mean, they have a fascination. Who needs wide receivers? Well, I'm going to take from this that the Packers certainly could still potentially be moving on from Rodgers at this point because you're going to ignore the wide receiver position again here. By the next time they pick, there's not going to be as good a guy available on the board for them there. What a weird. Packers are weird with corners. What is their fascination, man? And Jose, you asked him my thoughts on this. Like, I don't understand the thought process behind pissing off your starting Hall of Fame quarterback. Guy just won an MVP, and you don't make moves throughout the offseason. You don't go all in. You don't try to make a splashy move. You don't try to go trade for a wide receiver. You just keep doing what you do in Packerland, which is just sitting still and doing a whole lot of nothing and just trusting your process. And I can understand, I'm not a big Aaron Rodgers fanboy. I don't like the guy a whole bunch necessarily, but I think he's got a little bit of a point here in their approach. And the Eric Stokes wouldn't have been my top cornerback on the board right now. I liked Campbell better, his running mate at Georgia. I like Tyson Campbell better than Stokes. Yeah, Stokes runs the 4.25 40 on his pro day, but he doesn't play as strong as Campbell does. He's a cover guy, not as good as in tackling, doesn't get off blocks, soft corner a little bit. Kind of reminds me almost a little bit of the Trayvon Diggs last year. It's a bit of an odd one. Randall says, if Lawrence and Etienne hadn't played together at Clemson, I bet the Jags don't draft him. That's a solid point. Probably true. Probably true. But Jose, I don't understand that thought process. I felt a little bit like this with Seattle and not building up more of the offensive line around Russ. I don't know why you wouldn't want to protect your most important, your most pricey investment, the investment that could be there for 5 to 6, 7 years, the one guy in your roster that could be that guy. It's these front offices, I can only imagine it must be a little bit of ego and pride that comes into play with it, because otherwise it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't get it as an approach. Brian Meyer says Turner breaks my streak of guys mocked to round 1. Yeah, did I have Turner? Let me see if I had Turner. Whoops. Let me see. Did I have Turner in this draft? Did I have him in the first round? No, I think I had Ojulari going up ahead of Turner. So I had Onaway and Ojulari going ahead of him. But he should probably go ahead because he's more refined than some of those other guys. Ojulari's a little more one-trick pony style, and Onaway's a little more raw. So it's probably should have been more obvious to go that direction of it. Anthony Bain says, Eric Stokes, don't they have Alexander and King already? Yeah, they just always keep assembling cornerbacks there. I don't get that move there for them. And why don't you give him a receiver? At least just to make him happy. I mean, you need it. You need the receiver help. That's the other thing. You need it. It's not like you don't need wide receivers right now. And you need guys that can probably hit the ground running because your quarterback ain't getting any younger. That team ain't getting any younger. Stay Strong says, do you think Javonte Williams can be drafted by Seattle or not? Stay Strong, I do. I think he's the closest thing to Marshawn Lynch since Marshawn Lynch came out. The best tackle breaker in this draft, the best tackle breaking running back that we've seen come along in years. He would be such a pure fit for what Carroll loves in a running back, and wearing defenses down and just being a strong, solid runner. Nick Chubb 2.0. I think that would be too good a value for Seattle to pass on at that particular running back for what they want there. I do. I think that's where they would probably go. Brian Myers, wow, they must hate Kevin King now. Well, I think that he got beat in that playoff game right at the end of the half. Remember, on that go route. Maybe that just is sticking in their craw a little bit too much. But they actually gave him a couple $1 million, I think. Like, they didn't just give him a veteran minimum deal. He got a little bit of, not a lot of money, but he got a little bit of money, like, to be slotted in as that starter. Odd pick by the Packers. We've had a couple of reaches here in that first round. This is going to be assembled right in there with the Leatherwoods. And in my opinion, a little bit of ETN and just being picked in the first round like that. Starting to get a little bit of corners now taken here in this first round, right? We're starting to feel a little more corners than we had saw originally here now. We're up to like 5 cornerbacks taken. 5 cornerbacks in the first round here, still with the 3 picks left to go. Interesting. UE2K says, no way Javonte lasts to 56. I agree. I don't think he will. But if he's available. Brandon McDaniel, New Orleans Saints keep addressing their lines. They do. They did take some hits on their defensive lines. They had to this offseason. It was definitely a little bit of a need for them, but they've always been good about that. And I love their general manager there, Mickey Loomis. Isn't it Mickey Loomis down there? I forget who it is. They got a very good general manager. Michael Barker says, 2 kinds of people in the world. Those that understand why you don't need to take a running back in the first round, and those that don't. Oh, facts, man. Facts, brother. It'll be an internal debate, Michael. I have a feeling an internal debate. All right, we got another pick in here. With the 30th selection in the 2021 draft, the Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau of the Miami Hurricanes. So definitely drafting again I talked to you guys about taking for the best available player on the board type pick. I think we're seeing a lot of picks here that are not necessarily being picked for the best available board, but more for kind of need. Very interesting to see this selection because he put up 16 sacks in his prior year, and then he sat out last season, and then he didn't test very good. This is a guy that doesn't give you a lot of bend. He is very big. That's kind of his main attribute, is he's a big, long guy, and he's going to just try to lock you out. He's going to kind of come from that Carlos Dunlap school or the Calais Campbell school of pass rushing, where it's a little bit of just walking those tackles back, trying to use their strength, but then the strength doesn't flash completely. I tend to think a little bit of that 16 sack season was a little bit of an outlier for him, but potential's there. It's hard to train guys 6'6" that can move like he can move on the football field. All the same, I think I liked a couple of the other edge rushers that were on the board that were a little bit more safer. This is definitely a shoot for the moon pick, all potential kind of pick with the Buffalo Bills. But he'll work with that defense. He'll be a fit. They can move him around that defensive line a little bit and kind of work him in. Oh, Deanna Pennington coming with a $10 donation. Thank you, Deanna Pennington, for your donos. You guys have been very kind on the donation game today, and I do appreciate it. Thank you, Deanna. Love your little emoji there. That's awesome. YDY says Jenkins plays with anger. Very fun to watch. Absolutely. He plays with an edge. He plays an absolute edge. Jose, you agree with me on that? I'm glad, man. It's one of those. Sometimes NFL teams do just head-scratching things that seem like the most straightforward, easy things to read in a situation. Take care of your Hall of Fame football. Take care of your Hall of Fame quarterback. In the Packers' case, you sort of did this before with Rodgers and never really giving him the receivers on the outside. You always were the drafting development guys. And yeah, you got him some guys throughout his time, but you never got him that guy, that dude. And I like Devontae Adams. I do, but it's another one of these guys you've drafted and brought along. Go get a dude. Go get to pair him with a couple of guys. Give him a couple of people to throw at, not just one guy to throw at. I don't know. It's so strange. UE2K, the Packers is what happens when you put your approach ahead of your reality. Seahawks have been guilty of the same thing, but haven't drafted Wilson's replacement. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's worse with what they did in taking Jordan Love, I think, UE last year versus what Seattle's done. And we've talked about this UE2K before, where the Packers have gone more to offensive line and spending more on the offensive line and making that more of a priority recently with Rodgers. But they've also gotten much weaker at the tight end wide receiver position. Seattle decided to do somewhat of the inverse with their offense, going more to tight end and more to wide receiver skill position approach rather than offensive line. But they have been a little bit both guilty of the same thing. Your boy Michael says, great way to piss Aaron off. Well, if he isn't already mad, you guys went and got another corner? How many corner swings do you need in the first round, Green Bay? I'd be pissed. Aaron's got a right. He's got a right now to be smug. He's always a smug bastard, but now he's got a real reason to be a smug bastard. Green Bay could have drafted Diami Brown from North Carolina, but great point, man. How good would he have looked in Green Bay? How good would Diami Brown looked on the outside out there? I mean, why? What are you doing? Like, Green Bay, what are you doing? I don't know. I don't get it. Tommy Eden, Rodgers just crushed his beer, I think. I'll take Denver for $40 million. Nice. I saw what you did there, Tommy. Adrian D, I still think Seattle should have traded their 3 picks for the first overall pick. And what do you think if Seattle picks up Tim Tebow as a number 2 tight end? That's right. Tim Tebow did work out here recently as a tight end for, was it New York? I forget who we did it with. I never thought he was going to be a good tight end in this league. I just, good college player, not going to be a pro. It was what it kind of was what it was with him. Be interesting to see how this Rodgers thing plays out if he does end up in Denver, if this goes this way. This kind of all came out of left field, but my goodness, hard to see him being happy right now as we go into next season as it stands right now. They're gonna have to pay him a boatload of cash to put a smile on his face at this point. Raining Tacos, never underestimate the Hawks' ability to take a linebacker or safety in round 2. I love those guys, but sometimes it feels like outsmarting everyone, being sneaky, and taking our guy is overemphasized early. I agree. Yeah, I do too. I think it's the our guy thing is sometimes where they land on why guys are their guy too. When guys they've had target an LJ Collier guy, or you go, why is he your guy? What is it about that skill set that made him your guy? It's. And again, best player available is where you always lean to. But hey, they've definitely picked. I did a breakdown recently, and over the last 5 years, in the top 5 rounds, the safeties were the most draft capital was put towards the safety position than any other position on our football team. You put 5 draft picks in the top 5 rounds the last 5 years in the safety, and then you also traded for Diggs, which got you a 5th rounder, and you traded Adams, which got you 2 first rounders and a 3rd rounder. So assets into that. Likewise with linebackers, they drafted 4 of them, so that's not out of contention that they go that route either. Mom's drafting. Look who just donated money. Anthony Bain, I wouldn't take Javonte in the first round personally. No, I wouldn't either. I don't take running backs in the first round. I wouldn't. There's better value there at other positions. There's better talent at other positions. There's more impactful talent at other positions on the football field. James Black says, Rodgers already said he wanted out, so no reason to make him happy now. Good point, James. Good point. You just go, well, screw it. He's pissed. What are we going to do about it? We've crapped the bed. We might as well lie in it. Hey, maybe, Darren says, when you want $40 million a year, you shouldn't need any weapons. Win the game yourself. Well, I'd say that's one of the reasons why those quarterbacks shouldn't ask for $40 million a year, Darren. And it makes it hard to build up the rest of the team when you do. And it certainly does. Green Bay is a garbage organization, says Go Hawks. Well, they're not doing good when they got the luck of having 2 franchise quarterbacks now. What will be over a 30-year time period, and they will have won 1 Super Bowl with the collective 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks over a 3rd-year time period. Hard not to see that as a fail. Hard not to see that as you did not get the most out of what you should have gotten out of that. You know, I in my opinion, I think it's definitely not. Yeah. Tevin Jenkins to Baltimore. It's going to be a sensational pick for them to get him here. I thought they should have taken him with their last pick, and if they can pick him up here, Baltimore's really having a good draft so far, I think. So they got Rashad Bateman, a solid pick, and then you go for offensive line. 2 things that are going to help out Lamar Jackson, your young quarterback, if they go that direction. I think that'd be awesome for them to do that. That'd be really smart. Anthony Bain, well, Brooks was really a 2nd-round talent we reached for. I think he's beyond. I think he's a little bit lesser than a 3rd round. I think he's an early 3rd-round pick is where he should have been slotted into, Anthony. You know, he doesn't have, let's say, Zevins Collins in this draft, much bigger for an inside type linebacker, whereas, you know, Jordan Brooks is a lot smaller of a guy. You know, he's a guy, again, run stuffing ability was his first and foremost attribute. What is the value of that in the modern NFL game? And then knowing he's playing out of position for the first 2 years because middle linebacker is really his best position, what's the value of that? And then understanding he struggles in zone coverage, which is kind of problematic because you as a defense run more zone coverage for your linebackers than just about any other team in the NFL. Oh, got the pick is in. With the 31st selection in the 1st round of the 2021 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Jason Onwue, Penn State. So they are going for the tantalizing potential. This guy had one of the all-time great pro days recently at Penn State. I mean, he just tore the top off of what you would seek for outside rushers. I mean, he is rocked up to the nth degree. This guy is. The question though comes down to he doesn't have the production. The production is just not there with this guy, and you're really looking out and saying we can develop this guy as a pass rusher. We can really make it work with him. I think the thing that makes it nice with going to a place like this, let's look at the guy that they just had recently signed with the Patriots, who I'm forgetting his name. This guy's been there the last couple of years for the Baltimore Ravens, and he's been a good pass rusher for them, kind of as a linebacker. But he's done a lot of his damage off blitzes. He's done most of his sack percentage stuff's come off blitzes. And I think that this is what they're looking at with him, is that they're going to be able to overload offensive lines with their blitz-heavy approaches and get this guy into situations that are going to be advantageous for him to be able to take advantage of his physical gifts. But this is a lot of projection for the Ravens. And I'll tell you, when you lose Orlando Brown and not necessarily having a solid lock-in-place point there at the right tackle with Brown now moving on, sure would have liked Tevin Jenkins there a lot better as the pick for them. Sure would have liked that a lot better. But Owe, no defensive end has had the kind of pro day that this guy put up a few weeks ago. No defensive end has in the modern era. I mean, it is absolutely as freakish as you get. But just the tape doesn't show it, man. The tape doesn't necessarily show it. But then again, Ravens aren't going to put their defensive linemen on, you know, if they're not going to come at you with a down front 4 like we will and say, okay, beat your man one-on-one. They're going to run a lot of games and twists and stunts and overload one side and zone blitzes and stuff. And that's going to help him out and aid him to get some production, potentially right out the gate with him. But man, I liked Azeez Ojulari a lot more than I like this guy. Azeez definitely to me looked like a little bit more of like the guy they went after last year in Yannick Ngakoue, kind of as a pass rusher. D Nugget, thank you for the $2 donation, D Nugget. I do appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's good to see you on in here too, D Nugget. Randall McDaniel, 2 Super Bowls with Favre and Rodgers, both won a wing. That's right, it was 2 Super Bowls. I said 1 Super Bowl, but it was 2. Still, 30 years, and it's 30 years of Hall of Fame quarterbacks. 30 years of 2 top 15 quarterbacks all time. One of them maybe a top 5. You certainly feel like you left a lot of meat on that particular bone, don't you, Randall? if you're Green Bay at that point. Like, we could have done this better. And then where was in this 30-year period the change in direction? Where was the thing that said, this thing we've been doing that's not allowed us to top out these quarterbacks at their upper end to get us a couple Super Bowls, to return us back to Titletown? Maybe we do this instead. And where we zig, now we're going to go zag. But there is no zag. They've always held to that philosophy that they've had of team building and not diving into free agency, going back to the Ron Wolf days there. And it's never changed. I think they've gotten real stagnant in their approach in that respect. Okay, we got the last pick of the first round. We're at the 32nd pick in the 2021 draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon, University of Washington. Hey, how about that? A Husky got off the board in the first round. Woohoo! Go Dogs! Love it. Well, Tampa Bay gets to operate in this draft fully from the contextual plane of, we just do whatever the hell we want. We can draft 7 punters if we want. This team literally has not lost any players from this squad, the Super Bowl winning squad. They're bringing everybody back in the fold, the Gronks, the Antonio Browns, the Godwins. Everybody's coming back. The whole band is set to return. And now you go and you get a guy in Joe Tryon that sat out last year in an opt-out, showed good production, ability to really work the edge, and now reportedly he's like just stacked his body up. He's worked on himself. He's really tried to get himself prepared for the next NFL level and really dived into that. I think this guy's going to work out for them well. I think another one of those guys, his best football is coming out where when he really fills into that frame and that body. I think he's going to be a good edge rusher. This just gives them now a little bit of a hedge for, Jason Pierre-Paul's getting a little bit older. And then you've got a guy in Shaq Barrett who's played a lot of football over the last couple of years. So now you've got a guy who can maybe work in rotationally to keep those guys fresh. You maintain that deadly front four that Tampa Bay has, which allows them to not have to blitz very much. And when they do blitz, then it's absolutely deadly. I love the pick from Tampa Bay's standpoint. Very smart, very smart. Hard to ding it. Hard for them to really go wrong here. And they went with a nice draft pick for them. A guy that's going to be a good fit for them. Rating Tacos, some people say if a guy named Boogie is available, it's hard not to go there. Well, Boogie's a fun name, right? Boogie Basham. Just fun to say. Boogie Basham. Boogie Basham. He's going to go tomorrow, though. He'll go early on tomorrow, probably. So we got Matt Judon. That's who I was trying to think of when I was looking at Jason Owe, where you Matt Judon, he was getting all of his sack production really came out of blitzing, where they were just blitzing a ton. Not that he was beating a guy one-on-one. And maybe they can do a little bit of that with Onoe there with Baltimore. Randy Taco says people may be sleeping on David Mills. Could be the round 3 steal at the quarterback this year. He can make all the throws, and he has the smarts. He does. The 2 things that I just ding him for a little bit is I don't think he's got the mobility rating Tacos and arm and velocity, ability to really cook that ball out of his hand. I mean, he can throw with as good accuracy as any quarterback in this draft, as good anticipation as any quarterback in this draft, but the arm's just a little bit... It's a little soft for me at times. It doesn't, you just can't just let it rip, I don't see the steam coming off it. Sometimes I want to see, I'm a big arm talent guy where it's like, first and foremost, as a quarterback, you can have processing and you can have the big brain. You can be the Mac Jones type. I need the arm first and foremost to be there. I need you to be able to make every NFL throw. That's my one question with David Mills, is if he can truly make every NFL throw in the book. Anthony Bain says Baltimore doesn't like Lamar clearly. Well, there was word they were maybe going to be looking to move off from him, and he's not gotten that new contract yet. Despite being an MVP, he has yet to be getting off of that rookie deal as of yet. I think that's very telling from Baltimore's standpoint here and what they think about him. It also falls in line with how they've dealt with him, where I've maintained Baltimore's doing the new school approach that we've been waiting for an NFL team to truly embrace. And that approach is that we're going to go draft a quarterback in the first round, use up all 5 cheap years of his rookie deal. We're going to have a mobile guy that'll run all the read option stuff, and we're going to run him to death. We're going to run him like there's no tomorrow. We're going to run him like we could care less how his game looks at 30 years old. We're going to Cam Newton him. And that's what I think that they're doing, where maybe they feel like his best ball is going to be done after this rookie deal, and that he's going to be lesser of a player as he starts to lose mobility, as maybe a lower leg injury hits him, as he would be kind of due to have hit him with the way he plays. Darren Bale says, who will be the first team to say no and let star quarterback hit free agency? So I think, to my point on this, Darren, I could see Baltimore being that team with their hesitancy to pay Lamar, as well as trying both sides coming to a common place. Do you pay Lamar $40 million a year as that mobile quarterback, knowing he's one read option away from being done and being not only done, but not being able to be that same dynamic quarterback he once was? So many linemen fell to round 2, says, why do I? We got a lot of great linemen going in round 2. Dylan Radins, Tevin Jenkins, Walter Little, Jalen Mayfield will be there. Interior guys up the yin-yang right now, right? We saw a couple of guards, left tackle guys taken, but no pure guards taken in the first round. Quinn Miners is going to be there. The Creed Humphrey, Landon Dickerson's will be there. Kendrick Green out of Illinois is going to be there. Definitely when Seattle selects, they're going to have a very quality offensive lineman available to pick if they do want to go that route. They will also have a talented cornerback, though. So it's really going to be about what they feel is the most needy that they need for the team. Because remember, folks, when they look at players, they're looking at assessing them versus what they have on the roster already. They're not assessing them up against the other cornerbacks in a particular draft. John Vandermolen, no centers in the first round. And John, my master plan is nearly complete. My Creed Humphrey master plan is nearly complete. So hopefully it rolls that way. That's my guy I've targeted for a while now. I know center's not sexy. I know it's not going to get very hyped up. But I would feel damn solid if we can walk away from the second round tomorrow, or even the early third round if we're able to trade back. Darren Bales, how good could Seahawks defense be with $50 million to spend? Pretty good. Pretty good. A lot of options tomorrow. Go Hawks. He says great corners, great receivers, great tackles. All 3 centers left tomorrow. Yeah. A lot of options available for Seattle where they'll be selected on the board. We also didn't see any safeties taken. Somebody's going to take a couple safeties ahead of us here in this draft. Morag will go. The kid out of Syracuse, Cisco, will probably go ahead in these top 53 picks. So I'll try to get a good idea tomorrow. I'm going to look at these guys tonight, the teams that'll be picking up ahead of us, and try to slot in who I can see them taking, because we can get a pretty good feel for who will be available once we go. And I'll have a little presentation tomorrow before we start the draft up tomorrow of what guys will be likely to be available there where Seattle selects. But I like the way this has played out so far for Seattle standpoint. Good players are going to be available there for us in the second round, the way this first round's rolled out. There's been enough reaches, enough guys kind of picked higher than you thought, and other guys are going to be picked out that'll fill out and allow other guys to continue to drop. Rainy Tacos, no way you paid Jackson huge money. Everything you said is spot on. Thank you, Rainy Tacos. I think we know there's going to be an NFL team some point or another that's going to be willing to put their balls on that chopping block. And they're not going to do the thing that the Rams did with Goff. Like, we got to pay Goff quick, or else he's going to end up costing $50 million. And then you end up with, we paid him too early. Or Carson Wentz, we got to pay Carson Wentz, almost MVP. If we don't pay him, he's going to cost us $50 million. And then you go, let's take this $30 million dead money hit to get off of him. Some team's going to be smart, and when you look at for a smart organization, look no further to me than the Baltimore Ravens, who've historically been very smart in the way that they run that football team. Doesn't always bear out results of Super Bowl titles, but they're always a very good football team, and whether their moves don't work out or not, it's usually done with a certain amount of acumen and intelligence. And they would be the exact type of team I've long thought with this process that could do that. And with Jackson, I think he's always going to be limited as a passer. I think you're getting his best football right now in his rookie contract versus the next deal he gets. It's just the way it's going to roll with him as a particular player. I think it's kind of smart. I'm looking for a team to be smart like that and not get held over this barrel these quarterbacks hold them over, where they got to pay the stars, the sun, and the moon, and then kill the whole rest of their roster to make things work. Look at how the Ravens, too, have been able to really build that roster around Jackson off of his rookie deal, and adding the Calais Campbells and the Yannick Ngakwe's, just really filling in those guys. Why do I say Seattle does not draft cornerbacks in the second round? It's very true. 10 years, they've now drafted one cornerback inside of the late third round. So I think if we're making an odds-on chances tomorrow, I think the chances odds-on are probably first, Seattle takes an offensive lineman. Second, that they would take a receiver. Third might be a linebacker, and then fourth might be a cornerback, just the way that they roll. Magic Vlog says Jackson's the running back, nothing less. I'm glad you guys agree with me on this. John Smith, unbanned 312. John, I thought I unbanned you, but if I didn't, I'll go right after the telecast here and unban you. I thought I deleted it out, though. So you should be unbanned. You should be unbanned. Don't forget, says Tommy, the North Carolina running back might be available there, too. He might, and that will be a very tantalizing proposition for Coach Carroll if he's sitting there with that guy. I will admit that. I don't think they're going to lean towards running back, but if you see Marshawn Lynch 2.0 sitting there, if that's the guy that's looking you in the eye, right? Maybe it may be kind of hard at that point to make it work. So yeah, you are unblocked on that, John Smith. Your 3-1-2's unblocked. You're good to go, buddy. Michael Parker, what about Oregon safety? Boy, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, Michael, because like I said, though, the last 5 years in the top 5 rounds, in the last 5 years, you've taken 5 safeties. You've also traded a 5th-round pick for Quandre Diggs. You've traded 2 first-round picks and a 3rd-round pick for Jamal Adams. So over the last 5 years in the top 5 rounds, you've spent 9 draft picks on safeties. 9. If they're drafting another safety this year, again, I think that's an indication if you're Seattle that you're doing something wrong at that point if you go there. I like Javon Holland out of Oregon. He's one of my favorite safeties in this draft. In fact, I kind of had him low-key almost higher than Travis Moore. Moore's a little higher than him, but I got him as my number 2 guy. I like him a bit. I think he could play some corner if you need him to play corner. A lot of flexibility to his game. Very instinctual as a player. Will be available there, Michael. He will be there in the 2nd round, but God, you're going to make your 10th pick in the last 5 years, last 6 years at safety in the top 5 rounds. Yeah. I think we got bigger needs too. Ethan Tech World, overall thoughts. I bet there will be a few guys when we pick, but Schneider can justify not trading that 2nd rounder. He absolutely, with the guy that'll be available there in that 2nd round, he could justify not trading back because that guy very well won't be there in 12, 13 picks that you got to trade back in order to pick up that extra 5th rounder. So Schneider better be real certain if he's going to trade back tomorrow, because there's going to be a real good player there that he can land, in my opinion. Specifically, again, Creed Humphrey, Quinn Miners, Lander Dickerson. One of those trio will be sitting there looking you in the eye, and I really like any of those 3 guys as far as an upgrade on our offensive line. But I think right now, Ethan, it's leading towards offensive line will be there. Wide receiver talent will be there. Some good wide receivers will be available there sitting on the board for you. So, yeah. Jimboy Michael, Israel Mukamua could be very solid. I like Israel Mukamua in the 5th round all day. Jimboy Michael, I think he'll be available there. I've called him Brandon Browner 2.0, minus some of the tenacity that Brandon Browner brought. But this guy's got the ball skills, the length, the ability to drive on balls with that length and flip his hips just good enough at that size 6'4" to get the job done. Pure scheme fit. AI says that North Carolina kid looks just like Marshawn. He is. There's not been even Nick Chubb. It wasn't as close to Marshawn Lynch as Javonte Williams is. He is almost. It's almost like looking in a little bit of a mirror. It's like a mirror a bit. Ethan's Tech World. I love Mukamua. That's my boy in the 4th round. You could get him in the 4th round. I think you can get him in the 5th round too, Ethan, just because he's a guy who's not going to be for everybody. Not every scheme is going to be able to handle him. If you want to have a scheme where you're not having a guy playing press, you're asking him to play off coverage all the time. If you're a scheme that wants to play man on man a lot, so this is going to reduce down the number of teams that will target him. There'll be some teams that are competing for his services, but then again, too, the cornerback depth in this draft is so deep. We saw 5, I think, taken in the 1st round. You'll probably see another 5, 6 taken in the 2nd round. It'll just keep going on that way throughout the draft because there's so many of them, in my opinion. 312 says Lamar's a running back. I think we're all in agreement of that then. Raining Tacos, if Seattle takes a safety, my head may explode. Rightfully so. Rightfully freaking so, man. Ethan's Tech World, I don't like Quinn Miners. Well, part of it with Quinn Miners for me is less than just his tape. He's been training with sort of an offensive line guru over the last year. He went to the Senior Bowl and absolutely dominated both at guard and center. So this is a little bit of what I've seen as far as his development goes, even beyond playing in a small college where, he's just sort of blasting lesser known guys. He's blasting doctors and lawyers off the ball and stuff that aren't going to be playing NFL in a couple of years. So I understand why you might not love him from a certain respect, but I just like him. I like him. I think he'd be a fit. I like the thought of him being there as depth for guard and then he being a guy who's going to compete with Posick at center out the gate. Jose Rodriguez says, can we trade Penny for anything? Dear God, please, anything. Jose, yes, potentially so. I've always maintained there's some team out there that could look at Rashad Penny and say, you guys aren't using him right. We put him on the outside and let him run an outside zone all day long, and he'll be fantastic in that. There certainly could be a team that could look at that and say, that's what we're going to do with this guy. I don't know that there is. We don't have any indication of it. I think if a team were to make an offer of a 4th, 5th rounder for him, Seattle would jump on that all day. But hard to say at this point, Jose, what we're going to see with him or not. I can't say for certain with that. If you drafted Javonte Williams tomorrow, you're definitely probably moving on from Penny at that point. Penny becomes a little bit redundant. Go Hawks. Is tomorrow second, third, and fourth? I think it's only the second and third round tomorrow, as I understand it. Brandon Eichrick says, so many weird-ass picks. Very weird. Very weird. And Brandon, we were going to anticipate some of this year, though, above all other, because you don't know what you're getting this year. You just don't in this draft. It's fewer players, announced for this draft than has ever been before over the last few years. You don't have as much tape. You have opt-outs. You've guys to play a couple of games and they're out. You have some teams not even playing the full allotment of their schedule. This leads you to grab guys that'll be, like we saw with the Christian Darrisaw or Leatherwood, 5-star talent types that you don't have to question physically what you're getting. You just need to coach them up. The little bit of that less of, I have to wonder what I'm getting here. I've got to have a hope I may, wish I might kind of approach to team building. So I can see why they made some of these moves on going for safe picks, going for sort of the known quantities. You could anticipate that in this draft. And one of the reasons why, again, very happy that our Seahawks, not happy, but I'm okay with the fact that our Seahawks aren't drafting in this particular first round because of it. Crazy Loner. Lamar hasn't progressed enough to be a paid $30 million quarterback. Well, that's the problem here is not to be paid $30 million, it's to be paid $40 million because the quarterback's the next guy up is the next guy up and he is going to get paid. And this is the conundrum that the Baltimore Ravens have landed in and a big part of the reason why that they are not yet signing Lamar to a new deal because Lamar's value is based upon him being on a rookie deal and you building out the rest of the team, building on a great offensive line and having an awesome defense and a good run game around him. But now you're talking about we're going to pay you $40 million a year and then build all that same stuff around you. That's going to be damn near impossible for us to pull off. But like you, I don't know if he is a $30 million a year guy, like you said, because there's so much limitations there as a thrower, so much as far as limitations as far as inaccuracy and throwing with touch and throwing with anticipation, going through his reads, not just falling back on being a scrambling guy. Y2KH, what did I miss? Who did the Cardinals draft? They drafted Zevin Collins, linebacker, inside linebacker, looking to stop the run, build up for this team, this division, and being able to not have that be a weakness for them when you got teams like the Rams and the 49ers and the Seahawks, all who are very committed to running the football. Y2KH, hey, do we still have Russell? Yes, we do still have Russell. YDY, I like Shaun Wade at cornerback. He's one of those guys that had an off year in 2020, but had everything Seattle looks for. He certainly played in the scheme there. Yes, in that respect. He's a guy I didn't like his tape on. Both him and Benjamin St-Juste, frankly, YDY are just two of the tapes that I was really, really cold on their tape. Shaun Wade can play in our scheme. He played in the scheme at Ohio State, plays that cover 3 technique. He can certainly keep from being beat over the top, but he gives up everything else in front of him. He's a little bit like Shaquille Griffin in that respect. Crazy Loner says, I think we go center or defensive tackle in the second round tomorrow. We probably trade down a couple of picks. Too much talent is going to be available. Probably about how it's going to play out, I'd say. Probably how it's going to play out. Brandon Eicherick, what's the deal with Jamin Davis? Didn't like his tape at all. Well, he's very raw on his tape. You're going for physical skill set here, Brandon, where he's got everything physically you could want, size, speed, plays with aggression, plays that little bit of that chip on his shoulder. But the tape's rough, and he's still figuring out how to play linebacker. It's something that's still not quite natural in his approach and what he does. But I think that's one of our reaches in the early first round as well, Brandon. That's definitely one of our reaches. Ethan, Tech World, I like center later in the draft that can simply give Posick a run for his money. I'd much rather get a potential fantastic offensive tackle that can be better than Shell. It's also not a need, so best offensive tackle available. That's where I land at this, Ethan. I'm not necessarily stuck on center or guard. I think that's where the best value will be at, because I think by the time that you're picking tackle at that point, Radins is off the board, Tevin Jenkins is off the board. You're down to like Jalen Mayfield types at that point, Ethan, when you're picking at that point, second round, as opposed to we could be looking at the very first center taken off the board or the first pure guard taken off the board at that spot. To me, that is where more of the value is at that spot. Micah, if the Hawks select a wide receiver, who should it be? That's a good question. If we're picking in the second round, man, it's hard to say on where we're at that second round. You're no man's land to pick a wide receiver at the end of the second round, honestly, because you're into the tier 3 group and you're in the beginning of the tier 3 group, which I'd be much happier in picking tier 3 in the fourth round-ish area of things. I can just throw, random names out like a Marquise Stevenson out to you. Tylan Wallace. Obviously Elijah Moore is going to be gone by that point. Rondell Moore may be a guy you look at because of his size. He might just drop pretty far in this draft, being 5'7". Michael Parker, who is the next tight end? It's going to be Pat Fairmouth out of Penn State will be the next tight end taken off the board, and then probably Brevin Jordan behind him. Brendan Eichrick, crazy JOK fell a little bit. Guy plays at 215 pounds, playing kind of a rover role in college. Where are you going to put him? Yeah, he should be a will linebacker at the next level, but there is probably a little bit of question at that size, weight, whether or not he can really take on blocks and do the things you need a linebacker to do. 312, where does GOAT Antonio Brown rank all time? Where he is on pace to rank all time before he went crazy, and where he will rank by the end of his career. He was on pace to rank probably top 5 all time as a receiver before he went crazy. He'll probably end up top 15 by the time. That's probably where he ranks all time. That's probably where he's going to fall all time. But, people hold the head case aspect against you like they do with Terrell Owens. Go Hawks 05, hoping Baltimore goes to Philly tomorrow and force that Fletcher Cox release we keep discussing. I would love it, dude. I'm sorry, I misread that. Go Hawks. Hoping Barmore goes to Philly tomorrow and force that Fletcher Cox release we keep discussing. That'd be great. That'd be just le magnifique. La magnifica. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez. Would you take Rondell Moore? I guess, Jose, we got to talk about what would be the option on the other side of it. So if I've got Creed Humphrey or Rondell Moore, I go with Creed Humphrey. If I've got, tough one is if I got a Jalen Mayfield and Rondell Moore, that's a tough one there. That's a little harder for me. If I got the kid out of Illinois, I'd probably take the guard out of Illinois. I'd take him probably over Rondell. But if we see a run on tackles in this draft, we see a run on guards early on, and Rondell's sitting there, I can be talked into Rondell just for the crazy potential he could be giving you. But boy, at 5'7", man, never have seen a wide receiver at 5'7" go out and be able to, I'm not talking about dominate, just be a successful wide receiver at that size. Crazy Loner, why not draft the future Fletcher Cox and Aleem McNeil instead? I don't see Fletcher Cox's ability in Aleem McNeil. Fletcher Cox, throughout his time in football here, has been just a smidge, a hair, just a breath behind Aaron Donald as far as impactful defensive tackle goes. I don't think that Aleem McNeil is going to be in that same stratosphere. Solid defensive tackle in this league. Solid, but not to that same level. Y2K, I can't believe the Jaguars drafted a running back. They already have a dope young running back. That's what I was saying, man. That's what I was talking about. Ethan Tech World, if De'Ami Brown is at 56, John Schneider better flip a table, throw something, and draft him. Yes. Yes, Ethan. Yes. I'd love if De'Ami Brown's there, I would love it. I would love it. That'd be a great pick by Seattle. His tape was just phenomenal. I love nobody in this draft eats up the first 8 yards of space off of the line of scrimmage like De'Ami Brown. Nobody in this draft does it like he does. It's awesome to watch. Rashad Bateman can be close a little bit, and the kid out of LSU can be close with a little bit, but man, he's eating up that slack, and he scares the bejesus out of corners. He's got those guys 9, 10, sometimes 11 yards and off coverage, off the ball, just because they're so worried about his speed. Raining Tacos, I'm not sure Lance is a Seahawks killer. He may be a project depending on who you listen to. I don't think he's any scarier than McCorkle. The unknowns are intriguing, but the tape is real short. He scares me in just a little bit more, Raining Tacos. I'm sorry, he just does. He just scares me more. He's got way more upside, higher potential. He has flourished in an offense where he didn't have to have a high volume of pass attempts to be effective and be dynamic. That's going to fit in really well, in my opinion, with what the 49ers want to do. So I wish I could say I'm not as high, but man, from the second I watched this guy tape, initially watching him, I was on board with him, and I still remain kind of on board with him because of that. Michael YT, is there any cons about Creed? The only con with Creed is going to be athleticism. He's really going to rely on his technique and power to get the job done. And if you're going to talk about him moving out in space on linebackers, he's not a linebacker. It's going to be a little more plodding at times, but because his technique is so good, he kind of overcomes it a little bit, and he's got such good power that if he gets his hands on you, it's over with. But that would be the one place I would point to on Creed, and being that he just doesn't quite have that athleticism you might really, really want to see, like maybe Landon Dickerson does. Man, Michael Parker, what time tomorrow? We'll be on about a half hour before the start of the draft tomorrow, Michael. Maybe a little bit more, half hour, 45 minutes before the start of the draft. Go Hawks 05. A lot of my former college teammates got reunited today. Pretty cool to see. Oh, that is cool. That's awesome to see, man. Hell yeah. Raining Tacos, good talk, Hawk Nation. Have a nice evening, and don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the lane that you used to. Jose Rodriguez, receiver or tight end? Jose, I'm going to go with receiver. You got probably like a Brevin Jordan is the type that's available for you, and you'd have redundancy there with Gerald Everett, both of them being moved tight ends, joker tight ends. So you don't really have an inline guy that you'd really want to maybe target at that spot. Receiver will be where the value is. Michael, 7 p.m. Eastern, so 4 okay for us. That's right. About that. About that. Brendan says, who's your top 5 on your wish list for 56? Then how does that list change if we go back to the mid 60s? Probably wouldn't change a whole lot. If I was going with Creed Humphrey, Miners, Dickerson, if Dylan Radins was to fall, somebody was asking about competition for Brandon Shell. That'd give you competition for Brandon Shell if Dylan Radins fell. Diami Brown would be another guy someone mentioned that would be on my list on that. Michael Parker, what time tomorrow? So I'll be on 45 minutes before about the start of the draft tomorrow. And the tape is very raw with Lance, but the key on this with Lance is this. We know the Niners want to move into a structure with their quarterback where they limit sort of their quarterback's effect on the game. I don't mean that negatively. I mean just they're not going to have a high volume of attempts in their passing attack. And Lance has shown he can work within a structure of working off 18 attempts a game and still being really explosive and effective at that. And what you do with those 18 attempts is you have 18 structured plays where throughout the week you're locked into these 20 plays, Trey. Get good at these 20 plays. Get to understanding these plays left to right, backwards, and front. And we're not going to ask you to do more than these. That lowers down what you're asking Trey to do, which means he doesn't have to develop or be further along as much once he gets out in the field as a starting quarterback. And I think that Shanahan's offense is really going to lend well to making the game easier on him with easier completions, not these high leverage situations where it's like he's got to hit continuously the big shots on those 18 throws that he's going to make. It's going to be the shorter routes. It's going to be into Kittle. It's going to be little drag routes. It's going to be little bubble screens. So he is raw. There's no doubt you're not getting the best version of Trey Lance next year. But I think he's going to be a good player for them. Player. Okay, I've got to save my voice. We're almost 5 hours into the stream. I got 2 more days of this back to back. So we are going to wrap this one up right now. My goodness, you guys were so awesome on the donation game today. Thank you for all the donations from everybody. I can't even keep track of everybody. Chat is awesome as always. We got no trolls. Everybody in here with some awesome takes. Just talking Seahawks shop, man. This is what I love about this channel. So I appreciate you guys all hopping on in here. Great opening first round. I think we got the stage set for our Seahawks to have a very successful day tomorrow and through the rest of this draft, even with 3 picks. We got guys that are going to be falling right into our range that are going to be very, very tantalizing prospects. So please feel free to join us tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming all 3 days of this draft. So stem to stern, start to finish. I'll be on about 45 minutes before the draft tomorrow. If you do happen to be liking this draft coverage and like what you see today, please slam that like button. Please slam that subscribe button. Helps me grow. We're on the road here to 5,000. We're just cooking right along, just past 4,200, and we're moving. We're moving, baby. So thank you so much. I appreciate you all, and don't even forget, even when we don't have first-round picks, don't lose any faith. Okay, so we don't have a first-round pick. We got Jamal Adams. We got a Hall of Famer instead. We're fine with that. But don't you forget with our three picks in this draft, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.